I am addressing it if you stop interrupting.
You're not. You're just fucking
You're
galloping at the
interrupting the
moment.
fight, and I am bringing out a legit point.
I believe Chris Angel is the Messiah.
All I'm saying, no, I'm not. Listen, that's just your word.
Magical powers. He's done magical powers.
No, I'm not. Listen, all the insults. I'm not entertaining the insults.
It was on.
What I'm saying.
All right,
what
guys,
I'm saying.
All these divinities.
Listen, you're talking to argue. I'm not arguing with you. All I'm saying is that in the Bible.
Preaching.
In the Bible,
you're preaching.
And I don't care about the arguments. I'm not fighting you. All I'm saying is that in the Bible, let me finish my point. In the Bible,
that's all you want to do.
In the Bible, all I'm saying is that in the Bible, there is tangible credibility to show that there is a God of the Bible who actually.
Major citation needed for that. Major citation needed for that.
No.
All right, I don't know what that means, but okay.
Okay, provide empirical evidence for your religious convictions.
I just
no
did.
Arguments, no logical fallacies, no personal testimony.
This is not a religious proof. I just did. If you're paying attention,
you gave me logical fallacies. That's what you gave. You gave me begging the question.
I can't argue with somebody
who
wants to fight. I can't.
I mean, yes.
All right, guys. All right.
I don't want to fight with you.
Stop. This is.
I don't want to fight you.
This is not productive.
Yeah, at all.
We got to be adults. So actually, let me 1v1 with a student because I have my own objections to what he was saying. Thank you guys for being here. There's 6 people in here. I really appreciate you guys. If you can tap the screen, like the live, that helps us to get more people in here. Share it with anyone who you think might be interested. And yeah, we're just talking about like God today, and I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube as well. I'm playing GTA 5. I also play Fortnite and a variety of other games. So if you want to check that out too, feel free to check that out too and share it with anybody that you think might be like interested. And yeah, religion, debates. I host debates and I also stream gameplay. So trying to be the next internet streamer, Day Infinity and 10, trying to be the next Ian or Deconstruction Justin or whatever big streamers doing religious debates and stuff. So, but yeah, student. Okay, so basically your argument is that you believe in Christianity because Jesus cultivated such a mass following and culture during that time, and people really believed his miracles and were willing to unalive for it. That's what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so what is your main argument here?
My main point is this. In the first century, for anybody to believe that he wasn't just a crazy man walking around saying certain things, he would have to provide tangible credibility to show that he was something different from the average man. So in modern times, when you say words like what it says on the heading, does the Christian God exist? In our times, it's no different. God would have to provide tangible credibility for us to believe a distinction between him, the God of the Bible, which his name is Jehovah, or the God of any book, Allah. The Book of Mormons kind of follows Jehovah because it says it at the last verse in the Book of Moroni or in the Book of Nephi. All I'm saying is that in modern time, for God's Bible to withstand scrutiny and criticism, it would have to provide some type of tangible credibility to back it up in our times, and it does. That's my point. The Bible does.
It doesn't because it doesn't survive an ounce of scientific scrutiny.
Actually, it does.
Wait, stop.
Okay.
1v1. Let me get it. But yeah, so like I would kind of like disagree with that, right? So like we do have examples of like cults, right? Like Heaven's Gate or Jonestown, where the people were willing to take their lives because they really believed in the message and they believed that their prophet did miracles, right? But it turns out that these people did not do miracles and all this stuff was like debunked. So people take their lives for things they believe to be the truth. People wouldn't unalive for a lie, but they would.
But that's not my point.
Well, yeah, but you're saying like Jesus had to really prove himself, do these miracles, and really be about it to like have such a following or a mass amount of people really commit themselves to him to the point that they unalive themselves. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that he would have to provide tangible proof.
Not necessarily. So
he would.
Like not necessarily. So there are many cults that didn't provide proof.
Let me ask you a question then.
Wait,
who's the most famous person on earth?
Wait, hold on. But do you acknowledge that people can be deceived?
Yeah,
like,
all the time.
They don't have to present proof. Like they just have to convince people.
All right. So let me ask you, belief or no belief? Who's the most famous person to have ever existed on this planet?
Why does that matter?
I'm about to get to it. I'm asking you a simple question. Can you be honest and answer that question? Who's the most?
Okay, so let's say I say Jesus.
Is that serious? Is that a real answer?
Sure.
Jesus is the most famous person. He stands far different from Buddha or anybody else, Muhammad, anybody else in existence. He just wasn't a Heaven's Gate type of person. This man.
Another fallacy.
Wait, hold on. Wait. How do you know that?
Everybody on earth knows who Jesus is. Everybody on earth.
So that's just
major citation needed for that.
Wait, hold on. So that's just an ad populum fallacy, right? You're saying like a bunch of people knew him. He was super popular. No. He must be real.
I got you. I'm not talking about rooms and TikTok and stuff. Actual historians and theologians who actually look into the scripture could tell you that book and his teachings is not an antiquated book. It actually stands out different from any.
Wait, what do you mean by antiquated?
Listen, who is this guy that keeps on with the ad-libs? We don't need that.
Yeah,
He's
Andrew,
like 5 years old. He needs to stop.
You gotta let me have it. But what do you mean by antiquated?
Some people like to say that the book is outdated, it's old, it's not relevant. That's what I mean by antiquated. A bygone era. You know what I mean?
What do you mean by I know what outdated means, but what are they like? How would people use that word in a critique of the Bible?
Well, some people say, it's not really relevant to the times because times have advanced, things have changed throughout history, etc. You know, antiquated. It's old. It's outdated. We need a revised version. Okay,
yeah. I guess we can move on from that point. But yeah, I believe that Jesus actually existed. A majority of historians believe that Jesus actually existed. What is hard to believe, right, is that Jesus did the miracles that he did, right? When it comes to his miracles, like walking on water or bringing Lazarus back from the dead or multiplying fish and bread to feed thousands or casting demons into pigs or curing leprosy or turning water into wine or making blind people see again or making the lame walk, we don't really have firsthand accounts for that.
So, you want me to prove a miracle?
Say what?
You want me to prove a miracle?
Well, not right now, but so basically, we don't really have firsthand accounts of a lot of Jesus's miracles. So I think for a majority of Christians, they have to show that he resurrected from the dead, and then that would probably grant more believability to the possibility that he did other miracles. So the focus tends to be did he rise from the dead? Now, when it comes to him rising from the dead, the evidence isn't really super compelling to me. Right, we don't have a lot of firsthand accounts of the resurrection. If anything, we've got Paul writing stuff, but Paul's just regurgitating what the church is telling him. And then, anything else is, we got gospels, but the gospels we don't really know who the authors are. We just have to trust church tradition, which there's a bias in regards to church tradition, right? They're going to say what fits their narrative, and they were followers of Jesus, they were loyal to Jesus. They're gonna, say that the Gospels are written by who they say the Gospels are written by. None of them were signed. But yeah, I don't really see any compelling evidence that
Can I show you one?
Sure, you can show me one.
Jesus in Matthew chapter 24 had told his disciples on the Mount of Olives. He told them that whenever you see an army encamped around Jerusalem, I need you to flee into the mountains. Don't take anything, just go. This is recorded, right?
Wait, say it again.
Jesus had told his followers that when you see an army encamped around Jerusalem, I'm going to need you to just go, leave, flee. Don't go back into your house. Don't go for anything. That's in Matthew chapter 24.
Okay, so I would have to just take Matthew's word for it.
No, well, you're gonna take more than Matthew's verse. So you're gonna take history in a minute. And I'm gonna finish it. So a couple of years later, in 60-something CE, Roman armies encamped around Jerusalem to attack it. For some reason unknown to them, the army backed up and left. This is all history. You can look this up for yourself. The The
So
people.
basically, so basically, you're saying like Jesus said a thing, and these people left this area before like an incoming army.
No,
You
no,
know,
no. I'm
came.
gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish the whole thing. Check this out. In 60 something CE, an army, the Roman army, encamped around Jerusalem. The people who had paid attention to Matthew chapter 24 and just left when the army backed away, guess what happened in 70 CE? Every Jewish person knows this. Over 1 million Jews were killed by Titus. 1 million plus. What I'm saying is that had people paid attention to what Jesus said in Matthew chapter 24, they would have benefited and kept their lives. For some reason, that army came back in 70 CE. Anybody could Google this. This is not just Bible or Matthew. This is history.
Okay, so when it comes to that, does Jesus specify like when the army is going to attack or invade?
No, all he said, an army was going to surround Jerusalem. He didn't say that the army was going to back up. So if an army is surrounding around Jerusalem, it doesn't give people a chance to back up. But for some reason,
So like, when Jesus says that, and he doesn't really specify like a time period or when this is going to happen, like we don't know what he's referring to. And like, yeah, you could take that quote and apply it to anything that you want in regards to like whatever interpretation you want to have.
He does say when it's going to happen, though. I mean, what's going to happen, though?
Wait, when does he say it? Like, where in Matthew does he say it?
Matthew 24, he's talking about the fall of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
So what?
In Matthew 24, he's talking about the fall of the temple in Jerusalem.
How do you know that?
Because he said not one rock will be standing when all this is over, and we know that the temple.
But we're talking
fell.
about like Jews exiting an area so they don't get like.
It's the same event.
If that's the same event.
Okay,
said
but did he talk about like a specific date? It's gonna happen on January 6th.
No, he didn't.
So
But-
like we're just kind of like loosely applying something Jesus said to like a certain time and event, and like this is what he's referring to, but we don't know the specifics.
I mean, if he described everything that happened in an event and just leave out the date, don't you think he's talking about the event?
Well, yeah, because like the reason I'm saying is because like if I say like it's going to rain tomorrow, right? And I don't provide specifics, you could easily like take that and apply it to like anything in regards to your interpretation, and you could like make it work. So like if there was more specifics, then I would be like, oh, he predicted an exact date, like you guys need to exit, this is going to happen on this date, so you're talking about this specific event. Like people can like morph things and like give their own interpretation of like what's going to happen, you know?
Okay, well, one thing that can't be morphed, and nobody could take this away. And you could you can Google this and check the consensus with theologians and biblical historians. When it mentions that Cyrus and Darius was going to take down Babylon, how it was going to be taken down, how the gates were going to be left open, how the moat was going to be dried up, that's written 200 years in advance in the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, and it mentions the person who would do it, Cyrus. That's not vague. That's very direct. And just because
was that Jesus saying that, or who
no, that was still the Bible, the very book he backed up.
Well, yeah, but like, was that God saying it, or who was predicting?
Well,
this?
if all scriptures is inspired of God, according to 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, then yeah, it is God. I mean, even though we wrote the Bible.
But like, who wrote that specific verse, and like, that you're referring to?
I don't know if it was Isaiah or Jeremiah, one of the two.
No. And you're saying like God inspired this verse, so therefore.
Well, I'm saying God inspired the whole Bible. Even though 40 different people wrote it, 40 different people over a period of 1,500 years, yeah, the Bible claims that it's from God.
Okay. I mean, like, I'd probably have to look more into this, like, predicted prophecy, but other than that, yeah, I'd probably have to look into it. So, like, what were you saying on the specifics?
I'm just saying that the God would have to provide tangible credibility. And these prophecies, which by definition is history written in advance, there is a lot of that found in the Bible where things are written far in advance. I mean, and when the guy mentioned earlier about science, you know, Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22 says there's a God who dwells above the circle of the earth, when that wasn't the normal consensus at the time. What about
circles are like interdimensional? shape.
Wait, hold on, but yeah, that's kind of implying that the Earth is like flat, but not really, but like sort of.
No.
Like, we know that the Earth is not flat.
No, it isn't. I'm
Circle's
sorry.
two-dimensional, students. Stop coping.
Well, yeah, so
Two-dimensional. Circle's two-dimensional.
What does that mean?
So the verse that you're talking about is like, I know what verse you're talking about, and it's I've been taking notes on like some of the scientific inaccuracies in the Bible. And basically, it says like God hovers over the world, and the world is like a circle to him, and he sees everything above the land. And it's like, yeah, like that verse is kind of making it seem as if like the Earth is flat, and like.
Okay, I'll give another one.
Or it just means that God sees everything at once.
Well, I mean, like it's saying that God literally saw the Earth and it was like a circle to him.
Yeah, it was like a circle. So what does like mean? It means it's a metaphor, right?
I mean, yeah, but like, couldn't God just say sphere?
No, but it wouldn't give the metaphor anything to say he sees everything at once. So it's like looking down at a piece of paper and seeing everything on that paper. You just seeing everything at once.
Yeah, but when you say paper, like even that is referring to like a one-dimensional, like.
But it's not supposed to be literal though. If our whole existence was on a piece of paper, to God it would be looking at everything at once. That's the whole symbolism.
I mean, yeah, but like God could have like worded it better. He could have said like, "Oh, the Earth looks like a ball." Then it's okay, so he knows like it's a sphere, but he's saying like it looks like a flat object.
Then that would break the metaphor. Then if he said if God looks at it like a sphere, it wouldn't make any sense because you can't see the whole sphere at once. Can you?
Yeah, but like, doesn't the Bible say that God is not the God of confusion?
What is confusing about it?
I mean, like he's referring to the Earth in like a flat object rather than like a three-dimensional object.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to be literal. You taking it literal, that's what's causing confusion.
Well, yeah. So why is God speaking in a way that would like confuse the readers? And yeah, like I know everything in the Bible is not like literal, but like it literally says in the Bible that like, you know, God hovers over the world and he sees it and it's like a circle to him and he can see everything. You know, he can see everything on this like circular like plane. It doesn't say circular, but I have to pull up the verse even. It's on my flash drive.
And then when it says that God hangs the earth on nothing, you know, the consensus at the time wasn't that, right?
I mean, yeah, so like the people back then, the people of the ancient time, they had like a limited understanding of the world. And like what I'm seeing in the Bible is that I'm not seeing like, if it was written by God, to me, it would have to have like some kind of like divine like knowledge. And what I kind of see is like the thoughts and like the knowledge of like barbaric men who didn't really know how the world worked.
All right, so when it says that God...
It's actually false, by the way. The Earth doesn't hang on nothing. Gravity is holding the Earth.
Well, come on, bro. There's no physical object holding the planet in place.
I mean, also, like,
gravity is not a physical...
It's called gravity. It's called gravity.
Can you punch gravity?
That's what it's called.
Can you grab gravity?
Stop.
Yeah, you can detect gravity.
This guy is
detect
not
gravity. We
smart
can
at
set up
all.
experiments for that.
Wait, stop. Ingrid.
I mean, you're the one that's scientifically
I'm
illiterate.
telling you
You're
it.
the one that believes.
And you know what's funny?
You're the one that believes.
You know what's
Guys,
funny?
I'm
That
gonna
the
start
book is
muting
actually
people.
scientifically
Hold
illiterate.
on. Stop. So, like, I mean, there's other things that I find the Bible getting wrong, right? Like, Genesis says the sun was created on the fourth day. Science knows that the sun was created, like, before the earth. That's, like, a fact. So the Bible gets, like, tons of things wrong.
All right, can we address what it says in the book of Job at a time when that wasn't common knowledge at all?
Go for it.
When it says God hangs the earth on nothing, the actual consensus around that time, if you look at the historical viewpoint, was that earth was on the back of turtles, and then on another region of the world, it was a man was holding the planet up. The normal consensus was that something was holding it physically up. The Bible says accurately, scientifically, that the earth was hanging on nothing. That is a scientific distinction.
Well, I mean, like, couldn't God specify and say, like, yeah, it's gravity.
Gravity, you can't punch gravity. It's not a physical thing.
What is gravity?
It's a
what is
force.
gravity?
It's a force. Like, gravity is a force.
Obviously, it's a force, but I'm just saying,
So,
if you
like,
were to look at all right, if you're looking at space from a spaceship, it doesn't look like it's hanging on gravity.
What? Like,
we understand how gravity works.
Hold on. You have this God that has like all knowledge. He's supposed to be really smart. He knows everything, right? Why couldn't you just specify like the Earth is staying in its position due to gravity and gravitational forces? that's keeping it from like flying outwards or like going in whatever direction? Why can't God like specify those things?
Because he didn't choose to word it that way.
What would that
Yeah,
prove?
so God is just purposely causing confusion and like speaking to people in like ways that are like not very clear or like, you know, obtuse. Like
If
that's the God that's not the God of confusion.
if God did add gravity in that text, what would that solve? It would solve nothing.
Well, I mean, like that's also kind of another problem that I have with God, right? Like God could have like talked to these people and gave them like some kind of like advanced knowledge, right? He came down as Jesus and cured leprosy, but he literally could have ended leprosy by just telling everybody to wash their hands. That literally stops leprosy. Like they had poor hygiene.
And what would that solve?
Saved a lot of people from dying from leprosy.
Will people listen? You think they would listen?
Yeah, but if people saw someone not do what Jesus says and they died from leprosy, they'd probably be like, we should probably listen to Jesus because people are living and not dying from leprosy by following his instructions.
Or you need to come to my job where nobody washes their hands.
That's a presupposition.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like if people are struggling in a society and people are dying from leprosy, then Jesus says, have better hygiene, and someone follows that and they live and survive leprosy. Don't you think other people would look at that and be like, oh man, this guy probably has a point, and like these people who are not following his instructions are dying, so like there must be a trend here.
So you're saying just because one person washed their hands because Jesus told them to, everybody's going to do it?
But furthermore,
I think that like if I see people not following someone's instructions and they end up passing away, but then like the people who do follow his instructions are living longer lives, I think that like a majority of people would probably be like, let's follow what this guy is saying.
If I tell you to do something right now, if I tell you to do something, you think other people, and it worked, do you think other people will follow you just because I said it, or just because it happened once?
I mean, typically life tends to trend towards life. So if you gave me instructions that was saving lives, I think and I followed it, and like other people are looking at me and they're like, he's living because he's following these instructions. I think that the general public would probably start following those instructions.
How many times people was told to go to the gym to save their lives and they didn't do it?
How many people go to the gym out of everybody in humanity?
How many people were told that going to the gym would save your life?
How many people are taking care of their health in regards to humanity?
All right, can I ask you a question then?
Sorry?
Also, like, I know these are like really bad arguments, so if anyone's laughing at me in the comments, like,
No, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Oh, you mean the comments?
No, me. Like, I'm not making good arguments right now. I know.
But
you know that the golden rule, right?
I don't think I'm making good arguments.
yeah, the golden rule predates the Bible.
No, you're good.
Listen.
Oh my God. Like, no, you're totally fine. I'm not even.
All right. No matter when that advice came out, the golden rule of do unto others what you want others to do unto you. If everybody on earth followed that, would we be all at peace?
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, we're going off on a tangent. Let me.
No. It lends to the point.
Yeah, we're going off on a tangent, but let me actually get serious. Like, okay, our original discussion was in regards to Jesus, right? So I don't think Jesus being popular means anything to him being true. I don't think there's any evidence for him doing miracles. And like, I don't find the resurrection to really be like compelling.
All right.
Given what was left
I'll
behind.
say this last thing then.
Do you have anything that would compel me to believe that he rose from the dead?
Let me ask you a question, host.
Go for it.
You know, battery remote control cars? You ever had one of those as a kid?
Yeah.
If your mom ever bought you one, right? And she said it holds 18 batteries inside that car, and you see it on the floor moving all around the floor, doing whatever aerial things it does, whatever. Yeah. Do you have to look into the car to know that there's batteries inside the car? Or do you just see the motion of it and know, okay, yeah, my mom put the batteries inside of it?
As kids, I think we're naturally curious, and so I would probably check the car as a child.
But you would know that there's something powering the vehicle, right?
After I checked it, yeah, out of curiosity.
The first century Christians, their actions on everything that they did with the preaching of the good news of the kingdom, being martyred, being arrested, being persecuted in front of all types of Roman politicians when that was a very scary thing, shows you that there was something tangible that they saw 3 days after Jesus' death.
I disagree with that, because there's plenty of American cults where people unalive for things that weren't true.
But where are all those movements today?
Wait, but the difference between
wait, that doesn't matter. So you're saying like because the Christian movement grew to be really large, it must be true.
Oh no, I'm saying it's the biggest movement you ever seen in human history.
Wait, so what does that matter?
Citation
I'm
needed
just
for
saying
that.
everybody else you're
Yeah, and
mentioning,
also, like-
Kevin's Gate, David Koresh, Waco,
Wait,
Texas,
hold on.
or the other guy that did the James Johnstown, whatever he did.
Jonestown.
All these people's movements were small and died out. Jesus.
Yeah. So like the ad populum fallacy. You think that this is true because a lot of people follow it. A lot of people.
No, I think it's true because those first century Christians. Oh, here we go. This is my point. This is what I meant to say. If I tell you, listen, I'm that guy. I'm that special person in the universe, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to die and I'm coming back in 3 days. If I don't show up in 3 days, what did all my words mean to you now?
They don't really mean anything. But again,
but why? My follow-up question is why 3 days after his death, they started that small group of people started the largest thing ever known to mankind.
Well, yeah, but like people can be deceived about things. Like there are literally still people who are stuck in cults that are false to this day. That doesn't really like mean anything.
The difference between cults and the Jesus is that cults are unlike.
And again, all these people like continue to believe in Christianity and like they believe that Jesus rose from the dead. Where are their accounts? Right? You don't have any written accounts down. And like if anything, like a lot of stuff was like first off, a lot of stuff was spread by oral tradition for like 30 years before they wrote anything.
What do you mean? Where are their written accounts? What do you mean by that?
All these people believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and none of them wrote anything down for 30 years. Your earliest account is like Mark. Mark is dated.
You do know the Bible says that there was about 500 people around him.
Actually, do you know what's very interesting? You say that 500 people saw Jesus resurrect from the dead. That's something that Paul gets from early church tradition. The church told him that, and he just regurgitates what the church told him. And there's not 500 accounts of people seeing Jesus after he rose from the dead.
What
we
church
only
was
have
before
Paul's
Paul?
account we only have Paul's account, and Paul is only telling us what the church told him. So we have to trust the church, and the church believes in Jesus and follows Jesus, so they would be biased.
What church
right?
was before Paul? There was no churches before Paul. Paul literally the ones who were sending letters to the churches to make them believe in Jesus Christ.
Wait. Do you know who the early church was? The early church was like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and the apostles. That would be the early church.
They wasn't written when Paul was written.
Yeah, like I agree with you, but like things were being spread around orally, right?
Yeah.
And then Paul's writing that there's like 500 people, right? That's coming from the early church. Paul wasn't even there. He wasn't even there for the resurrection. So Paul is like really just like he's just a messenger. He's telling you what the church told him.
But the church wasn't there.
We don't have 500 accounts to like. We don't have 500 accounts to verify that 500 people actually saw Jesus rise from the dead.
I mean, but you're first of all, two things that you're misconstruing. The church did not tell Paul that. Paul probably did. You're right. He probably did get that from oral tradition, but the church didn't tell him that. He probably just known that from walking around the city. And
wait. You do realize Paul never met Jesus. Paul wasn't around during Jesus, and Paul wasn't there for the resurrection.
Yeah, I'm just making the distinction that you say he got it from the church. I don't believe that because there was no church. I just believe he got it from oral tradition.
Do you know what the early church was?
Who?
The early church was Jesus's followers. Everybody that walked around and followed Jesus and was there to witness the miracles, that's the early church. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and then the apostles, and then anyone else who was following Jesus around and saying we love Jesus. That's the early church.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wasn't even written when Paul wrote that.
No, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are actual people.
Yeah, but they were the books was written though.
Yeah. The books weren't written, but they were the early church. They were the ones that were the early church. That group of people is the early church.
Mark wasn't even a white eyewitness himself, or Luke. So
no, I agree with you. But you're asking me what the early church is. I'm telling you, the early church was the people who followed Jesus and his ministry.
Okay, so we agree that he did get it from oral tradition then.
Yeah. Paul is getting his information from the early church. He's talking to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay. So, but how does that negate that 500 people saw it then?
Because Paul is not saying I saw the 500 people see Jesus rise from the dead. Paul is saying the church told me 500 people saw Jesus rise from the dead, and that we don't have 500 accounts. So we would have to trust the church.
How many people? What percentage of people were literate during that time?
I mean, like a lot of people were illiterate.
What percentage?
Like it was a majority of people.
2%.
It was 90.
2%.
It was what?
2% of people were literate. And then in that 2%, only a certain percentage could actually write.
Okay, so you expect 500 people to write about things when they're illiterate?
That's not my problem. That's not my problem.
Wait, actually, like the issue is like not only did none of those 500 people write things, but even people who heard of this happen didn't even write things.
Like who?
I'm not really sure if that's a good point. Actually, I was gonna say like even the Romans didn't really write about like a resurrection, but I'm not sure if that's a good point, to be honest with you.
But yeah, because some people just don't believe it. It's a small movement in a small city. People are not going to believe it.
Well, yeah, but like don't you find that fishy? Like the only writings we have about the resurrection, in regards to like those 500 people, would be like Paul. Paul's just saying what somebody told him. The church is, people who are already biased and followers of Jesus, and I could give you naturalistic reasons for why they might say 500 people, saw Jesus rise from the dead.
Like what? What's the naturalistic reason?
Well, so these guys spent their entire lives serving Jesus, and they just saw their Messiah like unalive. These people are probably like mourning, and they don't want to give this thing up. They want to keep this thing going. We see that in cults. Like the leader of the cult gets massacred, and the people who are part of that cult continue the cult, continue the traditions, continue doing the practices of that cult. So it could be the case that they made up the 500 number because, after all, we don't have 500 witnesses that are writing stuff down. They said 500, made it up, and they're sharing this to Paul. Then Paul's just continuing something he heard without verifying any of it.
So if 98% of people is illiterate, why are you expecting 500 testimonies written down?
I mean, yeah, they're illiterate, but like, that is a good point. Like, yeah, so I wouldn't expect 500 people to write anything down, but the lack of any accounts is making me shaky. Why should I believe what one person is saying? One person who, by the way, I think he's mentally ill anyway. Paul used to unalive Christians, and then he drastically on the road to Damascus converted to Christianity. I think that could be like a mental breakdown, or he experiences guilt from unaliving Christians. That could be due to a variety of things. Right?
I mean, that would just be a presumption, right?
Well, yeah, but like we see how like murder affects people's minds.
I don't think
people are traumatized by murder and drastically change their behaviors due to murder.
I never saw somebody murder someone's son and then hallucinate their mother, though.
Hallucinate their mother? Well, I mean, was that person traveling in the desert during a time where we didn't really know anything about like neurology, and maybe he was eating something that was like messing with his health? Maybe he was starved. And again, like he's mentally deranged, given he took part in the persecution of so many Christians. So
you just think that only specific situation was that thing can occur. That's what you're saying?
So I mean, like what I'm seeing is Paul drastically converts to Christianity. He's involved in the unalivement of tons of Christians. So he's probably like affected by that and feeling like guilty for murdering all those Christians. He's traveling in the desert. We don't even know if he's like fed, maybe he's starving, and he has a vision of Jesus in the desert. And like he doesn't even see Jesus. He sees a bright light that like says voices to him.
But you're making the presumption that he was hungry and starving.
Wait. But does that sound real? But does that sound realistic to you? He saw a bright light that was saying voices to him. He didn't even see Jesus. He saw a bright light. He didn't see the body of Jesus. He saw a bright light that said voices to him. And this guy is not having hallucinations in the desert?
No, I don't think so. I don't think, with all the evidence we have, I don't think he was having a hallucination. Really? Yeah.
Really? Let's think about it. Right? Like, this guy's in the desert, never met Jesus, doesn't know who Jesus is, right? Took part in, like, unaliving Christians. And then he walks in the desert. He sees a bright light and starts hearing voices, right? You don't think that sounds like dehydration or hallucination?
No, I don't think so at all. Because that's the only situation where something like this happened. You will see it a lot, don't you? When did you think?
I mean, like, that sounds like a man who's mentally ill and, like, lacking nutrients and starving in the desert and dehydrated, and
I'm not a psychologist, so I can't even really speak on it. But
I don't know, but actually, wait, really quick. Let me see. Trent, check me. Are my points making sense? Why should I be convinced that Jesus rose from the dead? Trent's really smart when it comes to this. But.
You said, why should we be convinced?
Or like, check the things I'm saying. Is there anything that like throws you off? Because I know you study this.
I mean, like you kind of said, it's kind of like precepts of saying like, oh, he was dehydrated, or like, maybe he was mentally ill, or maybe he was like getting. I mean, you kind of have to substantiate that. It's kind of just like what ifs, right? It's not actually getting to like the core of like what he saw. I mean, he heard a voice. He was saying, "Why you persecute me?" He said, "The voice said, I am Lord. I'm Jesus," and I just think you'd have to substantiate some of those.
So like, okay, so one thing I can substantiate, right? Don't we have scientific articles on how like murder does affect the mind? It can be very traumatizing for individuals.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the case for everybody. I mean, there's certain people that truly don't care.
Yeah, like psychopaths, or like people who are mentally like deranged, right? And like, wasn't it true that like Paul took part in a massive amount of Christians being like unalive?
I mean, he wasn't the one actually unaliving them. He was just sending them
he was just
unalive. Yeah, he was just sending them away, or like to be unalive. It's not like I feel like it would be a difference between like the statistics that you're getting, maybe from the people that quite literally are doing the unaliving, compared to like someone just like sending them off. It's like almost like a police officer like arresting somebody, and like the person is like going to go upon I don't know if I can say it, unalivement row, right? He's not going to be virtually like or physically affected by just sending him off there, right? Because he's not actually like seeing the thing or the action. But
do you think he could possibly feel guilty for sending people away to their deaths for simply believing in a man that just spoke something about religion?
Guilty?
I don't think so.
I mean, none of the Romans thought it was wrong. I mean, I don't think there'd be a different Paul.
You don't think any of them could feel guilt or be like traumatized by this experience?
I don't think Paul would feel guilt.
And imagine the pressure to like commit to it, right? Like if they said like, I don't think what we're doing is right. Like I side with the Christians. Like they could have been unalived alongside with the Christians. So like it's not like they had an out.
I don't think he'll feel guilt because he saw them as heretics of his religion. So
I mean, due to peer pressure, right?
No, it just
Not necessarily.
I think Christians was looked down upon, like almost not like human. Like early Christians would look, religion was mocked. It was they was unalive for stupid reasons. I don't think Paul would feel guilt.
And there's also another thing, like you have to also take into account that like Roman society, they would have like statues or like figures of like these strong gods, like all the statues. They have to make sure they look strong and powerful. But then like when it comes to Christianity, we say our God got crucified, he's unalive, so it looks weak. We look weak compared to them, right?
Yeah.
So there wouldn't necessarily be any quote unquote guilt, right? Because that society at that time, or like Roman society, I mean, they clearly had statues, or they always talked about these strong, benevolent gods. But I think that's just important to take in mind. So that's why I feel like he wouldn't necessarily like feel quote unquote guilt when he was doing it.
Because like they saw their God as like weaker than
right. So I think that'll play a big part. But I only did come up to ask Angry Reddit Atheist a question.
My friend, good afternoon. How are you?
Did you already learn the law of radioactive decay?
No,
Did you already know about the function about the law?
Wait, hold on.
You already know the function that follows?
Wait, hold on. Before you say anything, people in the audience, I do know that my arguments were actually kind of bad this morning. I was winging it, but like I make better arguments. Please, like hang with me. When I'm looking at my notes, I make like way better arguments. Trent, you can vet for me.
Yeah, no, he makes better arguments.
Good afternoon,
I
my
make better
friends.
arguments,
How are
but I
you
was
doing?
kind of like winging it and like just kind of. I'm also playing GTA, so my mind is like
He's like
divided.
multitasking. It's fine, man. Hey, not too much on Coco, man. Just chill.
Okay.
But
I love
Trent, what is the function for...
I was gonna ask you a
What is
question.
the function?
I was gonna ask you a question.
Okay. Well, did you already learn about the law of radioactive decay?
Yeah, no, my question is gonna be related on it. Do you believe that radioactive forces?
It's not spontaneous. But
It's
okay.
not. It's not.
No, it's not. No, it's
Okay,
not.
so if I show you like two.
But tell me what the function. Tell me
Yeah,
what the
I'm gonna
function
show
is
you-
first, Trent.
I don't
Tell me
think
what the function is.
That's not necessary.
What is the function?
That's not necessary. That doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's not. But I can
Explain
show
to
you,
me
like,
what the
two
function is.
sources. I can show you two sources,
the-
like actual peer-reviewed
Okay.
sources that say it's
Yeah,
spontaneous.
but
Could you show me that?
explain to me how we got the law of radioactive decay.
Wait,
What's up,
wait,
everyone?
how long is this conversation gonna take?
I mean, I was just asking if he believed it's spontaneous. I mean, he said it's not, but he can't actually show me any sources. So I think
you guys should probably formally debate it.
I mean, it's like, this is just common knowledge. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, but common knowledge so much that you don't know what the function of the law of radioactive decay is.
What does the function have to do with me saying if it's spontaneous or not?
Yes, so you can understand how we got it and how it works.
How we got it. I'm asking.
It's part. Okay, then you don't want to learn about the law of radioactive decay.
Wait, so you're saying it's spontaneous, but other scientists say it's not. It is spontaneous. You're saying it's not spontaneous. Scientists are saying it is. Who's right? You are the scientist.
Actually,
citation. Do you have a DOI number for that?
Actually, really quick, before you guys go into that, Trent, I would actually like to discuss with you about the resurrection, actually, and go further, and maybe debunk some of like my presuppositions about the resurrection. I'm actually like, because like I'm like really open-minded. Like if Jesus rose from the dead, then like I mean, cool. Like I get like I'm not opposed to becoming a Christian again, but like I just don't really see like reasons why, and I don't see the resurrection as being like a thing that actually happened. But so yeah, like I would just like want to run my points against you and see if like you like just knock them to the side, like they don't like really make any sense.
Okay, I mean you could like DM me or like just whenever you're free, you could just like oh, where'd he go? No, no, where'd he go? Oh my gosh, like I mean you said like formal debate, like bro, this is like common knowledge, and he's just like being stubborn. He doesn't want to admit that radioactive decay is like spontaneous and it's like random. It's just like, it's actually just sad. But yeah, you can just like let me know.
Oh no, I think he's coming back.
All right, thank God. All right, so here, Reddit.
Well, I mean, before you actually talk about the law of radioactive decay, you need to know how it functions, and you do not want to learn how it functions.
I don't need to know how the functions work.
That's the problem. You just wanna use a single point to support your garbage arguments of motion for Thomas Aquinas.
I mean, you're the one who said it wasn't spontaneous. It has nothing to do with my argument.
I mean, Trent, I suggest that you actually go take calculus and actually take at least college algebra.
Here, can I just
in college algebra, we cover the law of radioactive decay using logs.
Here, if you don't mind, can you like big screaming? Because I mean, this guy's like. You couldn't get past that if it was spontaneous or not. You couldn't get past that if it was spontaneous or not.
Yeah, but no, that's cool. I can get on to the next guest. Who wants to go next?
All right, you can big screaming. All right, I'll see you, Coco.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about the resurrection later. But why should I believe in the Christian God? Feel free to run it past me. I'm a pretty average debater. I host debates on my channel and I study this stuff, so yeah. But why should I believe that the Christian God exists?
Why don't you believe in the resurrection?
So the resurrection, the evidence seems kind of like shaky to me, right? So like when it comes to the Gospels, your earliest gospel is going to be Mark, and Mark is dated like 30 years after Jesus like unalives, and so a lot of things were spread around by like oral tradition. So what are the chances that like the story about Jesus could have like shifted a lot in 30 years? Right? 30 years of people just saying stuff and passing it down. And you can say that like, oh, these guys were oracles and like oral tradition and it was carefully done, but humans are humans, right? I could sit in a room with like scholars, right? And talk about like telephone a message, and the message is going to get like changed within like 2 hours. So imagine 30 years of just people passing it around by word, right? So obviously, like, you know, there's going to be some changes or some drastic, crazy stories written about Jesus. And like a lot of stories are even thrown out. I'm not sure if the Dead Sea Scrolls. No, I don't even think the Dead Sea Scrolls talk about like Jesus, but there were stories about Jesus doing all sorts of like magical things that the church didn't even choose to put in the Bible. So,
But what does that have to do with the resurrection? That's like the most known fact during the early church.
well, like it's not a fact. I would say like Jesus existing, maybe you could consider it a fact. Like I can give you that.
I mean, it's a fact to the early church that he resurrected, though, right?
Well, yeah, but the early church is biased. These are followers of Jesus, right? Who
But
want
you,
the story to be true.
I mean, but you said Mark was 40 years after Jesus Christ, but I'm talking about the resurrection
Mark is 30. Like I think historians will date Mark to 30.
in 70 AD, right?
30 years after Jesus died.
Jesus is unalive in 33, and they date Mark from 70, so that's about 40 years.
Yeah, 30, 40, give or take.
But even 10 and 20 years after Jesus unalive, people are already saying he resurrected because we know that through Paul's letters.
Say one more time.
Even like 10 to 20 years after Jesus unalive, we know that the early church believed he resurrected, and we know that through Paul's letters.
I mean, given the Corinthians Creed, I think Bart Ehrman dates the Corinthians Creed maybe like a couple months after Jesus unalived. And Paul's just regurgitating like church tradition. But why should I take any of that seriously? Like it's kind of just like biased writings from people who follow Jesus.
I mean, but why would you take anything from ancient history? Because everybody's biased.
And also, like, they're saying, like, Jesus resurrected, and they're giving this number of, like, 500, but, like, they don't have 500 witnesses.
I think we already got past that, though, right?
Yeah, like, they're illiterate. So a lot of people are illiterate, but you have 500 people that saw Jesus. You don't have any, like, written accounts. So we're just, like, kind of taking the word of the church, giving us a random number that they can't substantiate due to the circumstance. We're supposed to believe that 500 people saw Jesus.
But why wouldn't you though? Like, what is keeping you on the fence?
Because I mean, they're telling me about a miraculous. They're telling me about a miraculous event that they can't substantiate due to the circumstance.
You can't substantiate anything in ancient history, though.
I mean, it depends on what that thing is. We can substantiate that maybe people existed, but when it comes to miracles, you're gonna need like extra evidence, right? For miraculous claims, there's going to be like a higher burden of proof.
And how would you? What was miraculous?
We're talking about Jesus. We're talking about Jesus defied the laws of physics. Like when a Roman crucifixion is brutal, right? Jesus survived a Roman crucifixion and rose from the dead. That's going to need some substantial amounts of like evidence.
And what would that evidence look like? Maybe like verification that like Matthew wrote Matthew, Mark wrote Mark, Luke wrote Luke, and John wrote John. Maybe more eyewitnesses. Maybe like scripture that dates like closer to the event. And maybe like written testimonies from people outside of the church would really help. I mean, that still would leave us to the same problem.
Wait, no, but like if you had people who are like, I saw Jesus, I'm writing it down, and I'm not even Christian. He actually rose from the dead. That would actually be very compelling.
But they would be Christians though if they believe Jesus rose from the dead.
Not necessarily. Like somebody could be a Roman guard who hates Jesus, doesn't follow his teachings, but said like this man definitely rose from the dead. I saw it with my own eyes.
So you think if a person saw somebody rose from the dead, they wouldn't follow him?
Wait, hold on. Wait, yeah, because like Jesus did tons of miracles and people still didn't follow him. Jesus multiplied fish and bread, people still turned away from him. And Jesus walked on water, people still turned away from him. Jesus did so many things, people still walked away from him.
But none of them wrote about him though. Like if a person wrote about Jesus and saying, "Yeah, I saw this man rose from the dead," you think that person wouldn't follow him if they go out their way?
Yeah, people didn't write about him because they were illiterate, right? But if God pulled some kind of miracle where people like wrote down, hey, like I saw Jesus rise from the dead way back when, during a time where like a lot of people were like illiterate, and like one of them or a few of them happened to be people who like weren't Christian, they just believed that Jesus rose from the dead. That would be pretty swaying for me.
But I'm asking you, if a person saw Jesus unalive and he was literate enough to write about him, do you think a person who's literate enough to write about Jesus will write about Jesus if he didn't believe, if he wasn't a Christian?
Yeah, if I was a Roman guard and I hated Jesus and I crucified him and he rose from the dead, I would hella write that down in my journals. I would spread the word. I would spread the word about that, and that doesn't necessarily mean I believe in Jesus or I follow Jesus, but I would say, hey, journal entry number 34. Roman crucified a guy 3 days ago, and I saw him walking around today with a massive audience. What is going on? He defied the laws of physics. I need to write this down in the history books. This is crazy, but I don't really believe in him, but I'm going to write it down anyway.
So you don't believe in the guy that you crucified and rose from the dead? You don't believe he rose from the dead?
Again, like if I do an internal critique and I grant that Jesus did the miracles that you say he did, like multiply fish and bread and stuff, people still didn't believe him after he did all this stuff. He cured leprosy. He cured leprosy. People didn't believe him.
And none of them wrote an account of him doing that, though. That's the point. Nobody wrote it.
Yeah, I know, but it is possible for somebody to not believe that Jesus is God, write an account, and not follow him. They just saw him rise from the dead, and they're shocked by the defiance of like what people thought to be like. People thought death to be the end. Right, it is possible for someone to write it down and not believe that Jesus is God. Just write it down for like documentary sake.
Can you give me
my friends? How are you?
Can you give me any history accounts that wrote down something about somebody they hate, but still wrote the best thing that ever happened about that person?
Not really, but like that's not really making like a point, right? Are you saying like
you guys know that the Bible is recordings of the Old Testament and the New Testament are testimonials that were held in old Jewish courts. And those testimonials are not just from the disciples, but people that did not know Jesus personally, and their account was written and recorded, and the testimonials are testaments that were used in the ancient court system.
All right, can I ask you a question? What kind of cross-examination used to happen at that time?
Speaking, by the way.
Can you please tell me what kind of cross-examination used to happen at that time for these
hold on. Before I answer that question, me and the other guy were having a really good conversation. But like, I'll get to you guys. Sorry, just bear with me. But no, like, I don't think it's impossible for someone to be like, I don't believe Jesus is God, but I crucified him. I saw him rise from the dead. I'm going to write about it for historical records, but I don't really believe he's God, but I do want to write about this crazy thing that happened. Like, that could be the case.
They did that, but also the thing that makes what they said, like, believable is the fact that not only did they say that without knowing him, many of them did write that, and a lot of the followers that did choose to follow him were non-believers. They came to him, they were Christian murderers and stuff.
Wait, hold on.
They died.
They died.
Wait, guys,
gruesome death.
My friend, I want to ask you a question.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to get what Zach is trying to say.
Like, okay, one day, you hate my guts. Like, you just hate everything about me to the point that you want to unalive me. And before you unalive me, you see me fly. Would you write an account of me flying?
Yeah, I'd probably write it down and document it.
And help my case? Would you help my case? That's helping my case.
Like, it's not even about helping you. It's about like I'm writing down something that like is impossible that I just witnessed that I might want to keep in the notes and share with other people.
But that don't even make
like I could hate somebody's guts, see them get shot multiple times, and they stand up and walk away like it's nothing, and I might want to write that down and share with other people.
But what if that person claimed to be God, though?
I mean, like, I don't believe that they're God, but I'm writing down that they survived, like, this really bad thing that happened to them.
So you telling me if somebody claims to be God, unalive and resurrected, you want to think that person is God?
I mean, again, like, there are people who saw Jesus do miracles in the Bible who still didn't think he was God. They still turned away from him. So
but none of them, but the difference is none of them wrote accounts about it. So we don't know what they thought. It does.
That doesn't matter. Someone could
They
see
actually
God.
did write accounts about it.
All right, can I ask a question here, please?
Stop. I'm trying to talk to him.
Okay,
No,
you're asking all the questions, host. Can you also ask a question? That's all I'm saying. You're asking all the questions. Can you
You're
also ask a
not
question?
listening. I'm talking to Zach, and I'm trying to have a conversation with him. Be patient, please. Sorry. Okay. How many times do I have to communicate that to you?
But those people who saw him do miracles and didn't believe him, you don't know what's going on through their mind because they didn't write anything about it. So how do you know that they did or did not believe he was God? Or even believe the miracles that they saw was real?
My guy, look. I know they didn't write anything down, but these people saw Jesus do miracles, if I do an internal critique, and they still turned away from him and thought that they weren't God. So it's possible that somebody could see Jesus do all these miracles, and maybe they might want to write something down, but they don't believe that he's God, because other people, right, saw Jesus do miracles, if I do an internal critique, and they still didn't believe that he was God. They still turned away. So maybe somebody might want, like I'm answering this question because I'm saying, like, what would convince me that, like, God exists? Yeah, like, if somebody was, like, vicious enemy of Jesus, right, and wrote that he resurrected from the dead, right, and but still didn't believe in God, that would be compelling evidence for me, and that could happen because people turned away from God. It's just that someone took an extra step and wrote it down. Like, let's say that I was enemies with somebody, right? Let's say I was enemies with somebody and we got into a fight and I punched him, and then a bunch of people, like, jumped him, right, and, like, beat him, and then they ended up, like, pew-pewing him, because they can't say the word on TikTok, pew-pewing him, right? And I saw this guy get up and survive being pew-pewed, like, grazed down head from toe, pew-pewed. Like, even though I hate that guy, it is possible that I can go talk to my friends or write something down and be like, oh my gosh, I hate this guy, but I jumped him and people shot him and, like, he still survived. And I want to write this down because it's just traumatic and, like, oh my gosh, the impossible just happened. It's like, that's not beyond the realm of, like, possibility. Right?
It is, though, because it instantly becomes biased when the guy says that he's God and he resurrected. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
That's what one of the disciples did. He was a Christian murderer before he was a disciple. He hated Jesus and he hated the followers.
You're talking about Paul, and he didn't do the unalivings himself. He was, like, involved in it. Someone told me today that, like,
but he did. Just read, like, the whole. It's not just written in Paul, but his own confession of it.
Well, I don't think he was involved in personally doing it himself. I think he was part of the process. Someone told me today that he was sending people away, but I should probably read on it.
He was. I don't think he was actively the aggressor. I just think he was.
He said that. He said that was one of the reasons too that he was chosen, because God wanted to use people of the least. He said he chose the least of these to be his servants. So the people that were least likely to follow ended up being followers of God. And this is one of them who hated Christians. He was a self-proclaimed murderer.
But what are what are you sourcing to kind of get to that conclusion? So I can check it out for myself.
It's all throughout the Gospels.
But do you have, like, a specific, like, part in the Gospel?
It's just in his story. So if you read the story that Paul wrote on his own life's account.
I mean, do you have, like, a verse?
It's in the book of Paul.
Yeah, it's in the book of Paul. But it's also in other.
It's in
I don't have the one specific verse because I'm not with my Bible right now.
There literally is no book of Paul.
There is a book of Paul.
There is no book of Paul.
It's not.
Yes, there is a book of Paul.
Haru, what have you done? Haru.
You're talking about Corinthians.
Yes, he wrote, like, he's the one who wrote Acts and all of that.
No, he did not write Acts.
Is the writings that he wrote. He wrote Acts. He wrote, like.
He did not write Acts.
No. Paul wrote stuff, and Paul didn't write Acts. Paul wrote stuff, but there is no book. There's no book titled the Book of Paul.
No, it's not titled that, but he did write books. And he gave his account, and he also testified for Jesus.
You're talking about Corinthians, where he was writing to the Corinthian church, where he said, "You know me for persecuting Christians."
Yeah, well, those are the letters that he wrote, but he did write his own books, like the rest of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There's accounts in there as well.
Those wasn't written by Paul, though.
It wasn't written by Paul, no, but he did write his own accounts.
Yeah. How can he write an account for a thing that he wasn't even there for?
Yeah, I have to look into that more.
Yeah, like, do you know, like, where in the scripture
the thing
Paul
is
wrote,
like the people that said that they saw Jesus saw him like more than a month after resurrection. So he came and he was supposed to be alive for that time period well after he arisen, and people saw that and they knew that he died on the cross. So it wasn't just that they were there for the death, but they supposedly saw him after that, 4 months before he was transfigured.
Yeah, I have to look into like Paul's involvement with Jesus' death, and probably go from there. But like, I don't think he was like I don't think Paul was like raising the machete and like, or like raising the hammers and doing it himself. I'm not sure if he was like that involved.
But you could say but he's right. You could say that he hated Jesus in a way, though.
Yeah.
I have a question though.
Wait, what? Wait. I have to, go ahead and ask your question. I have to look that up. Like, how involved was Paul? Because I swear, like, when I make the argument that he was like psychologically affected by it, it's because I'm thinking that like he's like taking part in the process, and like he's actually maybe gruesomely describing how this stuff is happening.
Is it not possible though for like it just to be a religious hallucination? Is it not logically possible under that modality of framework to be like a religious hallucination? Could it be?
About somebody you never saw before?
Could it just be like a religious hallucination of like someone rising?
When people all over the world were experiencing the same thing? A hallucination is just about like the one person, what they're seeing. That goes beyond like hallucination. That goes outside of. It's really hard to have a worldwide hallucination.
But can it still?
But that's not abnormal, right? Like we see like religious deliriousness like all the time from different religions and stuff. It can be like some kind of naturalistic explanation for why.
Well, you can get together with a bunch of people and take drugs and have similar experiences because you're taking the same drug, but it's not the same thing.
Wait, could the water have been poisoned by the devil so they thought like Jesus like rose? Could that be possible?
If they were all in the same place, but they're not all in the same place because many people had encounters and experiences that were in different locations.
Is that not possible to happen in multiple different places for hallucinations?
Yo, Bye Blood, come up here and hang out with me. Damn, like we had 30 people.
Also, because this is supposed to be like supernatural things. So you can't argue logically all the time. Love is not logical. Love is not reasonable. And you have to open your mind that it goes beyond logic. It goes beyond reasoning by human standards. There's more.
Love is logical and reasonable.
Like, now you're just...
Yes, but it goes beyond that because it's not just a natural thing. It's a supernatural thing. It's a physical thing and a non-physical thing.
But that's
that you're talking about.
So basically, you're telling us like, don't think it's beyond our understanding. This stuff is not going to be logical. So like, we shouldn't have conversations about it. So like, why should I believe something that's illogical?
No, there is human logics there, but it goes beyond that. So you have to have an open mind to understand that beyond our understanding, there's more out there.
Yeah, but like, okay, so you're saying like there's some human logic that's like applied to it, and then there's certain things that we're just not gonna be able to understand. So I need to be like open-minded.
Right, we're not going to be able to understand everything. It does go beyond. We have limitations in our flesh, but like, this is dealing with subjects that go beyond human flesh and human.
Yeah, but like, why should I believe something that like I don't understand?
We don't understand a lot in science still today, but we can believe.
So like why should I believe?
I mean, we don't see oxygen, but we know that
yes, we do. Breathe, we see oxygen.
I mean, you can feel oxygen.
Well, yeah,
No,
but
Coco,
there's
you
a
can
lot of
actually
things
see
that
it.
we don't see, but we can actually know that it exists. So just because we don't see something
Wait,
does
because
not
it
mean it
reacts
doesn't
with
exist.
reality, right?
Yes, but even things
But can you
that
give me an example of
there's
how
a lot of
like,
other things that we can't see just because we haven't
but
had the
they react
technology
with
yet
reality,
doesn't
right?
mean that it's not real. I
But they
mean,
react with reality, right?
before it came to the point where we were able to see oxygen or see germs, like before that,
We didn't
we
believe
didn't
in that.
have the
We thought it was a
understanding.
made up thing.
We thought it was a made up thing. So just because we don't have that right now doesn't mean that it does not exist. Or just because you believe something or don't believe something doesn't mean that it's not true.
When was
It either is or it is not. It doesn't matter
I
about
disagree.
your belief.
Wait, Haru, do you want to be my researcher today? Do you want to just like pull up a laptop and like open up some things because I can't really get access to my laptop?
Coco is forcing me to do work, and I still haven't edited the video I was supposed to post 2 weeks ago. They're going to get mad at me. They're already mad at me.
Good morning, Baba Blood. What's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
I'm doing alright.
My wife is in Albany, and I'm just sitting in a parking lot.
Oh.
Really quick, I will say, so hallucinations, those are entirely based off of everything we know about them. They're private experiences. You can't have an internal subjective experience then have like some sort of external value because there's nothing external happening. That's the point of a hallucination, is that
Jesus 3 times before he was unalived. And then these guys feed details or information to like the other like apostles or followers or prophets, which would then, you know, influence them to have like morning visions. I forgot the word for it, but bereavement visions, right? And so like this could lead to a bunch of them having maybe similar visions or maybe similar like dreams, hallucinations, visions, or whatever, because like they're influenced by external sources, right? Which is going to be like Peter and Paul, who are both feeling guilty. Like, what would you think about that?
Yeah, so if you're going to say that, okay, Paul had an experience or a seeming experience,
yeah,
and Peter had an experience, and then the argument is just like they convinced everyone else.
Yeah, and I mean, like they were like heavy leaders in the community. Well, I guess Paul became a leader. He wasn't before, but he became a leader upon like speaking with them. But then Peter definitely was a leader, right? And so like he's feeling guilty about denying Jesus, and then he feeds information to other people, which would influence them to then proceed to have their own visions.
These were educated
Yeah,
people.
so
There were doctors, there were tax collectors. I mean, it was a whole bunch of different groups of people.
Yeah, but morning can like
not just that. So, I mean, just the clearest example against this, Coco, is that we have positive evidence against that.
Oh, what would that be?
That? Yeah, so the positive evidence is just going to be represented by the accounts in which we say. So, like when you have 1 Corinthians 15, and Paul specifically and explicitly mentions that Jesus didn't just appear to him, didn't just appear to Peter, but also appeared to James, and also appeared to. Now, I'm not using the 500 as like an evidential point, but this is referencing, at the very minimum, that there were more people that experienced specifically encountering Jesus, and the apostles experienced encountering Jesus. So there's a separation in those.
Wasn't Paul writing for James?
No.
Wait, James wrote for himself. James was a cousin or brother to Jesus?
that that like hallucination theory, in which it establishes that like there's something like a group hallucination or something like that. That's just it's we have zero evidence for shared subjective experiences regarding.
That's a theory.
And also like admittedly, like this group hallucination would be like the 500 at the same time. So like even if like Paul and like Peter maybe fed people information, well Peter at most fed people information, then all 500 of them had hallucinations.
And we can't forget the empty.
Hey, I wasn't able to get the body. He just lies and says that Jesus' body is in the tomb, and therefore, boom.
This is a really dumb argument.
But my blood, be so for real. Stop my blood. Be so for real. Like it could happen, bro. Like
No. So there's a difference between what's possible and what's probable. Now,
also those group tombs that people were using were for certain either families or religions, which they wouldn't just put Jesus' body in there.
Wait, hold on. Religions like Jesus who said he was
because
God?
there were the Jews. There were there were Jews.
you're going to have explanatory scope, which is going to be the amount of details, right, explaining the hypothesis. And then you have explanatory power, which is going to say how well those details explain the hypothesis, right?
Can you rephrase the question, though? Because people get proof confused with evidence. Proof is more absolute. Evidence means something different.
No. The question I asked him is, what's your evidence?
Yeah, I don't really have okay. Yeah. So it could be the case that he was just put in a group tomb, and it would have explanatory power, but I just
right? So you have a hypothesis that only So you have a hypothesis that only explains one argument within the resurrection, and it's the empty tomb.
Yeah.
That's it. It doesn't explain the rest of the data. It doesn't explain like the reaction of the apostles. It doesn't explain the early rise of Christianity. It doesn't
I mean, people don't die for lies.
Yeah, I know, but I've already like, you're good. My bad, but like, yeah, I hear that all the time. But yeah, people don't die for something that they think is a lie, but people can be deceived and unalive for something that they think to be the truth, but you know they were just deceived, right? People unalive for a bunch of cults. I can name like 10 cults. If I look at my notes, 2 off the top of the head.
Huh? Name
Right, but these were people that were accounted witnesses.
Well, yeah. So like when it comes to like Heaven's Gate, like they really believed in like what those preachers were preaching, and they ended up unaliving themselves, and it was a mass like shmua shmide event. Then when it comes to Jonestown.
Most of them were tortured, but you're not sure. You're not going to die for something that's possibly not true. Like if you believe in something, but you don't know for sure, you're not going to die for that.
Yeah. Like I'm willing to grant you that they believed it.
There are situations. Sorry, go ahead.
Like oh sorry, my attention. But like I'm willing to grant you that they believed that it was true. And they just like unalive for something that they believed to be true that was like a lie. But like what was the critique?
Yeah, no, the critique is specifically Yeah, the critique isn't about just believing it to be true, because you have to ask why they believed it to be true. And when we actually look at their accounts, they're saying, hey, we believe it to be true because we actually saw Jesus. Like, we sat with him, we talked with him, we ate with him. Like, these are the claims that are being made. And so by their own admission, it's not just like it's not just believing something to be true. It's something they would have active positive evidence against.
Okay. So that's something I do want to get into you with. That's something like a naturalistic explanation couldn't explain. You're saying that they spent like 30 or 40 days with Jesus after the resurrection, just like shaking hands with him, eating with him. So like, where are those accounts? Who's writing about it?
Yeah, that's written in Acts, but it's also written in parts in the Gospels.
And I think
so the same author who wrote the book of, the same author who wrote the book of Luke is the same author who wrote the book of Acts, right? And for every based off of like the five senses, so you're gonna have points where Jesus was touched physically, and that's in the earliest gospel, by the way, right? So people want to say that hey, in the book of John, right, this is when Jesus is being touched because like it is a challenge against Docetism, which I think that's perfectly fine. You can have like theological motivation to state something that's true in history. But we see other instances prior to that to where Jesus is physically touched. So that satisfies touch. He's physically seen, he's physically heard. Now you don't have like smelled. That's not.
Wait. Why does maybe PRK? You could also answer this too. Why does Sir argue for a spiritual resurrection when Acts is talking about people touching Jesus after the crucifixion?
Yeah,
because he's referencing Paul.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait. Oh, I thought he's referencing like spiritual resurrection in general. Like Jesus didn't resurrect physically; that it was just a spiritual manifestation, like all across the board.
Well, he says that because in Paul's letters, he doesn't tell us whether or not it was a spiritual thing or it was a physical thing, right? John has reasons, and I have reasons to think that Paul is talking about a bodily resurrection. But it's not all too clear that he's talking about a bodily resurrection in his letters. I can admit that, right? He's talking about how Jesus appeared to him in a more, not a bodily way necessarily, and he is saying that his experience, Sir thinks that he's saying that his experience is similar to the disciples' experiences. So that's why.
I wanna get Sir's take on on Acts, talking about them spending days with Jesus.
He thinks it's just a development. He thinks it started off something like a ghost story where, they saw Jesus in spirit form, and then as time progressed, then they made it seem like Jesus was raised bodily.
That is true. That could be the case, though. Because, when is Acts dated after Jesus' death?
It has a wide range of dating. It could be dated as early as 60 AD all the way up to 120 AD.
So I mean, given that that's a couple of years. So people could have saw him spiritually, or I don't really care for the vision thing, but people could have saw him via dreams, or via probably dreams, and then it over the years became a physical thing, and then they're writing about it years later.
Yeah, you can take that approach, but I would actually want John to chime in here. John, you have verses you can point to, and I have verses I can point to as well, but John is more experienced at arguing this point, that Paul is talking about a bodily resurrection.
Well, yeah. But well, okay, wait, John. So answer that. Wait, so given that Acts is dated, right? It could be the case that these people had dreams, and then like they were influenced, like Peter, like I was saying, and then like it started off as dreams, but given that Acts is dated like years later after Jesus' death, it then becomes like bodily experiences that these people are writing about, and that's just due to years of like oral tradition, and then they finally write stuff down, and things have just like taken a turn away from like what actually happened.
John, you there?
What would be like a natural explanation for that?
I mean, Jesus ate with his disciples, let him touch them and walk with them, right? Because dreams versus actual like appearance. Dreams happen while asleep and are variable by others.
Yeah, but like those accounts of Jesus eating with his disciples are written in Acts, and if Acts is dated like 60 AD and Jesus like unalived in like what, like 33 AD, or right? Or wait, what am I talking about? But
yeah, you're right.
Oh, am I right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like AD is ad Domini.
Yes. Year for Lord.
Yeah. So like, if that's the case, then there's a couple years before Acts is written. Stuff is being spread through oral tradition. So it could be the case that people took like what was probably like dreams, or I don't really go with hallucination theory because like I just don't really think that works. But people could have taken dreams and then like over the years, like exaggerated it to physical appearances and then wrote that Jesus appeared physically to them.
Yeah, I just want to say that most historians agree Jesus' death and burial was around 32.
Well, that's not in question. Yeah, like that. Co agrees with that. But what I would say is that I don't think a dream would be enough to generate a belief that someone has risen from the dead. That's kind of my view on it. That's subjective, right? Like anybody can disagree with that, but I personally don't think that's what happened. Yeah.
Isn't everything subjective unless you have hard evidence to prove otherwise?
And then
I just told you it's an intuition that I don't think that a dream in itself would convince these people that Jesus has risen from the dead. I just don't think that's true.
Right, and I'm saying, isn't every claim that's not been proven also subjective?
Yeah, it's kind of like your personal preference. Yeah, but also like didn't PRK, you brought something to me. Didn't you say that Jews would typically expect dreams to be like somebody's in heaven or the afterlife and not like a physical appearances?
Or in Sheol, yeah.
Yeah, so that's also
according to N.T. Wright, and I think he's right about that because when you look into the Old Testament, there are dozens of verses talking about Sheol. There are even very few verses that talk about visions of dead people and how they are in Sheol, or by this time they would have believed in heaven in Abraham's bosom. Like why in the world wouldn't they just say that these people are in Sheol or in Abraham's bosom? Why would they say that this person is resurrected and is walking among them or something like that? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, because the resurrection wasn't coming from the Jewish ideology. That was the problem. It was a retranslation by early Christian fathers who were basically giving a new translation to the text from taking it away from a Jewish perspective. That's why. You also stated earlier, Khan, that the Acts would have been written somewhere in 60, but actually it's somewhere between 80 and 90.
Oh, so it's even further. So that makes
and actually there is even some evidence that it could have been written even later, but scholarly consensus at this point is somewhere between 80 and 90.
And I gave it a range. I said at the earliest it could be written around the 60s. At the latest, it's around the 120s.
The early aspect of the translation is not very well widely held. It was at one point, but with new hermeneutics and placing historical context in the writing style, we pretty much have gotten it away from the 60 time frame.
Monatic, do you think that these people were having dreams?
I think it's also spiritual encounters, because that's what some of the word talks about. Like, they believed in dreams, but they also believed that some of the things that they were experiencing were spiritual encounters.
Well, I was just asking Monatic, do you think that they were having dreams or visions?
No. Do I think that they might have believed that they were? Maybe, but do I believe that they were? No.
So what do you think's happening?
In Acts specifically?
No, in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, when Paul says Jesus has appeared to these people, what do you think that these people told Paul?
Yeah,
I don't think it matters.
I think what happens is, and I'm going to be honest with you. Let me kind of use an example here of what happened with Paul, for example. Okay, and what ends up happening is every time a new experience with Paul is happening, because he had three visionary experiences where he claimed to be to see Jesus or or have an interaction with Jesus, right?
Mhm.
Every time a new interaction happened, what was he doing in the second interaction and the third interaction? He was addressing criticisms by people after the first interaction. He would address the criticism in the second. And then when the criticisms came about the second, he would address that in the third. So the problem is that each time we look at the way people are having these visions, strangely enough, they're addressing criticisms that they had about their previous interactions, which shows that it's likely that they weren't having the visions at all. They were just looking to bolster an ideology that was being criticized.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look into specifically what you're talking about. What I do understand is that, you're saying that he's trying to bolster it. So what explains his initial conversion?
But I will say this though, right?
What explains Paul's initial conversion?
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, I'm back.
Honestly, I don't. I think that I have a lot of issues with Paul and the legitimacy of his conversion. To be honest with you.
Okay,
Well,
wait, really quick.
I mean, I don't think. Sure. Well, I don't think many experts would like. I know you are a historian, but I know that many experts.
No. And I'm not saying that
I'm
I'm making him out to be a teetotal liar. For example, I'm not saying that he himself doesn't believe in his own conversion. But how many people end up buying into things that they may at the beginning have doubts about, and then as they continue to believe on a day-to-day basis, they end up buying what they sold themselves. Right?
So really quick, can I address the notion that Paul thought like the bodily resurrection, that the resurrection was just like spiritual rather than bodily?
Yeah, that's what we were initially talking about.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Paul does something very explicit in the text. He compares the resurrection to that of the resurrection of those who are of the faith. Okay? Now, the way the Greek is utilized here is it is actually talking about like standing on one's own feet. So when he says things like the dead in Christ shall rise first, right? The Greek actually gives notation that it's not talking about spiritual resurrection, but it's more so notating physical resurrection. Now, this is talking about specifically the Christians, right? Now, when he uses those words, and then he compares it just as Christ has been raised, this is going to be the strongest evidence we have that he's talking about a physical resurrection, a bodily resurrection, because
he could be touched, like it literally says that.
Wait, hold up. Let John finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the clearest indication that we're going to have to where Paul is not talking about something spiritual that happened, because he's referencing like coming up out of the grave.
Yeah, we'll be raised just like how Jesus was raised.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to be raised bodily, right? That's what Jews would believe, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Jews would have held to the notation. It's not like it's just like we're going to have some sort of spiritual body. That's never been That's never been the position.
Right.
It'll be it'll be like a glorified body, but it's not like a spirit or some ethereal essence or something.
Okay, so the reason that you're saying that it's probably like a bodily resurrection is because like the Greek and the way that it's used in the literature would suggest that like it's a bodily resurrection because it's saying like Jesus rose on his feet.
No,
So specifically what he does is Paul says, hey, there's going to be this thing, because Paul has a very, very clear belief. His belief is that the world is about to end. Paul is convinced that Jesus is coming back in his life.
Yeah.
Okay? This is why he specifically says, hey, you probably shouldn't even get married. It's better for a man not to marry. And then he says, but you know, if you're burning with passion, I guess get married. And there's all sorts of statements like these across Paul's letters. So Paul is convinced Jesus is coming back in his lifetime, right? The same thing that the disciples probably would have been convinced by. They believe Jesus is coming back in their lifetime. Now, the reason that's meaningful is because Paul goes into depth to talk about what it's going to be like of the resurrection of the dead, right? He goes into using Jewish theology and talking about what it's going to be like when Jesus returns. And he makes statements like the dead in Christ shall rise first. The words that are utilized in those passages, they notate something physical happening to the bodies of the Christians that are dead in Christ, right? But then the next thing that he does is he immediately compares it to Jesus's resurrection. So we have no good reason, in my opinion, we have no good reason to believe that he's talking about a bodily resurrection as it pertains to the saints and talking about a spiritual resurrection as it pertains to Jesus.
What if Paul never actually met Jesus? What if he met Satan?
What do you mean?
All right, so check this out.
Like, I mean, it's also possible that, you know, Paul was riding a unicorn. Or
all right, so the premise for the scripture.
Hold on, though. You have to understand how the first century people saw Hasatan.
There's a number of things that are possible, that are logically possible. But what we want to ask is what's more probable.
You have to understand.
Because it seems like I wanted to answer your question. So you said, how do we know he didn't meet Satan? Because I think Satan would be really dumb to convert someone who is already persecuting, imprisoning, and potentially even helping unalive Christians. A good example of that is when Paul held the coats for Stephen. And then he's bringing more people to faith. He's bringing more people to Christ than almost any other of the apostles or disciples.
You're proving my point right now.
Except like Peter.
I'm going to let you keep taking the rope because you're proving my point.
But why would it prove? Okay.
All right, so I'm going to read it to you, and I would ask that you do not interrupt me.
Well, let me just ask. Well, you
again,
asked me
I will read.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Do not interrupt.
You asked me a question.
But
you want me to answer the question, or did you want a monologue? Wait, you asked me a question. Did you want me to answer the question, or did you want a monologue?
Well, you asked me a clarifying question, and then immediately steamrolled me when I tried to answer. So I'm going to read something to you, but I would ask that you refrain from interrupting.
No, I'll refrain, but I just answered your question. So go ahead.
So I said to ChatGPT, can you make a case for if the Bible was true and Satan is a shapeshifter, that he could actually have disguised himself as Jesus to fool everyone? ChatGPT says, that's a thought-provoking hypothetical, and you're right to explore it logically rather than just taking traditional assumptions at face value. Number one, the premise for Scripture. The Bible itself says Satan can disguise himself. 2 Corinthians 11:14. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. This means, biblically speaking, the ability to appear holy, divine, or benevolent is within Satan's described powers. So, on a surface level, yes, Scripture itself allows the theoretical possibility of deception through appearance of charisma. Number 2, the logic of the scenario. If we grant the following premise: number 1, the Bible is true. Number 2, Satan is a shapeshifter capable of appearing divine. And number 3, humans are fallible and can be deceived, which the Bible affirms. The following that Satan could theoretically impersonate a Messiah figure, possibly even Jesus, and mislead vast numbers of people, which, as I said, you were adding fuel to my fire when you say, oh, Paul convinced everyone to join the religion. Again, that would just add fuel to the fire, because he's literally channeling everyone's souls to Satan directly to hell by getting them to worship in his name. Matthew 24:24. For false messiahs and prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. 2 Thessalonians 2:9 and 10. The coming of the lawless one will be in accordance with how Satan works. He will use all sorts of displays of power through signs and wonders that serve the lie. That's almost a blueprint for the scenario you described. A supernatural deceiver performing miracles and convincing the world of his divinity.
But that's a prophetic word.
Okay, wait. So this is addressed at me. First off, I just want it to be noted by the audience.
Yeah,
and
just
by
so
those
you know,
who are
we're
listening.
only on.
Wait a second. Wait, I let you finish. I let you finish.
Part 2. And again, I asked that you know.
I let you finish.
We're only on part 2, and we have to go through
Nobody
5.
wants to listen to
I let you finish. So, yeah. So I just
you
wanna,
didn't let me finish. As I said, we're on part 2 of
brother.
5.
I'm not going to let you.
So you are
monologue.
interrupting,
So
just as you said you would not.
Wait a second. No. That is plenty. You have said plenty.
Again,
now,
we're on part 2
let
of 5.
it just be let it just be realized by the audience that you couldn't present an argument on your own against my position, so you had to use AI.
I see.
Right?
So here comes the ad
Wait a second.
hominem
I'm not
attack to
done.
try and
I'm not done. No. I'm going to answer. Listen. I'm going to debate ChatGPT rather than you, because you couldn't actually present an argument. Okay. So let me debate your ChatGPT, since you don't have the faculties. So to ChatGPT, you can type this in as my response. Okay, ChatGPT, what is
I see the host
Satan misleading them to?
That's a form of fascist censorship.
No, because like
This guy's a joke.
So you allowed him to interrupt me and steamroll, and then you just
steamroll. You just you monologued for 4 minutes.
Proverbs 28:1, the wicked flee, is happening right here in front of us as you all run from logic.
You monologued for 4 minutes.
Wait, guys.
As I said, we were on part 2 of 5. You said you wouldn't interrupt. I guess you can't sit there for 4 minutes.
Okay, so go ahead. So how about you just do this for me? How about you just concede that you couldn't come up with an argument on your own?
John, hold on. So
You agree?
So, Juggernaut, you were talking and then like you paused for like a long period of time. So
imagine not being able to sit for 4 minutes without interrupting.
Wait,
Must have been killing you.
Wait, am I not talking? Can you guys hear my audio? Hold on. So like.
Yeah, I was actually talking and I got interrupted. So if I get steamrolled, then everybody else gets steamrolled too. That's only fair.
Yeah. Wait.
You paused.
Wait, hold on. I'm explaining.
No, as I said, we were on part 2 of 5, and then you interrupted, and then you continued to steamroll.
I don't want to mute you, but I am the host trying to say something. Okay?
Yeah, you all are trying to run from logic. Proverbs 28:1, the wicked flee.
Okay, yeah, you can get the fuck up off my panel, bro. What the fuck?
I can't
I'm
believe
the host. I'm trying to say something. But
when he paused, I interjected, right?
Yeah.
Now let's actually answer this. Let's actually answer ChatGPT, since he didn't have the faculties.
Wait, hold on. Before you continue,
go ahead. Go ahead.
There was just like some confusion, right? Like he was talking, Juggernaut. If you're still here, you paused for a long period of time. So even I thought that you were finished. Then John hopped in, and then you continued to say like, "Oh, but this is only part 3 out of whatever." Yeah, like we were just confused, and if you would have just like been patient enough to like let us clarify the confusion, that would have been awesome. But you're not going to come up here and interrupt the host of the show. Like that's weird. That's goofy, bro. Like you can go host your own live and debate with yourself. Like, and to be honest, you didn't answer to what he was saying anyway. You just brought up ChatGPT, and everyone here knows that ChatGPT is a bad source. We're laughing as you read the thing from ChatGPT. But go ahead, Blood.
Yeah, so I'm gonna I'm going to go ahead and debate the ChatGPT argument here, right? So first off, if you're going to, so ChatGPT, remember, it granted the premise that the Bible's true, right? Now, if it's granting the premise that the Bible's true, that's not only going to be applicable toward whether or not Satan can shapeshift. That's also going to be applicable toward God's desires for humanity to be reunited with him in eternal life in heaven, right? Now, it's also granting how we get eternal life in heaven. It's going to be through Jesus' death and through his resurrection. And so what you're saying is it's a clear-cut contradiction. That Satan desired to show up to Paul, shapeshift into Jesus to deceive him that Jesus rose from the dead. And then Paul goes around and convinces everyone that Jesus rose from the dead, preaches the gospel, and more people, what happens? They are saved under the conditions that they go to heaven, not to hell. So this would be the dumbest thing that Satan could ever do. Because if Satan's desire is for people to not go to heaven with God, then the way to do that is not to convince people Jesus rose from the dead, considering that is the way people go to heaven with God. It's dumb.
Yeah. It be what it be.
Don't believers, don't we have discernment? Wouldn't we be able to discern who the liar is?
Yeah. And I was about to say, Satan deceiving like that many people would be incredibly complicated and very unlikely.
But it wouldn't even be a successful deception because a deception is supposed to take you away from the truth. If Satan pretended to be Jesus, he's leading people to the truth. Because again, one of the premises ChatGPT gave is that it's going to go ahead. It has to be the case that if we're going to say Satan is a shapeshifter, then the Bible is true, right? And if you're granting that the Bible is true, then you can't just take one little part of it and say that that's true. You have to grant that, okay, when we're talking about like salvation, then it's going to be the case that if Satan is trying to deceive people, under what notion is this a deception? Because it's just leading more people to God. That would be the dumbest thing Satan could ever do.
Yeah. And literally, like, that guy was in the comments, like, owned. Like, bro, get your dumb ass away from my fucking live, bro. Like, owned. What does that mean? Like, make it make sense. Like, dude, like, I'm not even, like, I don't believe in God. Like, I'm kind of, like, almost even anti-God. And, like, still, I can, like, be intellectually honest and say that, no, bringing up ChatGPT to do the work for you is just fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, but okay, I guess there was something I was gonna say. John, I was wondering what your response would be to this, but like, let's say that Axe is talking about like a physical resurrection, and then one would just like ask like when was Axe like dated to? And
no, even Paul, John was saying even Paul
Acts
is
written
talking
the
about
same time as Luke. Or, well, it's not the same time. It's written by the same author as Luke. And it's actually, both Luke and Acts are a letter to more than likely a Roman official known as Theophilus.
Okay.
So both books, both Luke and Acts, start off with addressing a single person, right? And that person is going to be this most excellent Theophilus. Now, the reason we say that it's most likely a Roman official is going to be because he uses the term most excellent. Now, most excellent is something that is going to be like a status. It's you're not just going to say that to your friend down the road, and you're not going to say that to someone in the church, because no church bishops were ever referred to as excellency until like medieval Europe. And so it's going to be the case that more than likely he's talking to a very high-ranking like Roman official. Now, going from that, Luke is written probably somewhere between 85 and 95. And that's going to be contemporary area, so that's going to be somewhere around like 45 years after the events of the crucifixion and resurrection.
And Luke actually follows the same like methodology as we would see in Herodotus. So ancient historians, Luke is choosing to write in a style that matches with the historian Herodotus.
And not only that, John also made a case that Paul is talking about a bodily resurrection as well, right? So it's not just Acts, it's not just Luke, it's every source, right, that's indicating that Jesus raised bodily, including the earliest sources and the latest sources.
Wait, don't you think that let's say that someone's still trying to argue like naturalism in regards to this, right? Couldn't someone say that like, okay, so yeah, Peter and Paul are having like dreams or whatever, and they're like feeling guilty. Then they say stuff to other people, and it influences them. And then like these things are dated like a couple years after, right? Couldn't like simple dreams transform into physical appearances, and then explaining them like eating and talking with Jesus for 43 days and physically touching him?
No, because it's not going to be the case. Like, these people were not convinced, and then they go from not being convinced to convinced. And we know that they knew what like spirits were. So like there's multiple examples in the Gospels where you're going to see that like there are, so you remember the walking on water story, Coco?
Yeah.
So the people, whether you want to believe the walking on water or not is irrelevant. The people of the time and the people of the day had a notion of spirits. They had a notion of evil spirits and whatnot. Because when Jesus is walking on the water, the author references that the disciples began to cry out amongst each other, a spirit, and they were actually like super duper afraid, right? Now, the reason a spirit or a dream is not going to be convincing is because, one, they knew what spirits were, and they know that spirits, like, they could have believed that Jesus could be a spirit. Like, there were different views of Jewish eschatology. They could have believed that Jewish, like, after you die, you can, like, have some sort of ethereal existence. You can be a spirit. And so that's not going to be convincing for anyone. So the fact that we can say, okay, they recognized in the culture what spirits were, or they, like, obviously they understood people had dreams and they weren't convinced by those dreams. Just a bodily resurrection, it fits the data better.
Oh, okay, so people knew what spirits were. They're not going to write about they're not going to say a bodily resurrection when they're having something that they would perceive to be spiritual. You don't think that years of like nothing being written down and like oral tradition could like manifest into like, well, I guess.
Well, so within one, like 1 to 3 to at most, and this is like a late dating. 1 Corinthians 15 is the creed that's being passed around as an oral tradition and then eventually written down as 1 Corinthians 15. Now that oral tradition is going to be where Paul writes that Jesus appeared to him, appeared to Peter, appeared to James, appeared to the 12, and appeared to the 500. Yeah, right?
And Corinthians.
That's a tradition that is very, very, very early on. That is an oral tradition that's being passed down. Yeah. Now, what people want to say is they want to say that the word appeared there. Well, it could be like they think it's a spiritual appearance, right?
Correct, yep.
Yeah. That's where the spiritual argument comes from, is because you can use the Greek there in appeared to mean physical, or you can use it to mean spiritual.
Yep.
And so it has a dual meaning there. But that's why I said the case that I presented, where Paul directly is stating that the dead in Christ are going to rise first, that the Greek there is explicit about more.
You got cut off.
More so a bodily resurrection rather than a spiritual resurrection, and then he directly correlates it with Jesus' resurrection.
Interesting. All right, what do you? I guess when Mariah comes back, I'll let her speak. haven't really let her speak. But yeah, I have to look into like I know the Corinthians Creed is dated pretty early. PRK was telling me something about Bart Ehrman agreeing that it was within like a couple of months.
No, that's James Dunn.
Oh, James. Oh, that's
Bart Ehrman thinks it's probably a few years. Yeah.
Oh darn! I said like Bart Ehrman earlier, so like I'm heading
No, you're
in
fine.
the right direction.
James Dunn does date it within months.
James, it was two people. You gave me James Dunn and
Richard Carrier also dates it very, very early. Yeah.
There we go. James Dunn and Richard Carrier. It's in my notes. I should probably have my notes open while I'm playing video games and discussing this. But, yuppers.
Yeah. So I mean,
I have to look into all those things.
I think that me and John are in agreement. Where you're not in agreement, Code, that dreams would be enough to convince these people that someone has risen. Right. This is exactly what I was telling you earlier. Right.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah. This is exactly. So John is hitting it on the money.
Dreams will really not make sense.
Yeah, well, either it's not enough, or they consider it to be like something else. Like they knew what spirits were and stuff.
Yeah, they would consider it to be something else, like Jesus being in the underworld or in heaven, or they dreams in themselves, won't be enough to convince anybody of a bodily resurrection. Sure. So
yeah, I think that maps out.
That's like saying 500 people dreamed about Jesus. That doesn't make sense to me.
I have to.
Well, to apply that to today, like how would you agree if someone said that they had this dream and a bunch of people believe that that dream was to some kind of truth? Well, that doesn't prove anything that it was a bodily resurrection.
But that's only one part of it, though. We will need multiple. The Bible doesn't only show one part; it shows multiple, which kind of strongly support the evidence. It wasn't just one thing; it was multiple. Like we have multiple evidences of it.
Yeah. And the accounts of the people, they were pretty expansive.
Well, okay, wait, Bobby, let me ask you this. Well, this is like completely off topic, but so you believe in Christianity, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, like you're a whole preacher, yeah. Does it throw you off that like, I mean, do you talk to like rabbis or like Jews every now and then? Well, like rabbis, not Jews, but like rabbis specifically.
Are you asking me, Coco?
Yeah. Do you talk to rabbis?
I mean, I've talked to rabbis for sure.
Does it throw you?
Not many. I mean, you don't see rabbis all over TikTok. There's a couple, but I wouldn't say I talk to them all the time.
There's a couple that I know, but like, does your Christianity ever get thrown off that people who believe in Judaism or like rabbis have like a completely different understanding of the Bible? Like they say like a lot of events are not like literal, and Jesus was just like another like rabbi or Jew that was saying his theories unlike the Old Testament, and he wasn't like rising from the dead.
Here's the great thing about Judaism, and it's also a bad thing. Same with Christianity. There's some good to it, there's some bad to it. So, like, we have different denominations in Christianity, right? Well, Judaism has the exact same thing. Jews love to debate, and there is agreement on some things, and then on other things, there is little to no agreement, right? So, depending on the topic, like obviously people don't believe Jesus is the Messiah, but I could have a conversation with a Jew that still believes Jesus resurrected, right?
Wait, have you met one before? Well, like you probably have, but like.
Oh, I mean, there's Messianic Jews that do believe he's the Messiah, but I've talked to. It wasn't a rabbi, but it was an educated Jewish person, and I was able to. The conversation ended with them saying, "Yeah, a resurrection makes sense on how you've described it," and so the reason that is because Jews believe in resurrection. Like, they're not going to say that makes Jesus the Messiah, and they're not going to say that makes him God, but they're going to say, "Yeah, I could get behind that God rose Jesus from the dead," or something like that.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense because then they would be saying that God raised a false prophet from the dead or something. That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe they could be demonic.
What do you mean?
No. So there's arguments that they're going to present to which Jesus is going to be.
Maybe
it's like, okay, well, the Bible's not really that reliable. The Bible's not really that reliable, or it's going to be like Jesus, by saying these things, doesn't necessitate his messiahship, or a number of things like that.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Could it be the case that like Jesus rose from the dead and it wasn't God? Maybe like a demon rose Jesus from the dead, and Jesus is actually demonic. Well, I know the other guy was trying to make that argument with ChatGPT.
Here's the thing: in Christian theology, demons don't have that power.
Oh, okay. They don't
Once
have
a house divided against itself can't stand. So how could a demon cast out a demon?
I mean, acting.
And Cole, I mean, you don't believe in demons and Satan, do you?
I mean, no, I don't believe in demons or God.
But you don't believe in Satan and stuff, right? So that should be not even an issue for you.
Yeah, it's not really an issue.
But just because you don't or do believe in something doesn't mean that it is true or not. I mean, it is or it isn't.
Just you believe in demons, right?
No.
You know that.
No.
Sometimes that confuses me. Like, why? You believe in heaven, right?
Yeah.
You believe in angels?
Perhaps there may be some different realm of reality that God created for angels. I don't know. That's sheer speculation.
So, in your view, only supernatural being that you really believe in is God. You don't really believe in any other supernatural being.
Correct.
I mean, God is the most well-known evidence we have. Like, I mean, I've been to Buddhist, other religions, and to me,
I'm not talking about like some other faith. I'm talking about like even within Christianity, that you would say that like the Bible talks about like giants and like Nephilims and angels and demons, talking snakes. But you only hear you're like, nah, God.
Yeah.
God.
Well, as a Christian,
like,
and as a Christian, as a seer, I've experienced and I've encountered that. So that's for me experiential knowledge.
Wait, but also like, how could somebody believe in Judaism, and grant that Jesus rose from the dead, and not believe in him?
Because they can say that, there are false prophets, and even false prophets, God can even raise a false prophet. Some of them will say God can even raise a false prophet from the dead.
Oh, so God's just like, but God's not the God of confusion. So
yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, even the devils in the Bible said that they believe in Jesus. They know who he was, but they didn't follow him as a God.
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's confusing to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make any. I'm telling you, bro. The most straightforward thing is what we have in the Bible. Like, there's no nonsense. Paul tells it straight up. Straight up.
Well, is the reason that you don't believe in like Lucifer, Satan, or any other like demon? Is the reason because just because Jesus walked the earth as man and God, something like that.
Is that why I don't believe in Satan?
Like some other, like you don't like really think about like demons and other supernatural beings. Like you don't allow for their.
But if you believe
it's not
in God,
something I care about.
believe in Satan, because you have to have an equal but opposite force. There has to be balance. Even in nature, there's balance. So you have to have an opposing force. So if God exists, then there has to be evil.
Well,
evil is necessary.
Well, that's not necessarily entailed. Like, according to the Christian paradigm, God exists and he created Satan, and Satan made his choice. But it could be the case that
God
Actually,
exists.
Bro,
And
do
he
you,
never
do you
created
think
Satan.
do you think God actually Bro, do you think God created Satan? Do you even think that?
No.
God created Lucifer, which became
Wait,
Satan.
there's something
But
interesting
evil
going
has to
on here.
exist because God said that he is love, right?
Wait,
So if God is love and love requires relationship, love requires choice, then we have to have something that opposes love. We can't make a rightful choice if love and love is the only option.
wait, Coco,
So
do you see
evil
what I'm
has to
seeing here?
exist.
Coco, are you seeing what I'm seeing here with Pro's view?
Yeah, wait, Prook, you're denying that Satan exists, or is it Lucifer?
I always love this view. Yeah.
The Prook always had the view. It's just there's something like he always had the view, but I'm saying that he's allowing. Look, he's allowing for God to exist because he was a historical figure that walked the earth.
Yeah.
But Satan, demons, angels, everything else in the Bible, giants, because I guess they didn't walk as a man, as a historical figure.
Wait, so
They don't.
so hold on. So PRK, your whole belief in God is becoming simply what the historians have done. Basically, it's just like a historian's thing. It's built off historian discovery.
It's based on a historical event. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
that's actually it right there.
And then you're throwing out like the Bible, unless historians like verify it in some kind of way.
I mean, why would I accept that Satan is real? Do I have any reason to accept that?
Wait, who do you think tempted Jesus in the desert? I mean, it's really confusing to me to believe in God, Jesus, and angels, and not believe in the devil.
I can grant you, Code, that those people thought Satan was real, but just because the author of the Gospel of Mark thought Satan was real doesn't make Satan real.
No.
But evil has to exist, and evil.
What has Satan done that has demonstrated him being a real person?
I mean, wait, PRK, what do you mean? Wait, PRK, what do you think about the story of Job? Do you think that's a literal story?
No, it's
no, of course not.
Most Christians take that to be allegorical. They don't take that to be actual real.
Oh, then that flies out the window, yeah.
But it's again. It's like that's more of an interesting question. Why must God be a man for you to believe that?
Well, I don't think God is necessarily a man. Remember,
God came as a man because he's unrelatable as he is.
Wait,
so God came as a man to make himself relatable to human beings.
Coming down was to save us all. That was the whole purpose.
No. Peter, I asked that question wrong. Why must? How to ask it?
I don't see why we posit anything like any other entities. Like, hold on, let me.
Crazy thing.
May I touch on the topic? Does the Christian God exist?
Wait.
Not yet, but just give us a sec, and then we'll get to you. But
sure.
It's like
sorry
saying
we're just
why?
talking about the resurrection.
But it's like what I'm trying to say here. Like, I believe in this being because he was the historical figure that walked the earth. But I don't believe in this other being because there's no historian that talked about him.
Yeah.
What
are his views on? What are his views on Lucifer?
I missed something. What being don't you believe in?
I don't believe in Satan, bro.
I don't
believe Satan is a real person.
Oh, Satan.
So basically, like, I'm an agnostic. Bobby is agnostic. We don't really believe in God, but PRK does. But he only accepts the work of historians. So he believes that Jesus existed and God exists, but he denies like Satan existing.
Any other supernatural being existing besides.
There's not enough evidence to say.
So he's a Christian who believes in God but denies Satan, and he believes in angels.
Like philosophically,
or demons.
Well, so
both have to exist. Evil
one
has
thing
to
I'll say.
exist. It's necessary.
Well, one thing I'll say is, like, I would deny the premise that we don't have historical precedent for it. I think the best historical precedent we're going to have for Satan's existence is going to be in virtue of, like, Jesus being tempted in the wilderness. So there's, like, this direct individual agent that is referred to as Satan that tempts Jesus for 40 days and 40 nights, and there's 3 temptations that are referenced there. And then with the reference of those 3, and then Jesus' own words says, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Like, this is why I would say, like, you can have historical evidence for these things, but it's, I agree, harder to qualify. So, for example, let's say everyone on this panel was standing in a room with Coco, right? And then all of a sudden, like, just an angel appears. Not Satan, but let's just say an angel, okay? An angel appears and gives a message, and we're stipulating within the hypothetical that it actually happens, okay? Now, let's say Bobby decides to write about it, okay? Bobby then becomes a Christian. He goes from being agnostic or atheist, and he, turns to Christ in virtue of this anecdotal experience. And Bobby decides he's going to write about it because he wants to tell people. And then Bobby writes about it. He's sharing about the experience. He's writing it in the form of it being, like, not mythology. He's not writing it in a literary style that's mythological, but he's writing it in a literary style that's it's directly supposed to relay actual events. Well, let's say 500 years goes by, and then, just within the hypothetical, let's say, computers, AI is pretty much taken over the world. No one has computers anymore. They just have books or whatever. We go back to, like, a regress in history because technology betrays us, or whatever you want to say, right? Post-apocalyptic world, someone finds Bobby's book, and they see that Bobby is writing about this experience where we're all with an angel. Now, I would still say that qualifies as a historical account. Why? Because it's writing down an actual event. And so if it's the case with the Bible, if it's the case that the people who are writing about the events were either eyewitnesses or, directly related, that they're writing down a historical account just in virtue of the event happening.
Yeah, 100%. I can agree that it is an event, or it is historical because it's written in the past and now we're in the present. But if I was in the present, right, and I picked up Bobby's book, I wouldn't have enough evidence to say, oh, am I going to accept, this claim, or am I going to start believing in this? There's not enough evidence. But I am going to accept it as a historical because it is written in the past.
But here, really quick, let me get to some of the other guests.
I'm going to go ahead and hop down, but just wanted to ask, Bobby, did that make sense? So that is a sense in which we could say that there's, like, the presence of a metaphysical being could be recorded in history, and it could be historical, but that's, yeah.
Well, no, that's fair, but I'm saying this would be for Prook, because he said he doesn't believe in Satan.
Oh, Prook doesn't believe in
something
Satan?
a little bit there, like John was saying that, a criteria is that these historical accounts are written by people like a secondhand or firsthand source, right?
So you're only going to have 2 options. Oh, sorry, I thought this was for Bobby. Well, Prook, you're only going to have 2 options there. Option 1 is that the Gospels are unreliable when it pertains to Jesus being tempted in the wilderness, and they're unreliable when Jesus himself says, "I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven." Or Jesus is lying or mistaken or something like that.
Sure, yeah. If Jesus actually said that, that'd be a wholly different story. But if what's in question is if Jesus said it at all, right? Seems to be the case.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't see why you would, like.
Well, I just don't believe it all. I believe the whole story is chronologically a false doctrine.
Yeah,
Even
go
though
for it,
it's written
Central.
in-
Okay.
All right,
Yes,
I'll let
even
you
though
guys have
it's
fun.
written-
Peace out, Coco.
Even though
Yeah,
it's
see you,
historically written.
I'll see you, Coco. See you, John.
I mean, you can write a book 20 years, and there may be proof that you wrote the book, but is the content and the information factual? I would argue and stand on the fact that the concept of Christendom they brought out of the ancient teachings of the ancient African Kemetic people and ancient Kemet, which people called Egypt. So, first of all, the Bible is a story concocted by the Roman and Greco-Roman people of that time.
Yeah.
And
So it's just a story that these people aren't.
it's just a story they concocted.
So these people aren't real people.
Sir,
These
I didn't
people aren't
interrupt
real
you.
individuals.
No, I'm trying to tell you, you or I don't have evidence to prove these people were real individuals. What we do is have words in a
Oh no! Wait, hold on, wait. Before we continue,
I have a question for Christians. Can I ask that question?
hold on, really quick. Before we continue, yeah, like
That's okay. You gotta be a dick. You gotta get your views up. That's how you get that's how you get your views up.
So
You gotta
yeah,
be
so
a
really
dick.
quick, like that cultural thing, the Mexican culture, I think that's like fucking awesome. Yeah, like hell
It
yeah,
is.
I'm with it.
It's amazing.
Yeah. But here, let me get to Wu. He's a Christian. Or actually, boring. If you're gonna ask some questions to the Christians, you can go ahead. Actually.
Yeah, my question is just this. Do you all believe you are living under a new covenant, and why?
And then me and Bobby will probably respond, or.
And my second question, do you know that there is a prophecy of a new covenant? Because it's too, again, I hear Christians talk about a new covenant, but it's not what the book says.
Alright, so PRK, Wu, and Mariah, that's for you, and then atheists can respond to the Christians.
What do you mean by the new covenant or covenant?
So basically, like in the Old
Look,
Testament,
Mariah right there says, yeah, we're under a new covenant. Mariah, do you really believe you're under the new covenant stated in Jeremiah 31:31?
Yeah, so basically, like the Jews were following like old rules, right?
The new covenant was brought to us through Jesus. So when Jesus was
Wait, hold on, really quick before you go. Yeah, yes, Mariah, you can go, but hold on. So basically, like Old Testament is like telling tales of like the Jews following rules to set them apart from like other neighboring nations in order to be like on a righteous path with God. Jesus comes and says, I'm not here to get rid of that one, but here's a new covenant, new rules for you guys to follow. So she's asking, what do you guys think about the new covenant that Jesus is now implementing?
Let's read what the prophecy says. We can read it in Jeremiah 31:31. Again, I'm not deviating from scripture. I'm not giving my opinion. I am not doing any of that. All I'm doing is bringing to the light what the new covenant prophecy is about. Now, it is found in Jeremiah 31:31, and you will find that it says the new covenant. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them out by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was husband to them, declares the Lord. This is the covenant I will make with the people of Israel after that time, declares the Lord. I will put my law in their minds and write it in their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people. No longer will they teach their neighbor or say to one another, know the Lord, because they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their wickedness and will remember their sins no more. So what do we have here? We have a new covenant of forgiving of sins. However, there is nothing that has to do with human sacrifice. It does much less has to do with the sacrifice of the Messiah, and it has everything to do with following the law to a T, to the degree that it's going to be lasered into your brain, into your heart, basically taking away that free will that everyone likes to talk about, because you won't be able to break it at all. Again, it says, no longer will they teach their neighbor to say to one another, know the Lord. Basically, no one's going to It's not a new covenant is not to break the old law that he established as his pure love and joy to you, but you decided to break that covenant because Paul told you you can get circumcised and eat pork. That is not what it is, ma'am. The new covenant is that you will not be able to break the law, and it has nothing to do with the Messiah. Nothing.
It has everything to do with the Messiah. The new law was taking all of those laws and summing them up into one. Love
the one
God.
that Jesus says he did
Love
not
God.
come to abolish, and that it wouldn't be abolished until heaven and earth would be gone. Is that the law you're talking about? The one he said he did not come to abolish?
The new covenant
He
is
did
God's
not come to abolish the law.
It's God's promise of
He
forgiveness.
replaced the law, and the
He
new
said
law
it
is
wasn't
simply
not a
love
T,
God.
not a decibel was to be changed from the law until heaven and earth were gone. Heaven and earth are still
but
there, ma'am. They're
The
still
law
there.
was summed up into one: love God. If you love God, all
No,
of those laws are
he
fulfilled.
was very specific. He wasn't about loving God. He was about following the law. The one who
That
changed
is the
everything
law.
and
Follow
started
in the
lying.
Bible that I
You
don't
started
know.
following the
Loving
false
God is
prophet
the
Paul, and you are a Paulite. You're an apostate. You're following Paul, who is the false prophet instead of Jesus.
Oh my days.
No.
There you go.
Ma'am,
The new covenant was brought by and through Jesus, and that's the grace
It's
covenant.
not according to the book, Mariah. Not according to the book. You're wrong. According to the book, you're wrong.
It's all in a book, and there's many things that are taken out of the Bible itself that I don't even, too many stories that are taken out from the Bible.
Even the word homosexuality was not added to the book until 1946.
The concept was there though.
We gotta get this under
concept
control.
was there.
Out of control.
Guys, we're gonna give like 5 more minutes and then move on, I guess.
That's it. Again, you are not under a new covenant. The new covenant is specific in Jeremiah 31:31, and you want to put it into something else because you want to follow the fan fiction of
Read
Judaism.
the Gospels. Read the Gospels where it talks
And
about
the gospel says, Jesus says, I did not come to abolish the law.
Isaiah
I
is
came
not
to
the
bring the
Gospels.
sword
Matthew,
and
Mark,
to bring
Luke,
discord
and John
and
are
put
the
mother
Gospels.
against daughter, and that is what Jesus said. And
What
the
you're
ones
reading
who are
from is not the Gospel.
the ones who are not of the lost sheep of Israel, that meaning the Israelis of the first temple and the second temple, if you are a Gentile, he will call you a dog.
wasn't saying the Old Testament laws were meaningless or that people should ignore them. The moral principle behind the law.
And that is why the new covenant.
Let me finish.
Do you want me
It
to read
remains
it to you again?
important. It remains
You want
reading
me
out
to
of-
read it to
she's
you
not reading out of the
again?
Gospel.
important. He's not saying you shall abolish the law. It remains important.
Wait, so what argument's even being made right now? Like, let's just get that straight.
What's even the argument right now?
Yeah, like it seems like this is turning into like wait, hold on. This is turning into like Jerry Springer.
What are you guys even talking about?
Sorry, I had TikTok on my thing. I thought I was being interrupted. But no, this is turning into like Jerry Springer. So let's try to like get this straight and like figure out what we're doing.
All right.
So I'll start. She said the new covenant, like the whole thing started with like what was the new covenant and what was it about?
I asked if they believed that they were under a new covenant. They're like, yeah, we're under a new covenant. And I'm like, let's see what the new covenant says. And the new covenant says nothing about what you think you're under. Nothing. Nothing. And no, I'm not Jewish, but I did study with rabbis to actually understand the context of their religion originally. This is a religion that was based on an old Canaanite minor god, war god, basically. And everyone's giving glory to this god that was basically originally from the Shazu people that were basically hermits.
Right, so
And they were found in Egypt, and then it came into the Canaanite pantheon of gods. Does anybody actually study this? This is basically the worship of Thor.
wait, I'm just confused. Just to make sure.
I would say
It's more mythology, Bobby. It's what it is. I used to be a Christian too. I understand. I'm very sorry. But here's the thing.
No. I just want to make sure that we're having the conversation is clear back and forth, right? Your contention is
Exactly, Butterfly. It's mythology.
No, wait, Marina. Your contention is the fact that there is no new covenant, essentially, right?
There is. It hasn't been put through yet because again, people are still sinning. The whole thing, Bobby, of the new covenant. You can look at. Don't take my word for it. It's
Right.
Jeremiah 31:31.
All right,
You can
so-
read it and study it. It is not about the Messiah. It has nothing to do about the
So,
Messiah.
Wu, you're saying Well, you're saying there is a new. Well, you're saying there is a new
Yes, we
covenant.
are under the new covenants if you are a believer of Jesus Christ. The whole
No,
base. Yes,
not according. Well, then you have to tear out the Old Testament, and
Yeah,
you're
we
gonna
just
have
go
to
like
take it out of your Bible because
Sorry,
Jesus
man.
is not
I
in
would
the
say this.
Old
I
Covenant.
would say this.
Is
The
not
new
in the Old
covenant,
Testament.
Is
All
the
right.
new covenant is different from the one that's mentioned in the old covenant. I think that's what she's trying to point
No,
out.
Jeremiah, butterfly, Jeremiah 31:31, okay, is basically stating to you what Yahweh's plan is so that the Israelites, because again, this God is only for Israel. If we go to
What I'm hearing is
Deuteronomy,
Jesus is not God. That's why she's pushing him out of the exception. If you understand that Jesus is God, she right now believes that Jesus is not God. That's what we're now under the new covenant.
I'm believing that that Yahweh is not God.
No,
I
you're
believe
saying
Yahweh
Jesus
is not God. Now let's go to the first
Because
book
if
because
Jesus was
again,
God, then we're under the new covenant. But you don't believe Jesus is God. That's why you're saying this.
and I read to you what the new covenant was in the book. All right. Do you know when the Bible started to be written? And you know
When?
which book was the first book to be written?
What?
It was
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
What does that have to do with
Deuteronomy,
No.
correct. Deuteronomy was the
No.
first book.
No.
Now, if we go
No.
to
It's thought to be
Deuteronomy,
Deuteronomy. Yeah.
No. Job is the oldest book we have.
yes,
Or
Deuteronomy is
Job.
the
You know,
oldest
there's
one,
a
and it
debate.
started to be written under the reign of King Josiah before the Babylonian exile. He was the 18th Hebrew king. Now, in Deuteronomy 32:8, we have how it was that Yahweh is only for Israel and why Jesus only came for Israel. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind, he set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob, his allotted share. Now, can anyone name how many gods I just mentioned?
I would like to keep this simple. Your whole point is thinking Jesus is not God. That's why you're saying this. I'm keeping
Jesus
it.
is not God. It's an
Okay,
invention
there
of
we
the
go. There we
Romans.
go.
It is
That's where we
fine.
need to
But
start off.
here's the
That's
thing.
the most
Here's the
important
thing.
part. Very good. You
Basically,
admitted it. Okay.
Christianity is fan fiction of Judaism, as well as Islam is fan fiction of the fan fiction. Now, again, in Deuteronomy, it tells us about the Most High. The Most High is talking about El Elyon, which is Yahweh's father. All right. Yahweh has a father in this pantheon of gods. He also has a mother, it's called Asherah. When both of these gods are together, El and Asherah, it's called El Shaddai. And every time you hear Elohim, it just means gods plural. All right. You have to understand the original context of the original book to understand where you got your Christianity from.
He's right now just going off the whole topic.
We got our Christianity from the disciples.
I'm gonna prove to you why Jesus is God. Again, I'm the father.
No, before we even get there, I want her to say, where is El Elyon God in any other passage besides the Bible?
Excuse me?
Where can you cite me who El Elyon is outside of the Bible?
In the Tanakh.
That's the Bible.
The Tanakh.
That's the Bible.
What is the Tanakh?
That's in the Bible. Give me any place where El Elyon is Yahweh's father outside of the Bible.
Wait, I think the Tanakh is in
There
the
are
Bible.
tablets, dude. What are you talking about?
Where? What tablets?
Okay, Rachel's father. What idols did she steal?
Oh my God.
Is she saying things that's outside of the Bible?
No, she's not. She's using Deuteronomy to say El Elyon is Yahweh's father, but she can't point me anywhere else where El Elyon is a God outside of the Bible.
Oh, I see.
May I respond to the prompt?
Yeah, go for it. I think you can move on to the next.
Okay. Hey, Coco, by the way, sorry. Like, I try to make sure I say hello. And everyone on the channel. But I would say the answer to that question is no, and here's why. Hold on, let me step outside real quick. Like, I started learning about how the ancient Israelites likely emerged from within Canaan, right? And let me know if you guys hear which one. Do you hear a lot of them?
You hear you all right?
Okay. So I started learning about how the ancient Israelites emerged from within Canaan, and I'm like, wait. So if the ancient Israelites were Canaanites, then that means that there was never an exodus Because if you read, it seems like this is crazy. It seems like their story is totally different from what the archaeological evidence says, right? And that would likely mean an exodus didn't happen, or yeah, that's just one thing. So I would say that kind of disproves and shows like the stories written in the Bible is like it's like ancient founding myths. Like they give their people
Butterfly, is it
like
possible that, the Bible could be wrong and the Christian God still exists? Or the Bible, is
so
it
this
possible
is
that the
like
Bible cannot be fully
I see
true?
what you're saying, but it's like you're going like how would I would say is it possible for the Bible to be wrong and a Christian God still exists?
Yeah, maybe like, yeah, because you could say,
Um,
like, maybe the Bible is not all
yeah,
the way
but there's
true.
so many. Yeah, but then that God would be causing you guys to follow something false, and you guys are believing words that He never said and things that He never did.
I don't know. Like,
Butterfly.
again,
Sure.
that's
You
up
know
to
the
A lot
you
of
know the
Christians
name
do.
that they gave Joseph, Zapa Panea. The Egyptians tended to be very, very, very meticulous on record keeping. There is no such governor with that name ever recorded ever. Again, the character of Moses was based on King Josiah. Again, the 18th Hebrew king, who was also called the lawgiver. He is the last Hebrew king before the Babylonian exile. The story of Exodus basically happened. They attribute this Ramses to Ramses II, also Ramses the second, Ramses the Great. Sorry, and that is roughly around 1300 BCE. The Babylonian exile was around 580 BCE. So you understand, it was like written, all the Deuteronomy started being written over 1,000 years after this story actually happened. So it
So
wasn't Moses who wrote it.
how do you know that though? You're not citing
Oh,
any sources.
Historical.
yeah,
Well,
It's history. That is, again, it's that there is evidence for that outside of the
is there
Bible.
anything boring? Is that your name?
Bori, just call me Bori. It's fine.
Bori. Um, so is there anything in the Bible that you think is true historically?
Well, yes, definitely. Let's put it this way. Pontius Pilate was in the outposts of Judea. Herod was the Jewish king in that time. You know, those things I do believe. That does happen. However, here's the problem. Jeshua was a very common name. When you see the two, like if we go to the trial, because again, I understand it's hard. I used to be a Christian myself. Um, Whatever. Whoa. Anywho, when you go to that trial, all right, Barabbas, his name is Jeshua too. Barabbas is his surname. It just means son of man. You know, so he's basically Jesus, son of man. That's what Muslims utilize to say that Jesus is still alive, because they do believe in Jesus, and saying that Barabbas is the one who was crucified.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
You know that the Quran.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm still like, so would you not, so you would say based on that Jesus was a very common name and there was a Barabbas, Jesus, son of man, and I understand what you're saying. I'm not understanding your point though.
DRK, I think the name Yeshua was referring to God, Jesus' Father, in a sense, not Jesus himself, as Jesus claimed to be the Son of God and also claimed to be God at the same time. So Yeshua could not really mean saying Jesus.
Yeshua means.
I just want to ask, do you think that there was a Jesus that was crucified under Pontius Pilate? Because you just said Pontius
No,
Pilate
because
was.
here's the thing. It's possible, because if you go to what the Muslims say, they say it's Barabbas, and then that would make a little more sense, because Barabbas was a rebel. Romans didn't crucify someone just for stealing bread. So having two thieves being crucified is not a thing. The crucifixion wasn't just an execution; it was torture. So they wanted to make an example of it. The best example is what happened to Spartacus. That's the greatest evidence, the biggest piece of evidence that we have of crucifixion. Over 1,000, people, you were walking through the Via Romana to get to Rome, and there were a bunch of people crucified one next to another. They would crucify people to trees. It didn't matter. However, if you were posted and considered to be a rebel against the Roman Empire, yes, if you were a rebel and a traitor to the Roman Empire, you would be considered a traitor and would get that type of punishment. And Barabbas was rebelling against Rome. Jesus wasn't rebelling against Rome. He even helped the centurion because he wasn't going to start a fight with his colonizer. However, Barabbas was the rebel. But Jesus was mostly rebelling against the Jewish establishment. You understand? That's why the Jews were mostly wanting to get him punished and saying that he was going against Caesar because he was going against the dictations of what was commanded in Rome.
No,
And that's that was the loophole that the Jewish rabbis were trying to utilize to get him crucified.
No, the Jews wanted him unalive because he was claiming to be God, and
Exactly.
the Romans wanted.
Correct. That is true. Yeah.
The Romans wanted him
They had
unalive
to
because he claimed he was the king of the Jews. They didn't want to
Correct. But that wasn't a crime to Rome. You understand? So they had to look for a loophole to get Rome involved in a way to actually castigar, to punish this person.
That was a crime against Rome, though.
So-
if you're claiming to be the king of the Jews, that can incite an uprising against Rome.
Yeah, it's a local authority.
So the brother of Jesus says that a person who knows the brother of Jesus says that Jesus was crucified. So wouldn't you take that as pretty decent evidence that he was?
That's true.
You're talking about James?
Yeah.
There is no official evidence that James said any of this. Again, there are over 17 gospels, not 4. If we have to look at all of them then for evidence. Remember, the 4 that were chosen were the ones that passed the grade in not really in the Council of Nicaea, but because the Council of Nicaea discussed more about the Trinity. But however, the ones who passed the grade to be able to enter the Roman book, because that's Biblia comes from the Greek word biblios, which just means a collection of letters, poems, documents, prophecies, etc., etc., etc. So to be able to make a full united front, because again, at this point in time, Rome is not doing very well. Constantine needs something to be able to unite the empire. It's starting to break into the Byzantine Empire and to the Roman Empire. So he needs to unite this empire, and his mother had already converted to Christianity. So he's seeing the benefits of one united religion. And if we see right now, Rome is alive and well. They voted for their last king quite recently. Rome is fine. Jesus basically came to save Rome.
Well, I would disagree that James or Paul, Paul obviously says Jesus was crucified. Would you agree with
Paul
that?
is a big problem. Paul is an
He's basically
apostate.
denying 500 people, the apostles and testimonies all being false. And mind you, there is no security camera back there.
Do you forget that Jesus also said that some will not taste unalive before he came? Dude, read the
prophecy.
Jesus never said that.
No, he did.
Yes, he did. He
He
said some will not taste unalivement until I return.
According to the Bible, he said.
That is in your book. It's not my words.
No,
Guys,
he did not
she's
say
right,
those words, though. She didn't say those
It's
words.
not my words.
No, you're saying that he said he's not going to come back until he come back to judge. That's not what he said.
No.
Hold on. To be
that
specific,
some will not taste. I can't say that word because of TikTok purposes.
I'm
He said
just saying,
some will
I don't
not
think-
taste unalivement before I get here. He said that basically
not what he
some of you
said,
will
though.
be alive when I return.
He didn't say
And
the
that's
words.
not happened.
He didn't say the
Everyone
words.
he talked to is
Hold
unalive.
on, guys. Yeah, so to be specific, the Bible says that Jesus says, "Some will not taste death before I arrive, and when I arrive, I will arrive with a legion of angels."
Exactly.
And God did not fulfill that prophecy. It's one of
That's not what he said.
Right, and I would say that.
I think I understand what she's saying. She's saying that no, Yes, Jesus acknowledged that not everyone will believe or witness him immediately. I think that's what
That's
you're
not
saying.
what is
No,
there.
no, he's not saying that at
That's
all.
not what is there. That's not
No,
what is there.
this
He
is
just
the
read it
problem
to
with
you, dude.
this would be a fulfilled prophecy if Jesus actually said it, right? I don't think that the historical Jesus actually said this.
Are those
And by
letters
the
in
way,
red or no?
Sir would agree with me. We've talked about this.
Compass, are
We
those
both
letters in
agree
red or
that
are those letters
Jesus
in
did not
black?
say that.
Those are those Jesus words or no?
Yeah. Wait, Pierre.
Yeah, but I don't think Jesus actually said
Yep.
it.
So again, so you read the Bible according to what benefits you.
No, I read it based on evidence,
These are
right? Is there
red
evidence
words
that
in the
Jesus
Bible.
said this?
Wait, these are red words in the Bible.
Is there evidence that Jesus said this?
Tell me exactly
Well,
what
then
it
give
said.
me evidence Jesus
Hold on.
existed.
Wait, Pierre.
There's a bunch of evidence.
Most
Pierre,
historians
Pierre, you're being a bit hyper skeptical or like contrary.
No. I'm just not going to accept a position that has no evidence to back it up.
Yeah, but Pierre,
It's in the Bible. It's in your book.
So what?
Hold on, but you would have to do that.
So
With,
what?
you would have to be hyper skeptical of everything Jesus said in the Bible because you don't have any evidence to back anything
Exactly.
up.
Hey guys, stop. So Pierre, you're just denying everything in the Bible and just going off of historians. I mean, like at this point, like, yeah, nothing in the Bible. We can't really argue anything in the Bible. That's like the holy book.
I'm just simply saying that if there's no evidence that Jesus said that, why would I think that Jesus said that? What's the evidence?
The fact that his followers wrote it down in the Bible.
His
What's the evidence?
followers, the people who wrote this were randoms.
What's the evidence you have of him for resurrecting?
Random strangers.
What's the evidence that you have of him resurrecting?
I mean, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, PRK?
Yeah, they're all randoms.
What evidence do you have of him resurrecting?
Okay, what is going on, bro? Like, no, this is crazy. Oh.
But anyway,
Can I respond to him really quick? If that's okay?
Yeah, go for it.
So PRK, right? It just doesn't make. I would say that's like a big contradiction, right? When you really think about it, you're telling me because historians, they say they believe that they saw Jesus, and these people try to like explain this, how they saw them. All we got here so far, they believe they actually saw the resurrected Jesus, but this doesn't add up because you have all of these myths that we learn about in the scriptures, and even including the like how I'm not gonna say I'm saying YHW, right? Or well, no, I said YHW. Oh my God. Anyways, so like you have like the history of their God, right? And they're talking about where he came from and etc. And then we learn about the Israelites, actually the ancient Israelites being Canaanites, and we find out how the Exodus didn't even happen. And then you got in the book of Daniel how they got some of a nice amount of the prophecies correct. It is because of like the time that they were in, but then other parts in the book of Daniel is incorrect prophecies, or well, they got things wrong and incorrect. And then you have Jesus out of his mouth using the book of Daniel, like. And it's so many myths in this Bible. It's not even funny. I don't want to say it like that, but I would say today I would call it lying. They're lying about their history. Maybe it's a certain thing that they did in ancient time. They wasn't trying to like intentionally lie like that.
They did.
Yeah, so they lied about their history. They lied about their God and somewhat on who he is. And then all of a sudden, you expect me to believe that this Jesus actually rose from the dead, when a lot of the things that's in the Bible is completely false, even including in the New Testament, right? You see the different authors having different perspectives and etc. The contradictions, incorrect history, and then you want me to believe that Jesus still rose from the dead.
Well, I want you to believe that what is historically likely to have been the case. I think that is a fair request for anything. So,
That's a big contradiction, PRK.
It's not a contradiction.
Hold on. So really quick, like the argument that like atheists make, or like Forrest's argument, which like I really liked, so I borrowed it, is that Matthew chapter 16 verse 27 through 28, it's literally reading, and like I did search it up, right? These are Jesus's words. For the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay each person according to what he has done. Truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And Jesus didn't fulfill this prophecy. So like Forrest argues
He
that like
did.
he's a liar.
He did though.
Yeah, but
Where and when?
he would have to. He'd have to provide the evidence that Jesus even said this. Like that's what I'm telling
I
you, bro.
I don't think that's fair as a Christian though. I ain't even gonna lie. To say,
Wait,
you can't
wait,
prove he did say it. I don't think that's fair.
wait, when did he come back and repay everybody with his
It's
kingdom?
just yeah. You can talk to the others on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
PRK, like I understand your position, and yeah, like other than taking the Bible's word for it, I mean, there's not really anything that you can really do to show that Jesus actually said that. But I guess like the other people who believe Jesus said that, when does he come back and repay everybody?
What does coming in his father's kingdom mean?
Say what?
What do you think coming in his father's kingdom mean?
Like,
but there's a problem because a lot of
man, we having a conversation. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll shut the fuck up.
Nah, it's not that. He just came in like super assertive. I was trying to hear what he was saying.
It's just that here's the problem. A lot of the prophecies that are attributed to Jesus are found in Isaiah. Am I mistaken?
Yes.
And what's the problem with Isaiah? Isaiah has 3 different authors, and they were written in 100 years apart from each other. We have Proto-Isaiah. It's chapters 1 to 39. The section is attributed to 8th century BCE prophet Isaiah. Then we have Deutero-Isaiah, chapters 40 to 55. That part is believed to have been written by an anonymous prophet during the Babylonian exile, focusing on messages of comfort and hope for the exiles, as well as the future restoration of Jerusalem. And then we have Trito-Isaiah, chapters 56 to 66. That's the final section and is thought to be from a later anonymous prophet living after the return from the exile, addressing the challenges and injustices that arose during the rebuilding of the temple. So how can you tell me that you have a prophecy of a future reincarnation of this Yahweh, and it's in 3 different sections written 100 years apart from each other?
The problem with that is
mean the final judgment or end of the world. Like that's the key.
I retract my earlier statement. I googled something that clarified it.
What, coming in the kingdom?
Yeah, I think J.
Yeah, because I was about to say that because he was promising some immediate tangible experience of his glory and kingdom to his disciples.
Yeah, hold on. I think J-Rob made a point that might have been true, and he might have debunked one of Forrest's arguments. So yeah, I googled something that sort of clarified it. So I rechecked my earlier statement.
What did you Google?
So Matthew chapter 16, verse 27 through 28 is before the resurrection, and so it would seem as if Jesus did come back given the resurrection. And
It's not even that. I don't even think that's
but
the thing.
I have to look further into it, but I have to look into the details because there's also something about him like coming back with a fleet of like angels and stuff like that, and so there's some stuff I have to dig into there.
The problem with people thinking it's his second coming is that he even said that he doesn't know the hour of his second coming. So how can he tell them when he's going to come back if he don't even know the hour or the day?
Jesus in the human form.
Where's Forrest at? Somebody send Forrest an invite. We need him.
And speaking of Isaiah, what evidence do you have it was written by 3 different authors? What in the span of 100 years?
There's the consensus. I haven't looked into that.
Boring. That's you.
You can even Google it.
But you're the one who presented it, right?
What?
You're the one who presented it, though.
Yes, I did.
All right. So what's the evidence that you learned?
Is general consensus.
Oh no, it's not. I studied this with rabbis, and they're the ones who guided me to this. You can actually ask anyone that knows the context and the history of this book, and they'll tell you. You can go into Google, and you can actually find 1,000 articles about this. You don't have to take my word for it. You can absolutely check it out. I read you exactly the names of the books and how they were divided, and and which books to which books it was. I gave you everything. Now all you have to do is confirm it. That is all.
You just gave me the conclusion. You didn't give me any evidence, though.
Okay, I need to.
Or just look it up.
You don't care about my evidence, so what does it matter?
I do
I gotta
care.
do work.
Can I respond, please?
Just
I do
Google.
care. I don't think that's fair.
Dad.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
Guys, oh my God, can anybody hear me?
yeah,
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Butterfly could respond.
Okay.
we let
So,
Butterfly go.
Zach, I think you got like I forgot. It's like like
Cognitive
something like I
dissonance.
can't really remember. Like different.
Cognitive
No,
dissonance.
no, no. I was about to say something about a certain thing, but I can't really remember. But they do have the Book of Isaiah actually has multiple authors. It's actually a scholarly consensus. You can just look it up, search it up.
It's not
It's an
about me.
academic consensus.
It's not about me looking it up, and it's not about consensus. She's the one who brought the argument, so I would expect her to bring the evidence too.
Oh boy. Okay.
It's that simple. I'm not saying she's wrong or right. I'm just saying
Everybody in the comments, just look it up and you'll see Isaiah has multiple authors.
it's not about if it does or not. It's the point that she brung it up and don't want to bring evidence. It just tell me to go look it up. If you're gonna bring it,
I gave you everything. If you want me to chew it for you like a baby bird, that's not happening. I'm
how
putting
can I
down your
expect?
throat.
How
Now,
can?
here's the funny thing. Every time you talk about, for example, every time Christians talk about the next coming and whatever, and they love talking about rapture, that's not biblical either. That's not biblical either. That is brought to you by John Nelson Darby in the 19th century. The rapture thing, again, that's also made up. You can look for this yourself. John Nelson Darby is the one who invented this stupidity.
I agree,
but you would want me. So if I basically state this, you'd be like, "Well, where's your evidence, dude?
No.
Google it."
No, if I tell you God exists and you be like, "Where's the evidence?" I'd be like, "Well, just go look for it yourself." That would be fucking uncharitable, right?
Yeah. So if you make a claim, you have to substantiate it. But,
exactly. That's all I'm asking. You can't just make claims and say, "Well, go do it for yourself." That's not how conversation works.
I gave it to you. I even gave you the names of everything. But if you want me to give you journals, I can actually find journals and all that stuff for you. That's what you want me to do?
I mean, I want you to bring me evidence of why they came to that conclusion. That's it. If you can't do that, I have no reason to take what you're saying as true.
Well, then I will have to send you over 1,000 different articles from rabbis and everyone who has studied this.
If you're not ready to provide evidence once you state the claim, don't state the claim at all.
It's not a claim. It's not a claim. This is an actual fact.
As far as I know, it's just a claim.
It's like if you were actually telling me, well, give me the evidence that the universe exists. It's there, dude.
No, it's not. I would have to prove it to you. I would have to prove to you because I made the claim.
No, you wouldn't have to prove it to me because all I have to do is look.
No, you don't. All that could be an illusion.
Oh wait,
that's not fair.
Hold on. Jesus actually does not fulfill that prophecy. If you back up a little bit, so 27.
The only prophecy that Jesus fulfilled was riding a donkey, and he stole that.
Yeah, wait, hold on. So 27 through 28 says, "For the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay each person according to what he has done. Truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So you're going to show me like where Jesus came back with angels.
That's why I asked you, what does coming in his Father's kingdom mean? What does that mean?
Elaborate.
Well, J-Rob is here. I mean, I think this is the person, right?
Yeah. So J-Rob, wait, really quick. So J-Rob, when Forrest brings up the point to you that Jesus lied about this prophecy and said that he will return with his angels to repay certain individuals, and some of the people there will not taste death before he comes back with his angels, how do you respond to that?
So when Jesus says he's going to return, he says, "Some of you will not taste death until you see the Son of Man come in his kingdom," right? So when Jesus resurrects from the grave, he says, "All authority has been given." He says, "All authority in heaven and earth has been given unto me," right? So that's showing that he has now received his kingdom. He's entered into his kingdom and received all authority.
Somebody's gonna have to drop for Forrest. Somebody's gonna have to drop for Forrest.
I don't want to drop. This is entertaining. Drop Sack.
No, it's all right. I'll drop.
Forrest,
No, it's fine. I'll drop. Forrest can come up. Definitely. Oh,
well, there, we got Forrest, please come up.
I got it.
Hola,
Top told me something different on what coming in means. That's
What
crazy.
does J Rob need a lesson on today? Like how to read or what a peer review is?
Forrest, okay, so
hey, J Rob, can you turn your camera on when you read? I want to see if you read with your finger.
Hold on.
Forrest.
Wait, hold on, Forrest. So
Forrest wants to bring Italy quick.
Wait, hold on, Forrest. There's this argument that I'm getting that I'm taking from you, which is Jesus lied about a prophecy, and it was
He's lied about many prophecies. Which one? Matthew 16, 27 through 28?
Yes. So like
okay, J Rob's interpretation is that they're two separate verses. He's going to ignore the context. He's going to ignore the actual phraseology, and he's going to ignore that it was one statement that he made to his group of disciples. So what he's going to try to do, because I can steal man's argument already, he's going to try to separate the two verses. He's going to take you to the stoning of Stephen for Matthew 16, 27, 28, and 28. And then he's going to say that 27 is about a future prophecies for the return of Jesus. Is this correct or is this incorrect, J Rob?
J Rob, respond. We have a debate.
Honestly, Forrest, at this point, you should just stand up. Your talent is wasted.
It's just, I mean, it's too easy. These people are too predictable.
There's more stuff.
Well, yeah, but the issue that I'm finding there is like Jesus doesn't return with his angels to repay anybody. Like, where is that in the Bible? And yeah, Matthew chapter 16, verse
27 through 28. Put it on the screen, or I will.
Yeah, 27 through 28. It was dated like before the resurrection, but still, even with that, he doesn't really come back and repay anybody with angels.
Yeah, so he doesn't say that some of you will not taste death until you see me returning, payment for people's evil, his returning their evil or whatever. He says some of you will not taste death until you see me come into my kingdom. And that's what happens when he resurrects.
Wait, verse 27 says he's going to come back and repay people with his angels.
Yeah, he is going to do that. But he didn't say that they're going to see him do that. He said some of you will not taste death until you see the Son of Man come into his kingdom. That's what he said, that they will see him come to his kingdom.
Yeah, who do you get this interpretation from, J. Rob?
I mean,
different.
A lot of people have tasted death since then.
All these apologists can't even fully agree on what that's saying. It's really sad. Y'all keep reinterpreting.
How am I reinterpreting? Is that not what he said? I agree with him. Does he not literally word for word say, some of you will not taste death until you see the Son of Man come into his kingdom? Is that not what he says?
Yeah, but
that's what he said. You're saying it means something.
No, that's what it says.
He's actually saying no. He's saying those people who he's speaking to. Like, oh my bad.
Oh no,
it says some of you standing here will not taste death.
Wait, hold on. So the verse says, "Some of you standing here will not taste death until Jesus comes and returns into his kingdom." Right?
Here we go. Until you see me come into my kingdom.
27 through 28. So what we're wondering is, where is Jesus going into his kingdom? And yes, Jesus did say this before his crucifixion, but where is him going into his kingdom?
They're gonna try to make it a spiritual kingdom, Coco. Anytime they don't like something in the Bible, it's going to be figurative, it's going to be spiritual, it's going to be anything but what the fucking plain text says. So here it is, and it's one quotation: for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will pay everyone for what has been done. Period. Continuation of the same statement. Truly, I tell you, there is some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. A kingdom is a physical place. Jesus needed to sit on a throne. Jesus was never a king. Jesus was never a lord. Jesus was a liar, a failed Messiah, a false prophet.
Paradise is physical?
Where is physical?
Forest. It's paradise physical.
Are you talking about heaven?
Yes, paradise physical.
This is a
throne.
No, that's not. I'll answer your stupid question.
Physical.
Paradise isn't physical. However,
so then why is
let me get you muted now that I've answered your question. This isn't about heaven.
Physical.
This isn't about heaven.
Yeah. What is a kingdom?
A kingdom is a physical place. Jesus was supposed to sit on the throne of David.
Doofus. I didn't say what is it.
I need you to stop being so loud.
What is a kingdom? I said, what is the kingdom?
If kingdom, if kingdom,
to go that way.
What is the kingdom?
When I tell you to do something, do it. Why are you?
Go do your laundry, buddy. Listen to your mom.
Damn. It's my lady, actually.
Listen to your lady.
Okay.
Anyways,
Well, you listen to
what
me
is
and be
the
quiet.
kingdom being
Listen to me and be quiet.
course.
You asked me a stupid question. 1 second. Stop fighting the mute button. Let me tell you something.
This guy.
Here's the thing. Stop.
That's a mod.
1 second.
That's a
I
mod.
need you to tell me if a kingdom always has to be heaven or if there could be a physical kingdom on earth.
it could be both.
Go ahead. Now you can speak.
Hold on. Wait. Man.
So
said the
low
argument-
tier, bro. Like, oh my
hold on.
god.
Did you answer the question? Because I answered yours.
Yeah. So a kingdom can be both. I'm asking
Thank you.
Why is it the
Thank you.
case that you think it's physical? Can you answer my question?
Because Jesus was supposed to sit on the throne of David, and he never did.
Bro, what does the throne of David mean?
Wait, hold on.
He's supposed to be from the line of David, and he
Wait, what does
wasn't.
the throne of David mean?
Stop.
Wait, what he say? Exactly.
It's a
stupid.
physical
What is the
place in a physical world.
What does the throne of David mean? Wait, what is
It's
the
a
throne of
physical
David?
place in the physical
No,
world.
Coco. He's actually a sophist. What does the throne of David mean?
Wait, guys, hold on. Pause real quick. Oh
my
bad.
gosh.
The earlier I wasn't paying attention and I was playing Fortnite. Wait, Forrest, did you mute Man and was Man interrupting you? Was that?
Yeah, I
what
was just trying to get it.
Oh, okay.
Ask me a question.
So here's what happened. Let me explain. 1 second. I'll let you go first, actually, man.
Hold on. Wait, stop. Oh, my bad, man. I didn't know you joined the panel, so I didn't know it was you speaking. I might have been like rude to you earlier. Like I told you something to respect the mods, but Man's also kind of like equal here. He's been a regular, but yeah. Let's try to see if we can talk one at a time. That's what I was gonna say.
So he asked me a question. I said, "What a dumb question!" I gave him an answer, and then when I asked him a question, he refused to answer. So I think it's my question.
I didn't answer your question, Charles. Why are you such a liar?
For the rest of the live, Man has like, don't mute him. He has like, he has privileges. Don't mute Man.
Sure,
But also, like,
sure. I just need him to actually answer the questions when I asked. The guy answered his question.
Well, yeah. Let's try to speak on this.
Your question. I don't know why you're lying. I said a kingdom can be physical or non-physical.
Right, after I pushed you to, because you didn't actually answer.
No, because you were muting me. So I'm asking you, what is the case that we need to expect this kingdom to be physical? Then you said that he's going to be on the throne of David. And I asked you, what does the throne of David mean? How has it been understood? Can you answer that question?
You can interpret it many different ways.
So
you
how
can
has it been
interpret
understood for thousands of years? What does the throne of David mean?
I don't care about your plea to
Dude,
authority.
look at this, Coco. He's a sophist, bro. Like, he's actually a sophist. Like,
This guy's-
dude, you're not real.
Can I answer the
so
question?
You're making
or-
claims, but you don't want to adhere.
I'm attempting to answer the
exegesis.
question, and you just
So you don't want to
interrupt me
adhere to the
immediately, right?
exegesis that's been understood for thousands of years.
He doesn't want to.
But you're just going to come up with your own explanation.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Man's trying to.
Can I answer this, or you just
We're
going to
trying
keep
to press
interrupting?
J-Rob on this.
Am I allowed to answer, Coco?
This guy's dishonest, bro.
On this show, or you just want to let Man keep steamrolling like he always
This guy's
does?
so dishonest, bro. I can't.
Hey guys, hold on. So Forrest can
He's
go-
really pedantic and annoying.
Wait, Forrest can go next, but I think Man's referring to like ancient context or some kind of like hermeneutics from like.
He's just appealing to the authority of the church and the understanding that they have, and that's great. And you can keep appealing to authority. You can keep using fallacious kind of ideologies and understandings. That's fine. I don't mind. You know what I mean? But that's what you guys do. And instead of interpreting the text plainly on what it says, you're going to appeal to what somebody else says when Proverbs 3:5-6 says not to lean on your own understanding. What you're doing is leaning on somebody who leaned on their own understanding.
Wait, do you know what liturgical text
Whoa,
means?
wait a minute. Let's
Wait,
bring
you know what
the
it
text.
means?
Let's bring the text. Isaiah 9:7. Isaiah 9:7 says.
Wait a second.
Wait.
Why are you interjecting? No one's talking to you. Wait a second. Anyways,
sorry.
Forrest, do you know what it means to be liturgical? Like, do you know what it means for something to be liturgical?
A liturgy?
Yes. Do you know what it means for something to be liturgical?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so you don't know, and you're making all these claims. So when we speak about the Bible is created to be liturgical, meaning that it's not supposed to be understood by itself. We never claim to be sola scriptura. I'm apostolic. I'm not Protestant. So me appealing
Supposed to be understood
what
by
is
itself.
no, it's not. It's liturgical. What?
Where do you get that? Where do you get that claim
That
from?
is false.
It's
That is
the
a
Bible.
falsehood.
The Bible
That is a
was canonized because of what is in it is liturgy. Are you serious?
Wait,
This
hold
is
on,
basic
guys.
stuff.
Ooh, I am absolutely dead serious.
I'm talking about Forrest. Forrest should know this. He
What
claims
does
to be such
hold
a
on,
good
hold on.
debater.
What does this interpretation of
saying,
what the Bible was intended
yeah.
to do have to do with me?
No, yeah. So what you're not understanding is you're saying I'm appealing to the authorities, but this is how it's supposed to be understood. The Bible's canonized to be liturgical.
And?
So it's always supposed to be, we're always supposed to appeal to authority. It was never supposed to be something you read on your own.
So you are now admitting
That's
that
how the Bible was canonized.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So now
So
that's
then you're
your
trying to make it
interpret-
seem,
Let me
you're trying to make
respond
it
now.
seem like I'm
Let me respond.
copping out.
Who was
When the
it
Bible was
canonized,
created,
man?
This guy never finished.
Hey, wait, hold on. I've said stop a few times now. I was trying to get everyone to pause so I can give instructions, so I have to drop the entire panel. I don't want to be rude, but I'm trying to get this under control. I do want Forrest and Man to do like an ISO, but it's not fair to have two people tag team on Man. But I think that what's her face? I think that Barinka has a good input because she's challenging on whether like the scriptures are what's the word? It's passing me. Liturgical. So let me have. I want to do a 2v2. So let me have like Man and let's see. Let me have Forrest and Barinka. Forrest and Barinka can go against Man and J Rob. And I'll have that be the case. Yeah, Forrest and Barinka can go against like Man and J Rob. Oh shoot! Let me. Forrest, come back up here.
Hey, I'm taking the trash out. If I get choppy, let me know.
Okay. Okay, Forrest and Barinka, you guys are gonna 2 against.
Oh shit!
Rob and Man.
I'm just going to read one thing. And again, we're talking about what originally we're talking about, the physicality of the kingdom. Now, the prophecy states in Isaiah 9:7, oh, the greatness of his government and peace. So he's supposed to bring peace. There will be no end. So again, an endless peace. He will reign on David's throne and over his kingdom, establishing and upholding it with justice and righteousness from that time on and forever. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. That is the prophecy of what the Messiah is supposed to do and his kingdom.
Can you please go to Isaiah 2:4 next to back that up because Jesus never did.
Isaiah what? What was that?
Hold on.
2:4.
Let's
2:4.
Hey, let's stay here. Hold on. Let's stay here real quick.
Joe wants to jump in. Go ahead,
Let's stay here real quick. So you agree that this says that this is going to be an eternal thing, right, Bianca? The verse that you just read.
Once he takes his throne, is going to be an eternal peace. That didn't happen. He's also supposed to build the third temple. That did not happen. All right, those things did not happen.
It says, wait, Veronica. It says that his reign will never end. Like this person is going to reign for eternity.
No, that's not what it says. Oh, let's read it again. J-Rod needs to hear it again. Oh, the greatness of his government. Again, Suleiman the Magnificent is still the Magnificent, right? But he's still not alive. Or of the greatness of his government and peace, there will be no end. He will reign on David's throne and over his kingdom, establishing and upholding it. Establishing. Did you hear that word, establishing, right, J-Rob? Establishing and upholding it with justice and righteousness from that time on and forever. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. Also understand that in Judaism, a Messiah is born every generation.
Well, what do we do there?
Okay, and thank you for reading that because this is one of the many failed prophecies that Jesus does not fulfill, such as also Isaiah. Well, every prophecy because he doesn't fulfill any except for the one that says if a prophet comes in my name and says something that does not come to pass, he cannot be sent by me. Yahweh tells you specifically that Jesus is a failed Messiah and a false prophet, and that's in Leviticus.
Yeah,
he rode a donkey. That's the best one y'all got.
Okay, it's your turn, J-Rob and Man. Time to recover.
Recover. There's nothing to recover from. It's very clear that he's talking about an eternal kingdom here, right? Because it says the increase of his government and peace will be no end, right? And upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom to order and establish it with judgment and justice from henceforth, even forever, right? So what he's going to do is going to be an eternal thing. So that's what Jesus did. He established the throne of David for eternity when he came into his kingdom. And if we go to, well, I'll let you retort that, and then I'll get to when Jesus
There's nothing
resurrected.
to retort. There's nothing to retort.
Exactly.
That's your claim. That's your claim that
Literally
you
what
can't
you
back
read
up.
refuted you. Can you explain to us any other kingdom that's never ending, that's not eternal?
Man strikes.
Yeah, it's just intuitive that it's going to be the case because things that are never ending aren't physical, right? So why do I have to accept or believe that this kingdom is physical? Can you give me something that's physical that is never ending?
Has Egypt stopped being an independent country?
What?
How long has it been?
How's
How
that?
long has Egypt
How's that the
existed?
reply?
But again, for the people that lived 2,000 years ago, if they knew that Egypt was still around today, they would think, oh, it's going to be around forever.
Yeah, that's not what the claim is. So let's.
No,
How about we
exactly.
read what you read again, and then this time understand it, and then I'm going to ask you the question.
When something is forever, it doesn't mean it has to be spiritual.
No, I'm just asking what can be never ending and also be physical and refers to this this passage.
According to this mythology, again, I'm telling you, if I would have lived in the ancient times of Egypt, and I know that thousands of years have passed.
How is it that every time that he actually wants a question answered, he gets to interrupt? Hold on, I don't give a fuck anymore, because this is the thing. You're rude. You steamroll people. You insult them, and then when they attempt to answer you, you still interrupt them. We give you the time to actually speak. Nobody's interrupting you. Nobody's interrupting you. Nobody's being disrespectful. I'm just gonna keep talking over you. So here's the issue. Here's the issue. One second. This guy never shuts the fuck up. So here's the issue. I'm going to speak. I'm sorry. I'm going to speak.
Forrest, Ezekiel 14:9, and if a prophet is enticed to utter a prophecy, I, the Lord, have enticed.
Hold on. Forrest,
I don't understand what's wrong with this dude.
Hold on. I don't think.
Dude, that's all he's got is weak ass insults. He's a little.
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. I don't think he's steamrolling, and yeah, he's kind of just asking her to back up her claims.
Every time he asks her to speak, he interrupts her. Let's get a count going, okay?
Yeah. So let's try to
answer it.
Yeah, man, ask your question and then she'll answer.
Oh, well, just
or maybe Forrest can answer it. Maybe he can help her.
Well, man, just let them finish the words. Like, let them finish the words and then interject after that.
I mean, I already let her finish, so I asked the question.
Maybe let's keep going. Let's see.
Do we know?
So can she answer the question? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, can you let her?
She wasn't answering it.
Okay, let's re-ask the question and move forward.
Yeah.
For someone who lived in Egypt thousands of years ago, they know that it's still existing. That is forever. So basically, Egypt has existed forever.
Wait, that's your answer?
How's that a reply to what I said?
It is a reply because, again, you're trying to put, can a kingdom be forever? Well, yeah, in a way, because China has been there for thousands of years. Egypt has been there for thousands of years. What does forever mean to you? Because, again, our scope, in our mind scope, forever would be the universe that goes on and on and on and doesn't end. But if we're talking about small, see, you're not letting me talk, so I'm not
answering my question.
You see what I'm talking about?
I'm not letting you answer because you're not answering my question. Forrest, you're confused.
Italy.
You're confused.
You're looking for an example of a physical kingdom that doesn't last, that lasts forever, correct? On Earth.
Yeah, I'm saying that's never ending in respects to this passage. Give me reasons to believe that this is not referring to some type of internality, that it's physical.
I don't know about Valhalla. Does Valhalla work for you?
What the hell is she talking about, bro?
Separate case. However, this is supposed to be. Is this not a physical kingdom as well? The kingdom of David.
Just stop asking me questions. How about you just answer my question?
Yeah, I'm trying to give you an answer, and then you just don't let me. So, is David's throne a physical place on earth?
That's another question.
Okay. Then you don't have to interact with it. I still need proof.
I just want you to justify your claim. as
and paid
to why I
anybody for
should
what he
believe
did.
this
The
is
original
physical.
quote,
I'm
the
asking you
original
to
claim was
justify it.
Matthew 16,
You're asking me
27.
questions.
Jesus is supposed to come back and repay everyone for what they've done in the lifetime of the disciples. When did he do that?
Wait, wouldn't it say that?
Matthew 16, 27. We put it on the screen.
Read it out. I don't want to know where we're moving from this. We're pivoting. Let's answer my first contention that Bariqua made. She's assuming that this verse, given some type of internality, is physical. Well, I want reasons to believe that. She brought up Egypt. Egypt is not never ending, right? It's not everlasting peace.
Has it
So
stopped?
and Valhalla
Is it non-existent?
Valhalla is spiritual. You know that, right?
Well, there you go. I gave you a physical and a spiritual one. What else do you want from me?
Egypt is not never ending. What are you talking about?
When has Egypt stopped being Egypt?
I'm even confused right now. Like, okay.
I don't even know what that
When
means.
has Egypt stopped being Egypt?
I said in respects to this passage.
When has Egypt stopped? Answer my question. When has Egypt stopped being a kingdom and a thing? When has
so
it
there's
stopped?
been multiple kingdoms. Egypt's not just one thing.
But it's still Egypt, right?
Egypt's not just one
It's
kingdom.
still Egypt, right?
You're just loud and wrong.
Is it still Egypt?
Egypt's not one kingdom.
Is it still Egypt? Is it still? Can you say yes or no? Can you give me an honest answer?
Egypt's not a kingdom.
Can I ask a question to Bariqua real quick?
Let's put it as a whole thing, as a government, a concept. Egypt. When has it stopped being Egypt?
So then you would acknowledge that this has nothing to do with
Because again, you want to bring a spiritual kingdom. All right.
I'm saying
so
what?
I'm talking about an actual place
so is Egypt
that
a
has
kingdom?
existed for
Is Egypt
thousands
a kingdom?
of years,
Is
and
Egypt
it's
a
still
kingdom?
there.
Is Egypt a kingdom?
Oh, hold on, guys.
Is it still there?
Is Egypt a kingdom? Maybe that'll help you out.
Right. This is like, I'm even confused, right? So let's start from scratch, right? So what's being discussed right now is Matthew chapter 16, verse 27 through 28, right? Which reads, "For the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay each person according to what he has done. Truly I say to you, there are some standing there who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So the atheists are saying that Jesus did not fulfill this prophecy because where in the Bible did he come in his kingdom or repay anybody with his angels in glory of the Father? So Christians, what are your response to that? I don't know about the whole Egypt response.
Are we moving away from the initial argument? They haven't substantiated.
This is the original argument. You don't track, do you?
This is the original.
The first thing we brought up is this.
So are we conceding that you don't have any reason to prove why the kingdom is not physical?
So
why would I think that the kingdom is not
concede
physical?
to that? Yeah, so you're arguing that this kingdom is physical, right? We believe it's not physical. So she went and gave me that bogus verse that literally refuted her, and then she thinks Egypt is never ending because she doesn't know what a kingdom is. So are we going to concede that you can't prove that the kingdom is physical?
Nor can you prove that the kingdom is spiritual.
I can't prove it. I can. I just did.
What are you talking about?
I just did.
Well, yeah, so we have to I guess
Mine is negative.
We have to substantiate that the kingdom must be physical.
All right, so
For your argument to work, you have to prove the kingdom is physical. If it's not physical, if it can be non-physical, your argument falls on its face. Nice try.
The whole purpose is that Jesus never comes with his angels and repays anyone.
Yeah, we don't have to hold. We hold to dual prophecies, right?
Dual prophecies.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first prophecy's actually been done. He revealed himself.
Oh, he'll do the other one later, right?
He revealed himself in his kingdom with the transfiguration.
He'll do the other one later, right?
Do you have an argument why he can't?
Because then I could be the Messiah. Then I could be the Messiah.
You could if you wanted to, sure.
Okay.
I respond to
W admission. Admission.
So I'm just letting you say whatever.
Awesome.
You actually have no argument.
Because Jesus, no. You're admitting that Jesus and I are on the same footing, right?
So
Jesus and I are on the same footing, right? Hey, answer that question. Answer that question.
Do I have to actually argue?
Could I be the Messiah if I complete all the prophecies? Yes or no?
No, you couldn't.
Oh, I couldn't?
No, you couldn't. Anyway,
why
can
not?
we get back to the?
Why not? No. Why not?
If you can't argue, if you can't refute me,
don't run.
I'm running.
Answer that question.
Why
couldn't I not be the Messiah?
I'm running. This is why I say you're a layman.
Hello?
You're so low tier.
Why could I
Coco,
not be?
can
Yeah,
you, Coco?
There's an
Coco,
insult.
Coco.
There's an
Yes, you
insult.
are.
There's a
It
dodge.
is an
There's a
insult.
deflect. Why can I not be
it
the
is an
Messiah?
insult. Coco, can we be honest?
Don't
His
pull on
point
daddy's
here,
fucking
he has.
coattails. Answer the question.
That is daddy. Yeah, you're right.
Why can
Anyways,
I
Coco.
not be? Listen. I'm going to have you answer the question this time, okay? I'm going to have you answer the question. Why can I not be the Messiah? Can you tell me why?
Wait, just.
Oh, so
man, just.
I was distracted.
Tell me why I can't be the Messiah, because this guy,
Wait.
every time that he gets cornered, he's like, you let him
I'm
pivot
not
out.
engaged with this dude. We're pivoting.
Wait.
He can't refute the initial claim. So let's get
can't
back
answer
to
the
that.
questions.
Wait.
Okay, I
Okay,
can't.
so let's.
Coco, his whole argument is that the kingdom is physical. He can't prove it's physical, so he needs to concede.
So right
All
now,
right, so man, what you're saying is that
He's losing.
wait, man, what you're saying is that you want to talk, you want before you move on to another point, you want to stick on the original point. What you're saying, man?
Yes.
All right, so
wait, hold on. We need to clarify whether the kingdom is physical or not physical. Otherwise,
He's saying that it could be a dual prophecy. He's saying that it could be
We're not
fulfilled
talking about
already
that right
and
now.
fulfilled in the future.
You see,
That
you're not
doesn't make any
tracking.
fucking sense,
The argument
Coco.
is contingent.
That doesn't make
Your
any
argument-
fucking sense,
Your
Coco.
argument
You
is
can't have
contingent.
dual prophecy. This
Your
doesn't have
argument is
specific time
contingent.
frame.
Your argument is contingent on the kingdom being physical. I'm telling you, given the verse that she gave, give me reasons to believe that this kingdom is physical, and the understanding that we've understood about the
I
throne of
don't
David.
care about your apostolic succession or your
see,
liturgy.
bro,
I
Coco,
really don't.
he has
The
no
issue
reason
is
to
that you're
refute
gonna
it.
admit every
Oh my
single
gosh,
time
dude.
that what you're
He's
doing
actually so
is
low
to
tier.
appeal to
So I never
authority
debate
only.
him.
You're never
He's
going
low
to be able
tier,
to
bro.
debate somebody who has to appeal to
You're low
somebody
tier,
else's
bro.
authority,
You're low
to
tier.
the understanding of other people's thought. I don't care if your church has been around for 2,000 years, 2 years, 2 minutes, or 2 days.
So wait,
If
okay,
it's
so we had, I want to understand this. That's the roadblock that's happening right now.
Yeah.
So man wants to understand something about the first argument, if that's something that's still to be contested or not, before moving on to the next point. Now, Forrest, you're saying that what you're arguing right now does it pertain to the contention that man is having about the original argument?
Yeah, so here's the original argument is that this is a thing that Jesus should have done before the end of these people's lives, and that both of these verses are supposed to come to pass in the lifetime of the disciples. Jesus never did the first thing, which is 27. You can argue that he did 28 on a spiritual basis, because that's what Christians have to do. They have to lie about the text. They don't like what it says, so they say it's spiritual, it's figurative, or it'll be done in the future. That's the issue.
I mean, man, I don't know if that's man. What was the original? Okay, so that's how you understand the original argument to be, Forrest. Man, what do you understand the original argument to be, man?
Yeah, so his claim is that the kingdom is physical. All I'm doing here is asking him to substantiate that. And then she brought up the verse that literally refuted her by bringing up never ending. And I asked, give me some kingdom that is never ending in respect to this passage that
so
exists.
then right now we're talking, then in this case you're talking, because now you have one understanding of what the original argument is, and Forrest have an understanding what the original argument is. So you guys are talking past each other. So maybe you guys should flesh out what
I appreciate it, Bobby. Here's the original thing that I was talking to J-Rob about before he left. He's over, I don't know where he's at. Maybe he's cooking or something. I told him that the issue is that Jesus lies in 27, and that in 28 you can say that it's spiritual or physical, whatever, but Jesus never did what it says he would do in 27. It's one quotation, it's one time of him speaking to his disciples, and that thing never comes to pass. Therefore, Jesus is a liar, because in 27 that never happened. Now, if you want to say that 28 happened in the dual prophecy, and that it can happen both then and in the future, and that Jesus can do it later, whatever. But Jesus never does 27.
No, first I understand what you think the original argument is. I'm saying that man thinks the original argument is just pertaining to the kingdom being physical. So
no,
right
that's
now,
why
you guys.
That's why he had to track what J-Rob was saying before.
So right now, I mean, I'm saying what's going on is that you guys are talking past each other. You're arguing one 10, he's arguing another 10, and you guys are like fighting on two separate 10s right now.
Bobby,
I need to see when he did 27.
Bobby, he's lying. Borico was the one initially making the argument.
What I want to see is, where is this eternal kingdom of peace? Where is it? Because everywhere I see there's war.
No,
exactly. Look. The eternal kingdom is not physical.
So what this is all I'm trying to do now. All I'm trying to do is just keep the conversation
He's
linear.
supposed, according to Judaism.
Wait. I'm trying to keep the conversation linear so we can have like a honest back and forth. So Forrest is just saying God is lying. That's his argument. God is a liar. Madman, you're saying, well, you're making an argument if the kingdom is physical or not. So what can you two agree on to argue on? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So what happens? I started replying to Barikwa. That's where the argument came from, and then he added on, trying to save her because she was drowning. She said that Egypt's never is a kingdom. I don't know what that
You
meant.
started asking what is eternal, and I'm sorry, but again, Egypt is still there. And it's been there for thousands of years. I'm sorry whether
Is
you like
Egypt a
it or
kingdom?
not, but
Is
you
Egypt
know
a
what is
kingdom?
not there? You know what's not
Is Egypt
there?
a kingdom?
A kingdom of peace. There is no
Okay.
kingdom
Is
of
Egypt
peace
a
that has been
kingdom?
eternal.
And that's where the
Okay.
argument stemmed from, Bobby. Is
All
that
right. So,
she
okay. So
was
yeah.
saying that, and then he added on to it. So he's lying.
Right. So this
Because
starts.
I told him again, I gave him two alternatives. Well, Egypt has never ceased to exist, or you can talk about
Right.
Valhalla.
So,
You
okay.
want to
All
go
right. Cool.
to a
No. I
physical
wanted
and a
to,
spiritual,
what
but he
what.
can't choose if it's spiritual or if it's physical.
Right.
He
So what
wants
I'm
to
trying
keep
to
the
say.
spiritual, but wait
Wait.
a minute, Bobby. He wants to stay to the physical, but then not accept then Valhalla
I
could
know
be a kingdom itself.
what all I'm trying to establish. Does everyone now
Can I?
understand that the original? Wait,
Yo,
no,
can I cook,
wait.
man?
Yeah, all I want to establish. Does everyone now
Thought
understand
you
that the
were
original
cooking.
arguments is about kingdom being physical or not? Can we all agree that's the argument at hand right now?
That's
Yes,
Not
we
so
have.
much of God lying or not.
Thank
Just
you.
whether this. Okay, if that's what we're
But
arguing,
it
go.
does make him a liar because if he says he has his kingdom, then it doesn't have it.
Also,
All
by the
right.
way,
So,
sorry. Of course,
so let me give a couple of verses to show
Bro,
you.
she thinks Egypt's a kingdom, bro.
Right. No. I just Coco.
Can
All I
I,
want to do is
all right.
establish,
Can
make
I
the
give a couple
conversation
of
linear.
verses?
Right. That's all I'm trying to do here. Say, hey, not to talk past each other. Make sure we're on the same topic. If you all understand whether the kingdom is physical or not, whatever that means, right? Just you could argue that. Go. Who's next? J Rob, I think. Yeah, J Rob, go for it.
All right. So this is going to be from Daniel. This is the prophecy about the Son of Man. Key verse is verse 14. It says, "Unto him was given dominion, glory, and a kingdom that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will never pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed." So this is talking about an eternal kingdom. He will, bro.
Do you mind reading
Thanks.
those two
All
words?
right. So he will
into him?
give, bro. Let me finish, bro. My God. All right. So he's gonna give an eternal kingdom, and his dominion has to never pass away. So he will have dominion that will last for eternity. So this is not a natural kingdom because his dominion has to be supernaturally eternal. So so I can show you that was not talking about a physical kingdom. We go right here. He says, the kingdom of God is not coming in ways that can be observed, right? Nor will they say, look, here it is, there. Oh, for behold, the kingdom of God is in the midst of you, right? So that when you go to the actual Greek, it says the kingdom of God
Hold on. Wait, what are you reading?
is within your midst, right?
This is Daniel 7, he said.
No, this is Luke 17.
Wait. Oh,
Right?
So he goes from the Old Testament to the New Testament.
So we're talking about what Jesus.
Wait, hold on.
What type of kingdom?
Notice how he didn't mention that,
hold
by
on.
the way.
Guys,
We're talking about what type of
From
kingdom?
to another.
What type of kingdom was Jesus talking about?
No, you're good.
This is not.
He's just
Are we
talking
not
over
talking
you.
about?
Wait, hold on, Gerald. Pause real quick. Wait, Sir talked about this the other day. You're quoting from Luke, right?
Right.
It seems as if Luke is writing that to cover up for the fact that Jesus failed in that prophecy.
Thank you.
No. So even when you go to Paul's letters tell us that the kingdom of God is not about was it meat and drink, but it's about
Letters.
it's about the Holy Spirit.
Paul.
It says it says peace and joy in the Holy Spirit.
Peace.
When referring to the kingdom of God, he's talking about a spiritual kingdom. Even
when
in Paul.
did Paul meet Jesus? Sorry.
So sir, when he's talking about this, he's ignoring all of the passages that Paul writes
Wait,
about.
hold on. Okay,
Yes,
and
sir.
then he's
Sir's
imposing
ignoring
that,
things. Sure.
he's imposing that onto Luke, which is
Yes, sir. The one who has no motivation to
guys,
lie
wait,
here.
wait.
He's the
I'm
one
trying to
ignoring
understand.
things.
I'm
Sure.
trying to understand. So, Jesus is saying that he's going to come and repay everybody with his angels, and he's saying that none of you shall pass before I come again. And then Luke
I come until you see me come into my kingdom.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, and I got
and
one more
then
verse.
and then
The
Luke is
transfiguration was that.
wait,
I'm
guys,
confused.
and then Luke is saying that
The transfiguration is sinful.
Luke is
It's so
saying that the
fucking
kingdom
stupid.
uh, Luke is saying that the kingdom is not physical. Um,
Paul said it's not physical either.
Yeah. So Coco, what's your
And I just
evidence to
read
support
you.
this
I just
interpolation?
read you. I just read you Daniel, right? And it
no,
talks
Jesus,
about his
no,
kingdom
no.
being
Wait,
eternal,
Coco.
right? So it's not going to be physical. It can't be like physical things don't last for eternity,
Wait,
right?
hold up,
And then
J-Rob.
wait, real quick, man. Let me get this last verse.
Go ahead.
So this is the stoning of Stephen. It
I
says,
told you.
I hear you.
now when they heard these things, they were enraged and they grinded their teeth. But he, full of the Holy Spirit, he gazed up to heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Right. So where is God at? He's on his throne, right?
Yeah.
The heavens, is his throne, and the earth is his footstool. So Jesus at the right hand of God means that Jesus is in his kingdom on the throne at the right hand of the Father. So very clearly, the scriptures have already showed that Jesus came into his kingdom, and even Stephen, right before he tastes death, he saw the Son of Man in his kingdom.
Stephen. Wait,
Now that we're done with show and tell, I still don't have an answer for 27, do I, J Rob? Because my original recapitulation of your argument was still standing, right? I said that you're going to separate 27 and 28. You're going to say that 28 is already fulfilled and that 27 will be fulfilled in the future, that it's a future prophecy. Is this correct or is this incorrect?
yeah, Forrest did say that beforehand, but
All
also,
the way at the very beginning, I already steel manned what your argument was. So if you can admit that Jesus never did what it said in 27, and even if I grant you, which I don't, what it said in 28, it would still be an unfulfilled prophecy. And what man is trying to devolve into is the same thing that he pedantically accuses everyone else of, which is the sophistry, because he's saying that it could be a dual prophecy, which is both fulfilled and unfulfilled, that it could be fulfilled in the physical kingdom and that is not fulfilled in the spiritual kingdom. So here's the issue, is that at the root cause of these things, in this mythology and in your understanding of what this says, you appeal to authority and then you say, oh, it's already happened and it's going to happen. So it makes no sense in reality to actually try to argue with you guys, because your debate style is always going to hinge on whatever you don't like in the book being future and figurative.
So Forrest, I already cooked you on
so
that.
wait,
You didn't
actually,
even address.
I
You
realize
didn't
why I'm
even address
confused.
what I
Notice how he
said.
doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, I'm
You
answering.
did exactly
You
what
didn't.
Forrest said, J. Rob.
You didn't even address what I said.
Wait,
Hold on. Hold on. So like I'm realizing why I'm confused. So basically so Matthew chapter 16 verse 27 through 28 is saying that Jesus is saying he's going to come back in a said fashion, right? Then I do a Google search and it turns out that Jesus said this before his crucifixion, but that might be wrong. Now Luke is saying that that kingdom is not physical, but like I could argue something here, but Matthew, I'm pretty sure like Matthew copied
I
something.
mean, do we like?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, real quick, because I want to address.
Matthew's copying off of Luke anyway. Wait, no, Matthew's
Wait,
copying.
real quick. 'Cause I do want to address because Forrest act like I didn't already cook him on this. So the point that I made was that
You can't. I have to.
when you're, you said what?
Actually, continue. I'm gonna stop playing video games. I'm gonna grab my notes.
I mean, I just want to.
Yeah. So okay.
Though, like when you have like.
Wait, real quick, while I got it on top of my head, Forrest, I already told you that these are two different prophecies, right? He didn't say that some of you will taste death until you see me repay everyone for their deeds, right? No, he said some of you will not taste death until you see me come into my kingdom, right? And that's the prophecy that he makes that they're going to see. And you're trying to include both in there, but he doesn't say you'll see me do all these things. He said you will see me come into my kingdom, and that's what they saw. So there you go.
Can I say something? J. Rob? That's okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So, you said yes or?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So J. Rob, here's the thing. I'm kind of like listening in and out here, but it seems like you're saying like with the guy, I forgot his name, his vision, right? That that's him seeing Jesus in his kingdom. But may I, you only brought up one person. Because Jesus, when he's speaking, he says, some of you standing here. It wasn't just one person. So who else saw a vision of Jesus in the New Testament? And it can't be the person, John, like, well, how do I say this?
Paul.
Because John,
Paul
oh,
is
wait,
a fraud. He's a charlatan.
I can
okay,
name you one.
Paul,
I can name you one.
wait, whoa, wow, hold on. So, like,
No,
okay,
great.
go ahead.
Actually, no.
Peter said,
Go ahead. Wait, hold on. Butterfly go, then Sack can go, and then I'm trying to catch up to what you guys are saying. I have a headache now, or like I'm
Oh, okay.
confused.
Yeah, so I don't know. Did I gotta go back and see if Paul actually saw Jesus on the throne? Like, or was it
Paul
like
never
something else?
even
Paul
even
never
met
met him.
Jesus.
He just saw a
Paul was
vision,
a
a vision
criminal
of
and a
light on the
liar.
road to Damascus.
Paul
Yeah,
was a
like
criminal and a liar who literally persecuted and unalived Christians. And the funny thing about Christians is they're so fucking stupid that they would believe the words of a heretic and a criminal. Shut the fuck up. They would believe the words of a heretic and a criminal like Paul, who also was a liar, a known yes man, and a person who did not have the ability to interpret what Jesus said because he never met Jesus. Never met Jesus.
yeah. So here, wait. So here's
Now you can
oh,
talk.
hold
Good
on,
boy.
isn't it? Hold on. But my thing is like, okay, so you have Jesus speaking to these people, right? And he says, some of you standing here, right, will not taste unalivement. So it can't be the person who wrote
Okay.
the book of Revelation. It can't be John, where he has all these visions about what's to come when Jesus come back, because he wasn't standing there. Okay, so that can't
Wait,
be
okay,
him.
wait.
So you bring up only
Butterfly
one
pause.
Hey,
person.
wait, where are you getting that from?
Oh,
Where are you getting that from?
Hold on, wait. Butterfly pause.
wait, let him
Gerald,
finish. Let him finish.
what were you reading earlier?
Which one?
You were reading something about the kingdom not being physical. Where were you reading that out of?
Oh, that's Luke 17.
It's Luke 17, 20 through 21, but like this is an argument that I use. I have to go record in a second. I just think there's an important point to be expressed here. That when you're looking at things that pass independent attestation, like Mark 9:1 and Luke 9:27, and what's detailed is that the kingdom of God will come in power. What's not in Luke's version of that is he cuts out the in power, which seems like a minor thing, but it's not. Right, there's a strict point to do that. So there's a question about constructing like our best historical narrative and why we have a discrepancy on these views. It doesn't, like, if you understand that Luke's writing like later, right, and that they take stock in what Jesus says, and it doesn't seem like, okay, well, this wasn't fulfilled, right? So we must have an incorrect interpretation, or maybe they have a different interpretation, but it's in stark contrast because Luke, in the story where he's talking to the high priest Caiaphas, in Mark, he tells Caiaphas that you will see it, right? That you will see the kingdom of God come with great power. You'll see the Son of Man come on the clouds, right? But in Luke, that's gone, right? Because Luke doesn't see this as a cosmic judgment on earth, like an apocalyptic narrative we see in Mark, right? Something that we kind of see in the intertestamental period with this kind of stream through Judaism, this apocalyptic stream. In Luke, they have to reinterpret. They have to take stock in what Jesus says, and it's not compatible with it being a literal one. So you have to, like, J-Rob, is your view that you think that they're both compatible? Because it seems like the better, more parsimonious reconstruction is that, just like with other apocalyptic cults of today, what they don't do when they're wrong is they go, oh, we were wrong, my bad. What they do historically every single time, literally every time in history, is they reinterpret, right? They do this move where they reinterpret. And so that's why the in power is cut off. That's why that story is no longer there. And the discussion with Caiaphas, and that's why Luke 17, 20 through 21 is unique to Luke and doesn't pass independent attestation, so it fails to pass that criterion, and it fails to pass the criterion of dissimilarity. So when he's done,
I would like to finish.
I disagree.
Hold on, wait. So wait, Jim, would it be correct to say that like Luke is trying to like cover up for Matthew, since it seems as if Jesus?
That's not fair to say. I don't think that the authors of Luke did this dishonestly. I don't think it's fair to say. I think that they took stock in what was said, right? They had Mark, right? They took stock in that, and they just know that that's the correct interpretation is not the one where the kingdom of God is a literal thing that the disciples will see, because they're writing later, and that's clearly not true. So they don't just go, oh well, Jesus was wrong. They probably, and they sincerely believe, Jesus, right, is, he can't be wrong about this. They're wrong about an interpretation, right? Or they interpret a different way, but it stands in stark contrast with the apocalyptic messages you get in Mark. And so it just seems like a better historical construction. It seems more parsimonious to think that what's going on is what goes on in all apocalyptic cults. When they're wrong is they reinterpret, right?
Well, J. Mike, because I wanted to key in on this, because I think I brought it up before with you. Paul's letters, on various points, he talks about the kingdom of God and it not being physical, but it being spiritual. And
no, in 1 Thessalonians 4, he thinks that it's a literal thing. Read 1 Thessalonians 4.
No, I mean, yeah, we believe it's literal, but it's not physical, though.
He believes it's going to happen in his generation.
So
Read 1
Paul,
Thessalonians 4.
so this is Paul's words, like almost verbatim. He says, "The kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but joy and peace in the Holy Spirit." That is what the kingdom of God is. So he's not saying that the kingdom.
I'm not arguing like this ontological nature of what Paul thinks it is. What I'm saying is that Paul thinks it's going to happen in his lifetime, and it's clear in 1 Thessalonians 4. I'm not disputing
First Thessalonians 4.
Wait, hold on. I need to address a comment. Yo, Dom, chill the fuck out on my live. Like, what are you talking about? We talk over atheist women. She's had plenty of time to talk. We're just trying to figure this thing out. Like, what are you on with this whole misogynistic thing? Nobody hears misogynistic.
I mean, if you can give him the recording, and if you listen, like I said something and then I muted my mic and then waited. So
yeah, like, butterfly. Like, I'm really sorry if I'm like interrupting you or like fucking up your groove. I'm just trying to get things in order, and I'm also trying to understand it myself. My attention was split. I was playing like Fortnite and listening to this, but I'm trying to like take notes and like understand what they're saying.
Bro, you really taking Dom seriously?
I understand.
But like,
I'm not doing this to be rude, but if you go back, J-Rob said something and I started talking. Joe was like, "Hold on, please," because this is on the top of my head, and then I was gonna wait, and then she asked if she could speak, and I thought that was perfectly fine. So there might have just been a mistake on my part that I thought she might have been done. If that's the case, that's my bad. So
so I don't want anyone to like take it the wrong way, but also like I don't want to mute Dom for the live, but I'm just saying like,
bro, don't
calm down on
Just 1 Timothy 2:12 there. Just unmute her whenever you want.
Yeah, like calm down on like the hating people who are not Christian train, like chill out.
Remember, Christians always need to feel persecuted and be the victim, okay? No matter what.
Coco.
I don't know. We should I'm gonna go record. We should try to keep the sniping down though, just to make sure we can like understand each other and get the content out. Because I don't think it's gonna help. Like, you guys snipe each other all the time. That's just gonna turn into a snipe fest. The actual like semantic content's just not gonna be the focus. It's gonna be like, you guys just sniping each other.
Yeah.
I just want honesty. I was just waiting for Forrest to concede, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
So real quick,
I would never on my worst day.
I know, because you're dishonest.
Somebody who believes in transfiguration.
You
that's
J. Mike.
You don't have the ability to be honest. Why would I concede to somebody who's a genuine charlatan and just genuinely derogatory and pejorative and insulting?
Hey, bring J. Mike back.
Talking to you is actually lowering myself.
So I just want to.
No, but he's the one that calls everyone low tier. That's so red pill, man. Are you a red pillar, man? Is that what you need to be, man?
Yeah, why are y'all with the meta?
You're low tier. I'm just acknowledging it's true.
Low tier is such a stupid. It's like
it's supposed to be demeaning, yes.
Guys.
Yo, is J Mac still in here? Or he left.
J Mike left. I wanted to know what the Christians' thoughts are on like what J Mike said.
I'm sorry, I got more important things to do. Man is a child. Anyway, Butterfly, good luck, sweetie. Forrest, nos vemos, mi santo. Bye.
Well, all right, real quick, because I think J Mike is still in here.
Let's stop normalizing interrupting the host when he's speaking. I don't want to be that guy, but like, let's chill. I do need to. Damn, I really need to study the history of the Gospels. I know that now. I'm wondering what the Christians' response to what J Mike said was.
Yeah. Real quick, because if he's still in here, I want him to listen to this, because he was saying that Paul is talking about the kingdom of God. First Thessalonians is not even talking about the kingdom of God. It's talking about when Jesus returns to bring judgment. It nowhere does it mentions the kingdom of God. But when we go to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 and 50, he says, behold, I'm sorry. Now I say, brethren, flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. Neither doth corruption inherit corruption, right? So he's telling us that the kingdom of God is spiritual. It's not some physical place. It's talking about a physical state of existence. So like when he's trying to say that Luke is trying to reconstruct or edit, I guess, the Jesus's talk about the kingdom, him coming into his kingdom, that's just not the case, because it was already understood before the gospels were even written that the kingdom of God is not a physical place. So there's no reason for him to try to reinterpret anything, because it was already understood to be a spiritual place. So it's just not a good argument.
Okay, well, Forrest, you got that one.
Forrest
I
don't got
just need
nothing.
to study. I just need to study, but Forrest, yeah, you got that one. I have a headache, but I need to look into these things deeper. I'll admit, like I can take the concession. Like
There's no like refutation to what J Rob said. They just be saying whatever, bro. Like
I need to.
this is how it's been understood for thousands of years. Just to make the argument that he's trying to reinterpret it, just nonsensical. I love J Mac, but that was a terrible argument.
The only problem I have with like J Rob's interpretation of Matthew 16:27, it makes it seem like the coming in the kingdom and giving a present is the same thing. I think those are two different things under the same event. So I just think you got to reword that, man.
Well, I said it's two different things. What are you talking about? That's
No,
what I
but
said.
when you use the word like it's two prophecies, it makes it seem like, oh, he failed at one but fulfilled the other. I'm just asking you like
No, that's not failed at one. No, I'm saying
I agree what you're saying. I'm just saying the way you worded it hits the ear wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, I'm just saying that one prophecy is that you guys are going to see me come into my kingdom. The other prophecy is I'm going to repay everyone for their deeds, and they're interpreting this to be like these things are going to happen simultaneously, right? And I'm saying like, no, these are two different things that are going to occur in two different times and places.
Yeah, Matthew 16:27 is talking about two things happening under one event, and Matthew 28 is just what he would look like, basically, right?
Wait, you're
I
splitting
thought
the
that, bro. I just realized that was Sack Chaser. Hey, Sack Chaser, how's the sack chasing going?
Bro, I'm changing my name. Next
You
time you
said that
see
for
it,
3 months now.
nah, I can't join
Has the
around with
sack
somebody
chasing been going well?
a little bit.
Wait, J-Rob. So you're doing what Forrest kind of predicted. You're taking 27 and 28, and you're splitting it into two prophecies that Jesus is telling.
You know that's not a prediction when we already had this discussion, bro. It's like me and Forrest already had this discussion. It's not a
Like I
prediction.
don't know, like
And
Coco,
what
I
you
know,
have to do is
Coco,
lie
what
about
he
what the
just
verse
did.
said.
It was
Like I
just
said at the very
rhetorical.
beginning, I recapitulated your argument and still made it perfectly, and you
You
still
actually
don't have
didn't.
a
This is
defeated
all
proof of
rhetoric,
what I
Coco.
said.
Like see through
You
his
actually didn't.
BS. He's not doing
So
anything.
Coco,
He
so
has no
Coco,
reason. Like we've already proven he has no reason to believe what he believes. Because I pressed him on his interpretation of it being a physical kingdom. He couldn't even understand what I was arguing. He can't track.
Okay, and
And
then
he has no reason to argue why this is happening simultaneously. He has no arguments. He just says how he feels. So don't get confused. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
and whenever you guys say
Ask him. Wait. Don't. Coco. Ask him what his argument to believe that these two things happen at the same time. You ask him that.
Because
See
if
what he tells
not,
you.
because if
See what he
not, I
tells you. You
can
can be
answer
like,
your
nah.
question.
Watch.
Listen, slow boy. Listen, slow boy. Here's the issue. If you're going to say that he can do all of these things in the future, then there's no purpose to the prophecies. Because if they're going to happen in the future, anybody can fucking do them. And if you don't have to do them in your lifetime, the whole purpose is that the Messiah was supposed to
Argument for
actually
that.
complete. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you shut the fuck up when I'm speaking? You notice how he wants to like piss you off, and he's like, "You're low tier, you're low tier, you're low tier," and he's so pedantic, and he's a true sophist who literally just tries to goad you into a reaction. But then every time that I give him an answer, he wants to interrupt me. So if Jesus doesn't actually complete these tasks within his lifetime, anyone could complete them in the future. Anyone could be the Messiah. The whole purpose is that Jesus was supposed to fulfill all of these things before he died. And you believe that they can happen in the future. So anybody can be the Messiah in your view. That's
in
it.
regard, are you saying these things must happen in regard to Matthew 28?
So he didn't answer. Do you see what I'm saying, Coco? He's not gonna answer because he has no argument for it. He's just gonna say how he feels. He has to prove two things. He could literally just question back. What is the argument that a prophecy has to be fulfilled in one coming? What is the argument for that?
I think I need to sit down with each of you and like kind of take notes on what you guys are saying.
Don't take it with me. Just ask him to prove what he's saying, to justify what he's saying. That's all you got to do. He can't.
Okay, so you guys are referring to like Thessalonians in regards to saying that the kingdom is not physical.
Well, we already know the kingdom's not physical. Like that's just clear. Based off the understanding that J. Ross brought up, we have Matthew, we have Luke, we have First Thessalonians,
First Corinthians.
Yeah, we have
15.
a lot. Like,
Oh,
so he wants to make the claim that it is only physical. He can't prove that. He can't.
Oh, it's not physical thing. And then J-Rob said something about it not being something that the disciples would see. Like the kingdom wouldn't be something that the disciples would like see.
Exactly.
Okay, that's interesting.
Now I'd understand his argument if the kingdom only could be physical. Yeah, that would make more sense why the prophecies would have to be in one lifetime. But if he can't prove, that's what I'm saying. His whole argument is contingent on this kingdom being physical. He can't prove that. So his argument falls on his face. But he's not able to track, so he doesn't get it.
So where is the kingdom to you guys? Like what does that look like to y'all? Because
What the Bible says.
and what Tell me.
What does
what does it look like? Have I been to the kingdom?
Like where is it going to be in heaven, in a spiritual heaven?
Wait, what do you mean a spiritual heaven?
Like to you, when you said the kingdom is heaven, right? You said it's not physical. So to you, is it going to be where Jesus' throne is
It could
in
be
heaven?
paradise. Yeah, it could be paradise. It could be heaven.
So paradise to you is where Jesus' throne is after he passed away, right?
Passed away. You crucified? Or what do you?
Like, okay, after he was crucified, right? You know, he went and he ascended into heaven.
Yeah, we
That's
wouldn't say
where,
that's heaven. We would say that's paradise.
okay, paradise. So paradise is the kingdom of heaven. That's where everybody is going to be with Jesus.
Some people are in paradise, but not everybody's gonna be in paradise.
So according to you, some people are going to be in
It's
hell,
like
and then other
martyrs,
people.
saints, angels are in paradise.
Okay, so basically, where Jesus, I want to fully understand. So to you, paradise, right, is going like all of God's people, right, and his angels and etc. are going to be where Jesus ascended to, correct?
No, not everybody's in paradise. Martyrs,
Okay,
saints, these type of angels are in paradise. Heaven is gonna be for everybody, all his believers.
so all of his believers.
Heaven. There's a distinction between
Yes.
paradise and heaven. You said paradise.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Yeah, there's a distinction between heaven and paradise.
Okay.
So heaven is gonna be the new Jerusalem, right? All this stuff, the new Eden. Paradise is where he is now with the saints, the martyrs, the angels, and stuff. And some people
And
from
to you, this
Abraham's
is
bosom.
not physical. So
Yeah,
my
none
thing
of
is
this is
like,
physical, but
doesn't
you could say the
so
new
what is
Eden
the
could be physical.
okay? So what does the new heaven? Because what does the new heaven and the new earth look like to you?
That's
Because
what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. It could be
according to
that
the
could
New
be
Testament,
physical.
the first one is going to be destroyed, and then after that, God is going to make a new one, right?
I
He's going to
just
give
answered the
us,
question.
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm saying that could be physical. That's fine. That could be physical.
The new heaven and the new earth.
The new heaven could be physical. That's fine.
What the freak?
My problem is if the kingdom of Jesus is spiritual, what does the disciples witness then?
You said what?
What do they witness if the kingdom of Jesus coming in the kingdom is spiritual? What did the disciples witness?
That's what I'm saying. That the disciples in that verse is referring to Jesus Christ. That that verse that's being referred to is talking about him coming into the kingdom. This is what's been understood as a transfiguration.
Okay, see, okay, all right, I agree.
Yeah.
I was just confused because J. Rob brought up crucifixion. I was like, that doesn't make any sense because that's literal. But
Yeah.
yeah, that
I
makes
don't
sense.
know, this
I agree.
this is like these arguments like they don't do anything. Like they've already
Yeah.
been answered for thousands of years. Let's go look at the
Yours
refutation.
don't really make sense because you have like a actual resurrection that's supposed to like take place,
Hmm?
and then you got to speak another like you reinterpret that differently. But what evidence like do you have to say that everybody won't be in like paradise? Like it's like you're separating. Like you interpret it different. You say paradise and then like heaven is two different things.
Yeah.
Like, what
Heaven
evidence do you
heaven
have
is
to
the
show me that it's two different things in the Bible?
why would I have to show you
Hey,
that in the
Butterfly,
Bible?
anybody ever told you that you sound a lot like Rhea?
Really? What the heck? I don't. I like me. I don't sound
Yeah,
like.
y'all's voices sound kind of the same to me.
Oh, that's interesting. But I just
Yeah.
want to know, experiment. Can you show me
Rhea's
that
awesome though.
and show me evidence in the Bible that these two things are like different? Because one thing I do know, you got heaven, which is where they believe that God was above, right?
Hmm.
That's because when you look in the New Testament, you got Jesus ascending into heaven, going back to the Father.
Yeah.
So they believe that God was somewhere above, right?
Yeah,
And
no, I
then
understand that.
you
This
see where it's speaking about the new heaven and the new earth, and people are going to be there. You got the new Jerusalem. Things are supposed to be restored. And then you got like the resurrection where people are going to rise from the dead. You got the wicked people that's going to rise from the dead, and you got the good people that's going to rise
judgment
from the
day.
dead, and there's going to be
Yeah.
judgment.
Yeah. So do you see that that's the point why you make the distinction? Because if they're saying God is going into heaven, right? And they're also saying there's a heaven that's going to come, right? They're just using the words synonymously. But the distinction between where Jesus went up is paradise, and the heaven that's going to come is the new Eden or the new Jerusalem. That's the distinction.
So where does it say that that particular heaven is paradise?
No, that's how it's been understood. Like the distinction, you could say both of them are heaven, right? But the reason why the word is going to be different because they're used synonymously. Heaven is used as paradise, and the new Jerusalem they're used synonymously. But when I'm saying there's a distinction between paradise and heaven, I'm showing you that heaven is this thing reserved for that comes after judgment, all this stuff. That's what I'm talking to when I say heaven. And I'm saying paradise is the place that Jesus went up to, where the martyrs and saints are, the people that are in Abraham's bosom. That's what they are right now.
Okay, and you think it's heaven is physical? You think it's going to be like the earth, the new earth?
It just says it's new. I don't know for sure what it. I'm sure it's gonna have some type of like physical aspects or spiritual aspects. I don't understand that to its fullest. It's not really explained that in depth, but it's told that's going to be the new Eden, the new Jerusalem, and it's also going to be spiritual in that way because we're going to be perfect. So we're going to have glorified bodies. We're going to there's going to be no evil. There's going to be no pain. All this stuff. So it's going to have some type of like eternality as well.
But
So
can
it's
you
like
like show me proof where people are like living in like where Jesus' throne is or around like because you
yeah.
said
So
not everyone is
yeah.
going
So
to go
saints.
there to
Yeah. So
paradise.
saints. Yeah. So saints are in paradise. I can pull up the verse where they're praying for us.
Are you looking for verses that show the distinction between paradise and heaven?
Yeah. She's not gonna. The Bible's not gonna explicitly explain the distinction.
I
Are
mean,
you saying like when the people was like, when are you coming back? When they were
Corinthians
in, yeah.
Say
in
what?
First Corinthians it shows the distinction between paradise and heaven though.
Okay. I didn't know First Corinthians did. Let me look it up.
I think it's First Corinthians.
Oh yeah. Also, bear with me really quick. I'm just grabbing some food to take you a break. My brain got overwhelmed. Giraffe rice from the Nigerians.
We can't even see it, bro.
Hold on, wait, really quick. Okay.
W. Wait, Nigerian Jollof?
Yo.
Yeah.
Ew. Yeah, Nigerian
My
Jollof is
parents
not
are.
good.
I love my parents. What are you talking about, dude? Giraffe cooks. The world loves giraffe rice.
No, it doesn't, buddy.
Yo, everyone
Anyways.
around the world. Everyone around the world talks about Nigerian jollof rice. What are you talking about, bro? We're
Anybody that's
famous.
had any other jollof rice knows Nigeria is not the best jollof.
We have the best, bro. It's wait, what other
Yeah,
jollof
but
rice?
Sack, what's it? First Corinthians what?
Sack chaser is a nasty word.
I gotta look for it. Hold on.
All right.
Sack
I mean,
chaser.
I could just bring up the verse where it shows like the saints are praying for us, and I'm in heaven.
Sack chasing breezy. Sack chaser. I bet at the time when bro came up with that name, he must have like been feeling himself.
Oh, bro. No.
Chaser. Sack chasing. And man, I have to give. I remember when I first met you, man, on TikTok. You definitely improved since then. I'll give you that.
Is he gonna bring up when Paul brought up the third heaven thing?
Man,
No,
what you been doing? You've been reading? You've been
yeah,
studying?
man has improved since I first met him on TikTok. When I first met him on TikTok,
Christian debater?
no, I
Apologist?
remember because when I first met Man on TikTok, it was the first time I met Justin. I met Justin and Man at the same time.
Yeah, we
I
all
think
low key.
Danny and like I think Venus, all them, and we were. I think Justin W and Man were not as good as they were now. So
Yeah,
I
no,
don't know,
I
but I would
appreciate
say
it.
like the people whose arguments that I like write down is definitely going to be like Ian, Deconstruction Justin. They make really good arguments, and then I've been taking notes on Forrest arguments. I think like Forrest does a pretty good job.
Oh, brother, stop
Not
doing
one of
that.
these apologists, by the way, not one of these apologists would ever have the balls to go up to Justin Deconstruct and get smacked down. I don't care if it's Man, if it's Nick, if it's Slim, if it's any of these people. They would never go into Justin Deconstruction ever.
Who's
Okay,
that?
wait, actually,
Who's that?
Yeah, so I don't even debate theology anymore like that. I just came up here because I saw you.
How,
Or I saw
how
you.
convenient.
Came up here
How
because I saw
convenient. How
J.
convenient.
Wait, I've been
actually,
stopped
wait, really
debating
quick.
theology.
You know what I'd be wondering though? Like people like Present and like I Wonder and like all those gang. They say that atheists are like bad debaters, but like why don't any of them actually go debate like Deconstruction Justin or like Ian or some of the top notch debaters or like talk to J Mike or something? They kind of just don't
They're going
talk
to
to the
get fucking smacked around outside of their echo chambers because
I
if they don't
mean,
have the ability to moderate, mute, and block people and try to steamroll, they don't have the ability to debate in good faith, being genuine. None of them do. Because if they did, they would have already presented their arguments to the top tier people. So they have to simply call everyone low tier while being low tier themselves. It's always an insane projection from Christians.
Oh, brother, here we
I
go.
don't think I could beat Deconstructed Zone, but I don't think his argument's that good though. Because I saw a debate with him against a person who actually know what he says. He got destroyed. I ain't gonna hold.
Which scripture was y'all referring to though?
I'm waiting for him to sack to give it.
Oh my bad. My bad.
Is it the one where he talk
It's,
about the third heaven? Is that the
yeah,
one
but
you're
I
referring
read
to?
it and I don't think that really shows the distinction though. So I
Yeah,
forgot
it
to.
doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't at all. Because I'm confused. Like I don't know. It's maybe I don't know where you're getting this interpretation from. I did hear you
Yeah,
say
no,
that you were like
I said that it's not going to be found in the Bible, right? I'm not sola scriptura, so I don't hold to the Bible being the ultimate authority, right?
I
We
mean,
have the church, we have church fathers and all that stuff. So for me, the distinction is made because it's easier to reconcile what's happening. When we see these two things being used synonymously, it can be confusing.
I mean,
okay. Well,
Jesus did say he did tell the thief that he would meet him in paradise. So
Exactly.
I think that's a different thing. He would have said he would meet me in heaven if it was the same thing.
But that's the thing. That's the point.
that
They
doesn't
use
show that
interchangeably.
everyone is. That doesn't show that only some people are gonna be in paradise and then others are gonna be in a physical heaven. That doesn't say that at all.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the people that are in paradise right now, the people from Abraham's bosom, um, and the people that were martyrs, like the saints, angels, and obviously God, or God, or the Father's not dead, but that's all in the conversation. But yeah,
Anyway, that was interesting. Like you know, Yeah, I do need to again, like, yeah, I do need to study like whether that was a failed prophecy. I did look on Google, and it does say like that prophecy actually. Many historians and people argue about that prophecy, whether Jesus fulfilled it or whether like it's being covered up. It's still an
Mhm.
ongoing argument to this day. Oh wait, man, but do you think that what you might said was like a bad argument or like a weak argument?
Yeah, because I mean, the only reason his argument would stand is if you just hold like in which everybody does in this debating world that Paul is like this liar and everything he's made is corrupt. That's the only way his argument can stand. So like
I mean,
that's really it. Because if we appeal to Paul in his letters, right, they're just gonna say, well, Paul's a liar, blah blah, this and that.
but Paul is like
Paul's what?
Paul is well, Paul is persecuting Christians, going on the road to Damascus, converts to Christianity. Then he's meeting up with the apostles to just like learn from them and then regurgitate church teaching, early church teaching.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
What's wrong with that?
is Paul like the most reliable source, or is he just like hopping over?
Yeah, what?
Hopping
Is
over?
that a question?
You know, like, is he
Wait, when you say
reliable?
regurgitating, like, what do you mean when you say regurgitating? What does that mean? Like they're teaching him Christianity? Like,
Yeah,
is that
they're
a
teaching
problem?
Christianity, and like the Corinthians Creed is from the early church, the 500 is from the early church. Paul is just kind of like saying what he's told.
Do you think he was a layman? Like, do you think he couldn't track? He was a religious leader, bro. He was smart.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
The only, the only, the only thing that would give like Paul a bad stain on his record if we could prove that he was lying about the things that he said. Just because he learned it from somebody else doesn't make it false.
Yeah.
But is he writing anything from? I guess the road to Damascus is from personal experience, but it seems as if he's just like taking like the Corinthians Creed and taking like the 500 and just kind of writing what the church is telling him and kind of like, okay, I'm going with it. And also, like,
But even if that was the case, why is that a problem?
I take Paul to be like psychologically ill, to be honest with you.
No, I'm saying like even if that was the case, like why would that be a problem? How would that like affect his reliability if he's just understanding what everybody else has understood?
Because he's just a yes man. He's like an additional like head
Jesus
that's
Christ.
not.
Bro, it's like it's a religion. They have pillars. Like, are you saying because I hold to the pillars that I'm just regurgitating what has been taught?
Wait. So you're saying Paul is like a reliable source, right? But if Paul's just saying yes to what everybody else is saying, then like he's just.
What's the argument that would not make him a reliable source? Just because
Talking about, he's not even just saying yes. Like he literally was going back and forth with James about multiple things that they were practicing. So he's not a yes man by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but even if that was the case, let's say I hold like I say he is like, how does that affect his reliability?
Yeah,
because other people are talking about their personal experiences and talking about like Jesus and like this is what happened and they're documenting what they saw, and then Paul comes along and he doesn't meet Jesus, he doesn't know anything about Jesus. He meets these people and he's just like saying yes to what they're saying because he had a vision on the road to Damascus. Not like anything else. Not like he personally had these experiences or like personally like not really had any like thorough experience with Jesus. He's kind of like just saying yes and going with it because of one experience.
Can I give you an analogy? Can I give you an analogy? Let's say man come up to you and assaults you, and I'm a police officer, and you tell me everything that he did to you, and I go in front of a judge and tell him what you told me. That makes me unreliable?
Not necessarily. No. Like it's more so like let's say you have four people who. Let's say that you have four people who like lived with a firefighter who saved a bunch of people from burning buildings, and that firefighter does like one last mission and save somebody from 9/11, but he passes away. And so the four go on to write about their personal experiences with this firefighter. Then a fifth dude comes along and just happens to have like a dream about this firefighter, meets up with the four dudes, and he talks about his dream, yeah, but then he's agreeable to what they say, and in his letters that this fifth person is writing, he's kind of just like saying what the other people are saying, and then you're saying that person is a reliable source when they're just a mouthpiece for the four people who actually had legitimate like experiences with the firefighter.
but he's still relaying reliable
Is
information
this
for the people
firefighter that
witnessing.
passed away? Is he God?
The
Yeah.
firefighter's kind of like God or
Okay,
like
so he's God. Yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna hold to him being reliable. If he's saying, or if he had this mass conversion after unaliving, like we have no reason to believe this didn't happen, given like human psychology. Why would a person that is doing all these heinous things go from doing that to becoming Christian if it wasn't for some type of miraculous intervention?
he could be psychologically ill. He was very involved in like the persecution of Christians. Maybe he's feeling guilty, and
And
then
like, at this point on the road to Damascus, this is where it all just rained down on him, huh?
yeah, he's in. Wait, hold on, because think about it. When you read the journey through Damascus, he doesn't describe
Mhm.
any details about how Jesus looks. He doesn't describe any like specific details about who Jesus is. He just says that I saw a light, and the light spoke to me. Now, if someone's traveling in the desert and they're deeply dehydrated, yeah, I might hear a voice or two, right? Um,
Wait,
so like
how do you know
it's
he was
likely that he could have like
dehydrated?
mental breakdown and dehydration. But like, let's say that Paul said, "I saw Jesus. I saw the holes in his hands. I saw
Wait,
details,"
Coco.
and he recalled the details of somebody he never met, right? Then that would be more convincing. But he's just hearing voices, and
Wait,
that's
but Coco,
typical.
why
Like,
would you assume he was dehydrated?
well, yeah, but like this is typical. Like you see,
Wait,
wait, hold on, but like you see this phenomenon in people who get lost in the desert, dehydrated. They
but
start
he
having
wasn't lost.
hallucinations and hear things.
Yeah, but that would be true if that was the case, right? This is not a poor person. He's not going to be dehydrated on any travel. Like he has money. Like he's going to be well fed. He's going to have water to drink. So
I
why
mean,
would I expect this man to be dehydrated? He
but
literally has money.
he also has like psychological issues due to the persecution of Christians.
Wait, that's an assumption.
Would you? He probably didn't only persecute Christians either. He probably persecuted other Jews.
Wait, hold on. But the thing is, like, we know what murder does to people's minds mentally. Like, if
That's true.
Yeah, but like I said, I told you earlier, I don't think somebody murdered somebody and then had hallucinations about their mom though. I don't think that's likely.
wait, what?
I don't think a murderer, unalived someone's son and then had hallucinations about their mom.
Wait, but that's not the case. Like, oh wait. Actually, I hear what you're
Okay,
saying.
so that is literally the case.
Wait,
Why would he get a vision about Jesus after unaliving all those people? What does Jesus come in there?
well, I mean, because like he's unaliving Christians, so don't you think that the Christians could be revealing details about Jesus that would like,
He said, remember, he didn't give details about Jesus. He just said a light spoke to him, remember?
yeah, but the light tells him like, I am Jesus, and like you are to do this, and couldn't that be a guilty conscience? Like I was unaliving Christians, and their Jesus is speaking to me now in the desert, and I'm
But what would
hearing
be
a
more
voice.
likely?
Huh?
What would be more likely? What would be more likely though? We speak about human psychology. Would it be more likely that he has a vision or an episode seeing somebody that he's unalived's family or them or Jesus? What's more probable?
I think it would be more likely that he has like a vision rather than like Jesus rising from the dead and
No, that's not
actually
my question. That's
hearing
not my
him.
question. That's not my question. My question is, given Paul and his experiences with Christians, well, pre conversion, what is more probable? Him witnessing one of these people he's unalived in a vision, or him witnessing Jesus?
I think it's equally likely.
No, you got so much presumption
You
in
see,
your argument.
now that's dishonest. Come on.
No.
Nah,
Think
you got
about
a lot
it,
of
because like he's unaliving Christians who are passionate about Jesus to the point like they will go to die for Jesus, right? So it could be the case he's hearing things about Jesus over and over while massacring thousands of Christians, and then he walks in
I
the
don't know
desert
about that,
and he
bro.
has a vision about Jesus.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what is more likely? That's my point. What is more likely that he sees Jesus versus maybe one of the people he's unalived?
Equally likely, yeah.
And why is that?
There's the people that he
Actually, more
unalive, and
likely
then
that he
there's what the
sees
people are
Jesus because it's
saying
more
about what he
recent.
about him. You know.
The
Wait,
problem
I
with
hear
your
you
argument,
said.
the
hold on.
problem with your argument, you got
Wait, hold on. So there's the people that he unalive, and then there's what the people are saying about Christianity that he could be hearing. And I think like he could either see a vision of the people he unalive or Jesus.
It's actually more likely to be Jesus because the death of Jesus would have been more recent, also more public.
And your argument has so many precepts. Like you're assuming that he only allowed persecuted Christians. You're assuming that he was there to witness the unaliving of these Christians. You're assuming that he was starving and dehydrated. You just got so many things that you're just guessing on.
That is
Well,
true.
okay. Even if I toss out that he wasn't starving or dehydrated in the desert, he's still probably psychologically affected by like unaliving a bunch of Christians.
Which
That's
I agree,
assuming that he
it
was,
could be the case, but what's the argument that it was only Christians?
and you're assuming that he was there to
I
witness the persecution.
mean, do we have record of Paul unaliving anyone else outside of Christians?
Yes, he's a Pharisee. It's most likely he persecuted people who's heretics. It's like it's highly possible.
Hmm. I have to read more into that. All I know is Paul was unaliving Christians, and he had a strong distaste for like the Jesus movement.
So what's the
Either way,
reason? Let
which
me
is
ask.
more likely a natural occurrence due to a vision or some hallucinations of a vision or an actual vision of the resurrected Christ?
And also, like Jesus was a very
Are
prominent
you
figure,
asking me?
and like Jesus was a very prominent figure, and like the Romans like really unalived Jesus, Roman crucifixion style, and there was a bunch of like energy diverted to that, basically.
But that wouldn't have affected him.
I mean, hearing about it, seeing whole societies change due to Jesus.
Why
So,
would that affect somebody that's not Christian?
Hmm?
Do you think Pontius well, what's his name?
Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, Pontius Pilate. Do you think he had some type of psychological effects to the crucifixion?
Well, no, Pontius Pilate, before Jesus was crucified, he washed his hands clean and said, "You guys deal with it." And he walked away from that.
No, I'm saying, but but you're saying because everybody experienced or knew of it that Paul might have had some type of like psychological anguish. Are you also saying that Pontius Pilate had psychological anguish?
Well, Pontius Pilate wasn't really. This is a good point. But
Wait, Pontius Pilate was actually worse. So if he
Yeah.
unalived the Christ, we would expect him, given your argument, that he would have the most psychological anguish. Do you hold to this?
Wouldn't have believed Jesus to be the Christ.
That's my point. So why would we
So-
assume that this would affect Paul psychologically?
So I think like Pontius Pilate was responsible for like a lot of people unaliving. I think he was like kind of
Which
like
would make it worse?
yeah. But like Paul was like persecuting a bunch of Christians at mass.
That he didn't believe were Christian or were following the true God. So why?
Nobody's saying
if
that
Pontius-
Pontius Pilate wouldn't have had some sort of psychological
No, I'm asking
issues.
Coco. I'm asking Coco.
Actually,
This
okay.
is Coco's argument.
I mean, technically, Pontius Pilate could be psychologically also ill, but like we don't really see any signs of that. But like,
So everybody that witnessed it is have some type of psychological anguish.
well,
The witnessing of death
even though
is
they-
going
even
to
though they had
have
no
psychological
commitments-
effects on people.
Yeah,
We
so
know
you're
that.
saying but you're saying people that have no commitments to Christ are going to be psychologically receiving anguish.
It doesn't matter if it's Christ. It's the death of
everybody-
anybody
okay,
is
I'm
going to
not-
cause psychological anguish.
I understand that. My point is to show him the irrelevance. If this is just going to mean that if you heard about it or if you've seen it, that you have some type of psychological anguish. This would
Wait,
just be the
Coco,
norm.
he's saying Pontius Pilate seen the resurrection?
wait, hold on.
No, that's what I'm saying.
All right, so I'm going to actually try to say this without getting interrupted this time. Anybody who witnesses death has some sort of psychological anguish. That's just fine. But that's not what the argument being made is. It's not whether or not a person has some sort of psychological anguish. What is being stated is that Paul, having a history that is violent against a group of people, is likely to have a vision of the leader of those people.
I agree. I understand that. That's what I'm asking you. That's why I brought up Pontius Pilate.
Hold on. So like the
Yeah.
thing is like
Pontius Pilate would have been
I'm
different.
saying,
Wait, hold on,
why
guys.
would he be different? He would be at the head of this whole movement.
So like
Nobody's saying that that wouldn't have been at the head of the whole movement. Nobody's saying it.
Wait, hold on, just really quick. So basically, Jesus passes away, right? And like, everybody surrounding that is gonna have like some kind of psychological anguish, right? But the people who are like literally murdering people are gonna have a higher degree of psychological like, anguish than like somebody who like they were in the crowd and they saw Jesus on the cross bleeding out. I mean, that's like traumatizing AF, right? But so. Yeah, we can grant that Pontius Pilate probably had like psychological anguish. Like he was literally crucifying people like left and right, Christian or not Christian. I think even. I mean, there were two people who like arrived beside Jesus that way. Yeah, like I can grant that.
Well,
But his
actually, I want to say something. I think these kind of movements, when they start, they generally start by people that we wouldn't have the background knowledge we would expect them to have those kind of experiences. I mean, like let's just take like someone like Joseph Smith, for example. I mean, he was raised a Trinitarian, yet when he had these sort of prophecies and appearances from the supposed angel, it was of a Unitarian God. Same with Muhammad. Muhammad was raised in a polytheistic environment. Yet when he had, appearances from Gabriel and all this other stuff, it was of a monotheistic God, right? The Abrahamic God. So these kind of like visionary experiences or hallucinations or whatever that started a lot of these religious movements often come from the kind of things that would not be expected given that person's background knowledge and prior commitments. That's usually what kickstarts the religious movements to begin with, because the experiences are unique. So this kind of phenomenon isn't that uncommon. And also, when it comes to Pontius Pilate, I didn't hear the whole conversation, but I'm not even sure why he's brought up. He's not said to have had any religious experience like this. So I don't know.
That's my point. That's my point.
Pontius Pilate is like unaliving people. So like, if I'm gonna grant that Paul was affected by like,
He didn't see the resurrection.
But Coco,
that was my
not
point.
the resurrection.
The only reason this is being brought up is because it's actually written that Paul had an experience. So we're explaining why Paul could have had the experience. Pontius Pilate isn't written as having an experience, so we don't need to try to justify one of Pontius Pilate's experiences.
No, that's not what I'm
Could he have had an experience? Yes. Is it written about? No. So it's
Hold
irrelevant.
on, I want to hear Madman's point. You're saying, what are you saying about Pontius Pilate, Madman?
Okay, so he's making the claim, Rob, we can expect this miraculous or this conversion to happen because he feels guilty for unaliving Christians, and this would follow him seeing Christ in this vision. So it's like, okay, cool, let's hold to that. Why don't we see Pontius Pilate, who crucified this Christ, that had this whole movement?
Wait, it doesn't. Okay, but it doesn't follow in virtue of Paul having that experience that we should expect everybody like Paul to have that experience. That doesn't follow.
Yeah, so I'm saying his line of reasoning for why he had this experience, I'm just applying it to Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't follow that in virtue of Paul having this experience that we should expect everybody to have the experience.
Perfect. So then why do I need to accept that because of these experiences, this is the only reason why he could have mastered?
Wait, we know Paul had the experience, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, so given those experiences...
Wait, hold on. Just answer the question. Did Paul have the experience?
What experience are you referring to?
The post-resurrection experience. The appearance of Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we know... Okay, listen. This same question could be posed to you, right? Mm-hmm. If God chose to reveal himself to Paul, why didn't he do so to Pilate, right? It's just... We have one piece of data to explain that Paul had a post-resurrection experience, and all we need to do is explain what best explains that experience, right? We don't need to explain the experiences of people it didn't happen to. That's not
what I'm arguing. So you're misunderstanding. Coco was saying...
I'm not misunderstanding you at all.
I
want to give you an analogy to show you I don't misunderstand what you're saying. You have not actually tried to listen to what's being said.
I'm not even talking to you.
Well, I'm talking to you.
What is wrong with this dude?
Okay, so this would be like saying, hey, I know a person got lung cancer. The reason they got lung cancer is because they smoked for 10 years. Well, this guy over here smoked for 10 years and doesn't have lung cancer. Yeah, no shit, he doesn't have lung cancer. Not everybody who smokes for 10 years is going to get lung cancer. But the person who got lung cancer, we can show that it's because he smoked for 10 years.
I think
it's the same fucking thing. Just because Paul had a vision and we think he had the vision because of the actions taken before doesn't mean everybody who took those actions is going to have the same vision.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Well, let me hear what he has to say to that.
Wait, but also before he says what he has to say, I do understand what Man's point is arguing, right? Like, we're willing to say that, like, just because we're using this kind of explanation for Paul, that doesn't mean like everyone's gonna have that experience. So Man could also say,
yeah, you guys don't need to make the same point I made. He's saying I'm wrong. I want to hear I'm wrong.
Well, yeah,
No,
but
I
like,
didn't say
why
you're.
should we expect? Well, like, if everyone's not going to have the same experience, given like the murder, right? Like, why should we expect Paul to have that experience? But I guess it's like a possible explanation for it. But it could be the case that Paul's a psychopath, or like, like I don't know, like.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, why do I need to accept that this isn't something miraculous and that it just could be explained through some type of like physical or psychological anguish? That's all I'm
Oh
saying.
yeah, that's not what's going on here, man. You're not
No,
getting
that's
it.
no,
Look,
that's what Coco. That's what me and Coco were arguing.
well,
And then Matthew came
here's
out
the
of
point.
nowhere.
Here's the point. We have a set of facts we need to explain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're each coming up with an explanation for those facts, okay? And all after we each come up with our explanations, we're trying to figure out which explanation is most likely, okay? So if you have a fact like Paul, let's say you want on the table one of the facts being Paul had this this experience, this post-resurrection experience where Christ appeared to him, right? That's a fact that we put on the table, okay? We accept that fact, right? And you might also want to have a fact like the empty tomb. You might want to have a fact like, the disciples having a conversion. Whatever facts you want on the table, right? We're trying to get those facts in the box and explain what best explains them, right? It's not the case that you need to accept the explanation right off. We're coming up with the hypothesis and seeing what best explains the data.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand that. But correct me if I'm wrong, sir, because you know well read on this. He didn't actually like do the actual persecution. He was rounding them up, correct?
Who, Paul?
Yeah.
Well, all Paul says in his own letters is that he persecuted the Church of God. What that means, I don't know. He doesn't really go into detail. Acts describes as if he's unaliving Christian, so I don't know to what detail he was persecuting them, but I don't think any of that matters, though. I mean,
well, it does matter because if he just round them up, he's not going to be receiving as much like psychological anguish. Although it's not one shoe fits all, I understand that. But he's not just persecuting Christians; he's also persecuting heretics that are of the same faith as him.
yeah, but again, the people that generally have these kind of experiences, these post-resurrection experiences, the background data doesn't often predict they will have the experience, right? A lot of times that's what kickstarts the movement, is these people that have these experiences we wouldn't expect them to have. I gave you some examples with like Joseph Smith being a Trinitarian, having an experience of a Unitarian God, Muhammad being raised in a polytheistic environment, having an experience of the Abrahamic God. Like, these kind of experiences aren't often made by people we expect to have them.
But the problem with those religions, they wasn't actively opposed to those things appearing. Paul was actively opposed to seeing Jesus because he was.
You don't think Joseph Smith was opposed to a Unitarian God? He was a Trinitarian.
No, he's talking about his experiences, like their experiences with these angels was not fruitful, but like as comforting. I think that's what.
Wait, do you guys believe in a Unitarian God? You two?
I believe in a Trinitarian God.
Yeah, would you be if you had it? Would we expect then you guys to have a hallucination of an angel telling you there's a Unitarian God?
But I'm not opposed to it though. If it's a
You're not.
God,
you're a Trinitarian. What are you talking about?
But why would that follow? Why would that follow? Just because
you're a Trinitarian. What in the world?
Why couldn't he just get another God that was Trinitarian?
Because if it's a hallucination, based on your logic, it wouldn't make sense.
Not my logic. This is your argument. You're saying, they're just doing the opposite of what they understand. Why couldn't it be the case that they just follow another Trinitarian God?
But that's not what Joseph Smith did.
That's my point. So you're saying what we've seen the data. Wait, but sir, you're saying what we've seen the data is that they're doing like opposite of what they believe. Why isn't the case?
No, that's not what I said. I said that the experiences often aren't predicted by their background knowledge.
But you're making it seem like they're opposed to it. Like, are you an atheist?
Of course they are.
Are you an atheist?
Okay, so then why couldn't we just follow why didn't he just create a religion that was also Trinitarian?
Are you an atheist?
Who are you talking about?
I'm saying those people.
Are you an atheist?
Because the kind of visions or hallucinations they have often contradict their previously held beliefs. That's why.
Are you an atheist, sir?
Okay, so then just because you have some type of interaction with an angel, it doesn't necessitate they're going to now follow a whole new doctrine. You could just follow.
Well, that's what Joseph Smith did. That's the point.
I know, and I'm saying it's not one shoe fits all. Just like you said, psychological anguish is not one shoe fits all. Why should I expect just because you have an interaction with a said angel that you're going to automatically find a whole new religion?
Because that's what often happens. What do you mean? I'm giving you examples where this happens.
I understand that, but it's not one shoe fits all. It could be the case that you just go with another Trinitarian God, correct?
Okay, here's a better. I don't know what the hell you're saying, but do you have any examples of a resurrected body appearing to people?
besides this?
Wait, say again?
Do you have any examples of a resurrected body appearing to people besides this?
I don't.
Okay, we do have background knowledge of people having these sort of hallucinations or visions that don't often conform with their background beliefs, right? So,
Okay.
this is a phenomenon we know occurs, right? But the phenomenon of the resurrected body getting up, walk around, appearing to people is not a phenomenon we see here. That's the point.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Are you an atheist, sir?
So what's the issue?
Are you an atheist, sir?
Huh?
Are you an atheist, sir?
Yeah.
So if a God comes and appears to you, does that mean are you opposed to that?
Well, it depends on what kind of appearance you're talking about here.
Just any appearance that convinces you that a God exists. Are you opposed to that?
Wait, hold on. So you're stipulating that in the appearance it convinces me a God exists?
Yeah. Are you opposed to
Well,
that?
then of course I'm not going to be opposed to it. You stipulated in the hypothetical that I'm convinced.
So either way, like just because I believe in one belief, that doesn't mean I'm opposed to another. I just
What
don't have
in the
enough.
world what in the world are you talking about?
You're making it seem just because they have one worldview.
He's saying it's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
Look, I'm saying people often have these kind of hallucinations or visions or mistaken experiences that often contradict their previously held beliefs. That's all I'm saying. We have examples of this.
Okay, but I'm saying the difference between that and Paul because Paul was actively opposed to it. He was actively opposed to it.
So would a Trinitarian be opposed to a Unitarian? You're opposed to a Unitarian.
No, I'm not opposed to it. I just don't have enough evidence to believe that. That's the only difference.
Okay, well, most Trinitarians are. I don't know. You're a rare breed. That most Trinitarians would think Unitarians are heretics.
That's why.
So basically, like
that's why I asked you if you were the atheist.
Wait, hold on. The example is basically like we would assume that if you're Trinitarian, you think Unitarianism is bad, it's wrong. But then if you get a vision and then drastically change into a Unitarianism, that happens all the time. John Smith was raised a Trinitarian and he became Mormon, right? That's what we're trying to make with that example. So
Do we know that?
These kinds of transitions, given visions, happen in a lot of different courts, right? They change one lifestyle to another. So Paul was opposed to being Christian, had a vision.
And that's even.
Do we know if Joseph was actually a Trinitarian?
Yeah, he was raised in a Trinitarian background. Of course he was.
Wait, just because you're raised in a Trinitarian background doesn't mean you're a Trinitarian.
Well, he came from the background of being a Trinitarian. We would expect his sort of hallucinations and visions to be that of a Trinitarian. But also this idea that Paul was opposed.
Just to say if you had a hallucination.
Also this idea Paul was opposed. I'm not convinced of anyway. I mean,
if you're actively
persecuting Christians, how do you know he wasn't ordered? How do you know he wasn't just doing what he was ordered to do? Maybe he felt like maybe he didn't feel that opposed to them.
But he still was doing it though, so it don't matter.
Yeah, maybe because he's ordered. Maybe he felt bad about it.
And he said he said he would go into houses himself and look for evidence to persecute them. What you mean?
That's not all Paul says in his own letters.
He sounds passionate to me.
All Paul says in his own letters is I persecuted the Church of God. He doesn't really give any details about to what extent he persecuted them.
The person who wrote Acts who was following around said that he was going places and looking for evidence.
Well, that's not a fact I'm going to accept. I'm not going to accept that the person that wrote Acts was recording accurate history or had any access to what Paul thought outside of his letters.
But you're just making a presupposition, like you just.
No, I can present arguments for that, but
no, I'm saying no, not that. No, I'm talking about you just hand waving that he was forced to do it with no evidence to back that up.
Because there's no reason to think he was.
It is. He said I was persecuting Christians, but I don't know.
So that was persecuting the Church of God. How do you know he wasn't ordered to?
It does not matter. He was doing it. I don't understand.
Because you're saying he was opposed as if he wanted to do this, like he wanted to destroy them. But if he was ordered to, he might have had a second order desire where he was just going along with it because he didn't want to like go against what the Romans or the Jews or whoever was ordering him to do.
If he was ordered to do it, you would think he would say I was ordered to do it, though, right?
No, not necessarily.
Yes, because if he had a change of heart to not do it no more, he would have said, "I never wanted to do it. I was ordered to do it." But Jesus.
Well, no, he's making a rhetorical point in his letters. He's saying that if he became convinced anybody can. That's kind of the point he's trying to make. Why would he then say, "Look, I know I persecuted you, but I didn't really want to do it," because that would take the rhetorical sting away from what he's trying to say.
It wouldn't though, because if he didn't want to do it, his conversion would not be that out of the ordinary.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that's why he wouldn't admit to that. What do you? What?
hold on.
Take the rhetorical sting away. That's the whole point.
Wait, the whole point of,
what is this guy talking about?
Wait, hold on. The whole point of like Paul's like conversion, right, was that he really did not like Christians. He hated Christians, and then he drastically changed into into a Christian. I think Sarah's making this point that when Paul writes, he's saying I really didn't like Christianity, but the power of God converted me, and so if I can convert to Christianity, anyone can convert to Christianity, and that's kind of the message he's trying to put forth.
Yeah. So why would he say? Yeah. The point is then, if that's the rhetorical point he's trying to make, why would he say, well, I was persecuting them, but I was only doing it because I was ordered to? Why would he make that point? Take away all the rhetorical sting he's trying to create there.
Yeah, that would weaken what he's trying to say.
But it would be the truth, though. It would be the whole point is that he. The whole point is that he was persecuting Christians. If he didn't want to do it, he would have said it. I don't understand. If he wanted to relay the truth, he would have said, "I was forced to do it." And he literally said, Jesus told him, "Why are you persecuting my people?" I don't understand why.
Not with the rhetorical points he's trying to make. I don't think he would admit to that. But all this is really not that relevant anyway. I mean, like I said, if the argument you're trying to put forth is people don't have hallucinations, visions, experiences, religious experiences, etc., that we wouldn't expect them to have based on their prior commitments, background beliefs, that just is not the case. I mean, these religious movements are almost always started with someone that has some kind of experience that doesn't conform with their background beliefs. That's what kickstarts the religion of being with. Those are the ones that survive. The religions that do have experiences that confirm with their background beliefs, those experiences are often rejected or thought to be just another one in the mold of a long series of people that have these experiences. Take, for example, the Pentecost, right? That's recorded in Acts, but that's treated differently as the experiences that Paul has and as the experiences of the disciples have, because those experiences came later. They're not considered as important.
What about the hallucinations the disciples had?
Yeah, we can talk about those if you want.
Did they have radically different beliefs?
The disciples?
Yeah.
Then who, Paul?
No. You're saying in order these things happen all the time. People who don't have a certain background have a different hallucination of what they believe to be true, right?
Yeah, they did have a belief that wasn't common.
Okay, so does that translate to the disciples too, like Peter, Paul, Matthew, all 12 of them?
Peter and James.
Wait,
I love you guys.
He said often, not always.
All right, see you, man.
It's not an always thing. It's just an often thing.
Well, I'm also being confused.
It's common.
I'm also being I'm not 100% sure what you're asking. I mean, yeah, the disciples had some kind of experience. Yeah, I grant that. What are you saying there?
But you're making it seem like somebody has to have a different belief in order to have.
No, that's not what I said.
So how do you explain the disciples?
I said what usually gets these religions off the ground, what usually gets them going, is when the belief isn't expected, right? Because the normal beliefs just kind of fit into the mold. And even with the example of the disciples, it's not the kind of thing we would necessarily expect, given their background knowledge and prior commitments.
Like what?
Like them believing in some sort of messianic figure. They thought the messianic figure was likely going to die, right? Was likely going to lead the overtaking of the kingdom and establish a new kingdom here on earth, right? It was going to be like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a war, like a war, like someone they worshiped that was going to lead them in the war. That's the kind of messianic idea they had. So that would be one expectation that wasn't particularly normal. Another expectation that the disciples would have had, what we expect them to have, that doesn't seem to conform with these kind of experiences, is that the leader of the movement would resurrect before the resurrection of the dead occurred, right? So that these are experiences that don't necessarily confirm with their background knowledge, but yet it's an experience they had anyway. But I'm not even sure what experiences they had. I mean, we have Peter, we have Paul, we have James, but like the way Paul describes these experiences, he seems to be talking about subjective experiences anyway. I mean, the way he describes them about his own experience, both in Galatians and in 1 Corinthians, seems to be the kind of thing that we would expect the vision to be described as. He says it happens inside of him, right? He says he doesn't know if this happened in my body or outside of my body, etc. And Paul puts himself in the list of people that had these experiences. So I don't know why we would expect Peter's experience or anyone else's experience to be any different.
Well, he does talk about, so we were talking about this earlier, him maybe alluding to a bodily resurrection when he says that we will be raised just as Christ was raised. And that perhaps may be some of the best evidence that Paul believed in a bodily resurrection.
He can believe in a bodily resurrection, but still be describing subjective experiences.
Sure, but does he think that like the disciples' experience was them seeing a bodily raised Jesus, in your view?
No, he's talking about individual, personal, hallucinatory or visionary experiences, and he's using that as evidence that the guy resurrected.
Actually, wait, real quick, Pierre, remember when we were talking about earlier? So, sir, do you believe that it was not like a physical bodily resurrection, but it was just a spiritual resurrection? But like, you don't believe
that's where I lie. Well, I land on the side of the fence that's what Paul believed. That Paul believed in some kind of spiritual resurrection, but that's not required for the argument I'm making right now.
Oh, but you don't believe that, like Peter, Mark, and everybody else believed it to also be a spiritual resurrection?
I don't know what Peter believed. We don't really know. Mark definitely believed in a physical resurrection because that's why Mark has an empty tomb. At least I think he probably did.
I don't think Mark had the empty tomb though. I think Mark ends at.
Mark does have the empty tomb.
I don't think he had the resurrection though, like the things after that, right?
He doesn't have the post-resurrection experiences, the experiences that occur after verse 8, but he does have the empty tomb. That's how the story ends. The story kind of ends with this like undeniable evidence that Jesus resurrected for the reader, right? And then it's like, yet even the people given this evidence, they still run away and like kind of abandon Jesus. Right after all the disciples abandoned Jesus, right after everyone that's in the movement abandoned Jesus. The only people that don't abandon him are people outside of the movement, such as the centurion, who proclaims in chapter 15, he's the Son of Man, right? That's what he proclaims in chapter 15. So everyone gets the message with the insiders, right? And the insiders abandon Jesus and sort of run away. And I think the message Mark is trying to make, or the point Mark is trying to make, is it's a message to the person reading the text to say, look, everyone else abandoned Jesus. What the hell are you going to do? Are you going to abandon him too? Or do you have enough evidence to believe? That's, I think, the point Mark is trying to make in his passage.
I don't know. I gotta do some more research on the hallucination thing. So I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't think they were having hallucinations.
Yeah, I don't know. But all the evidence, it just seems like you have to. It seems like you have to just throw things onto a canvas and hope they stick without any backing up.
Yeah.
No, but basically that's what we've been debating. Thank you guys for being here. The 32 people in here. If you can, tap your screens, like the live, share the live. That would be awesome. We appreciate you guys being here. And I guess we're looking for ops, and I'm looking for somebody else to argue with in regards to what reasons are there to believe in the Christian God.
Whatever they saw, in my view, they would have to see like Jesus, whether, that could be in a hallucination as well, but they would have to see Jesus in front of them to make such a conclusion that he's risen. That's kind of how I view it.
Well, I don't think that's true, but I also think it's interesting, and we talked about this last night. I've come to the realization that some of the facts that Christians demand need to be on the table actually helps the hallucination case, right? Like facts like the empty tomb helps the hallucination case because it even drives the sort of conclusion further that the disciples would have that he resurrected, right? So now all I got to do is come up with a naturalistic explanation for the empty tomb, and then everything kind of dominoes into my explanation anyway. Because and I could think of several reasons why an empty tomb would occur, right? And then after that, it's just kind of it's dominoes from there.
So you're saying, with PRK. So earlier when we were talking, so the Jewish people knew what like a spirit was, and they knew like Jesus and God. And what arguments were we actually? What arguments were we making against hallucination?
Well, me and John were just saying that dreams wouldn't be enough to generate a belief that somebody has risen from the dead, because dreams can be interpreted in various different ways, and the most likely ways they would be interpreted is not as a bodily resurrection, because we were talking about how, you know, it could be a bodily resurrection according to Paul, but in a completely different way than how it was interpreted. So yeah.
Yeah, Coco, it's kind of the point that I was just the whole discussion I was having with Man is that what they're trying to say is we wouldn't expect these visions to convince someone of this belief they didn't have prior commitments of believing anyway. But as I pointed out, that's not always the case. Actually, it's usually not the case that when these religions start, it's usually from someone that has the kind of experience we wouldn't expect them to have.
So you're assuming too that these people in these other religions actually had these experiences, and I know we've talked about that before. I know like Kieran Armstrong was brought up with Muhammad, and there's scholars that think that he actually had an experience and whatnot. Or Joseph Smith, that's a better example. I mean, I think we can agree that Joseph Smith, with his seer stones and his treasure hunting background and whatever, right? Like, this dude is probably just lying about these things.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. Actually, I mean, the kind of like thing that occurred after he had this experience, I don't think it's the kind of thing, because these Mormons were highly persecuted, right? I mean, and we have really, really good evidence of their persecution on like Christianity in the first century. I mean, widespread persecution. They had to like leave their hometown because of it, right? And I don't think someone would be running around saying that unless they were actually convinced it was true.
I mean, Joseph Smith have like books about.
I mean, they were like ran out of town and stuff, and they had to find their own, build their own communities. And yeah, I understand that they were persecuted to an extent, but I think there are other.
Unalive.
I mean, sure, but I think there are other reasons to think Joseph Smith was lying. And those reasons aren't present for like the disciples. Like, we don't have many reasons to think that they were lying.
We don't have any reason to know one way or the other, like how. I mean, the only reasons we have to think they're sincere is really just kind of what Paul's saying about them, right?
I'd say there's actual good reasons to say
I would say
they did
sorry,
not
go ahead.
at all.
Wait, what are you
That's
saying,
literally
Butter? Sorry, can you start over? I didn't hear.
Oh, sorry. No. What I'm saying, like, there's actual good reasons to say that they did not see the actual Jesus. Like it's like a lot of, but not a lot, but some apologists, it's like you guys are holding on by a thread, right? If like it's like, oh well, the actual historians say that they believe that they saw Jesus. Okay, then you look in the Gospels. You got Paul's letter. Sorry, like he's saying Jesus appeared to 500 people. It's like it just claims here, but I would say Jesus didn't. They did not see Jesus, because when you look at like the actual history of things, like I said earlier, like the history of Yahweh, and learning about how the ancient Israelites were actually Canaanites, right? And see, like learning about how the Exodus didn't freaking happen, right? So it lets me know that these people are making up stories, and then you're going to tell me that this man rose from the dead. And you even have, like, when you read the gospel, you see that Jesus himself believed in these myths. And then you got Paul, he also believed in those myths. And you got the nerve to tell me that this man rose from the dead, when the archaeological evidence and historical evidence says otherwise. Please make it make sense. This is a big fat contradiction, and it doesn't go together.
Even if I
I
grant
just
you
don't
that,
understand what you're like.
even if
What
I
you're
grant you,
saying, like.
even if I grant you that the Exodus and stuff going to happen, just because one part of the story didn't happen, that makes the whole story false.
Yeah, I don't understand
Wishful
your point.
thinking, wishful thinking. It's
It's
multiple
not.
things. It's
It's
not just
not.
the Exodus.
It's not.
The ancient Israelites likely were Canaanites, right? If that's the case, then those stories are just founding myths. They made it up, right? And then you might go to, oh, there's an actual small group that came from Egypt, a small group of Semitic people, but that still contradicts the story. And then you still have the archaeological evidence which shows that the ancient Israelites emerged from within Canaan. So it's
Okay, so
not the same.
Yeah, but who cares? You're just making an argument on
I
infallibility.
care. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
even
Yeah,
okay,
you're
let's
saying the Bible is
And
fallible.
you're just holding on to historians saying, oh, they believe that they saw Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
based on good reasons that they
I
have.
could grant you
Broad
that
majority of them, yeah.
I could grant you
Did
that.
Peter say anything in Paul's letter? Did he say anything
No,
that he saw Jesus?
no,
Oh,
Peter didn't say
okay. What about
anything.
any
I
of the
don't. I don't
500
see why
people?
that
We just
matters.
have Paul saying things.
I don't see why it matters whether or not Peter. We have a first-hand account from Peter.
I mean, yeah.
It matters too.
It
But
doesn't
okay.
matter. You haven't explained why it matters.
And just be, I even grant you that the origin of the Israelites is false. How does that change the rest of the story?
What?
If even if the origin of their nation started is false, how does that change the rest of the story?
How does that change the rest of the story? That okay, this is how it changed the rest of the story. The fact that they emerged from within Canaan, right? That lets me know that the Exodus did not happen, right? They're lying about their history. And then you
Mhm.
have Moses. Wait, hold on. Then you
I'm
have the
agreeing with you. I'm
story.
not getting ready.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you have Moses, right? They're coming out of Egypt, right? And then you got God using him to bring them into uh their new land, right? And then you got God giving the laws for this place, giving him like the the laws for Israel and etc. So this lets me know, oh, the fact that they already were living there lets me know that this is a made up story.
Yeah, the origin of it, not the rest of it, though, right?
Yes, also the rest of it. Like what?
And what other part of the Bible contradicts the origin story? Like how does the origin story change the rest of the Bible in any way?
You're not getting it.
I get it. You saying that the whole origin
What am
story
I
is a lie.
saying?
You're saying that
A
you're
lie.
basically
Why
saying
is it a lie?
you're saying they came from Canaanites, so the Exodus could not have happened. That's all you said, right?
Uh-huh. And then what? Okay, a part of that story you got. Like I said, you have Moses and the people. They're coming out of Egypt, right? And then you even have God giving the law to Moses for that land.
Exactly. So their whole origin story is a lie, right?
Yes. And don't you
Okay,
have
so
God saying, wait, hold on, wait. And don't you have God saying how he's going to give them this new land for them to live in?
that's still a part of
Yes
their
or
origin
no?
story, though. Yes, that's still a part of their
Yes.
origin story.
So it's a lie. Thank
So
you.
I'm talking.
So
How did that change? How did that change after the Book of Judges? How did that change anything after the Book of Judges?
What are you trying to say? How did that change
After the
after the
Book of
book of
Judges,
Judges?
that's when their origin. That's the from Genesis and the Book of Judges. That's their whole origin story. So we can take all of that at the Bible. How does that change the rest of the Bible?
It shows that it's not true. It's made
Yeah,
up. Like
yeah. The origin story is not true.
and then you have wait, hold on. Then you have like the New Testament depending on these things and these stories, right? Um, like and then you have Jesus.
like what?
You can wait. Hold on. You see how like the Israelites are like God's chosen people. I would have to like bring up some scriptures, right? Like they believe that these things were real, and it's not.
But
Yeah,
did they not have a
that's
law?
fine.
Did they not have a law?
Like y'all don't notice what y'all doing.
All I'm saying, you just saying the
Y'all
origin story is
y'all are
fake.
literally hanging on by a thread.
No, I'm not. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying the origin story is fake, but how does that change the rest of the Bible?
Um, if that's so, then I would just say that these people are believing the false things, including Jesus, and it's not real, and
No,
he didn't rise from the dead.
But how
Period.
do you know it?
no.
How do you know Jesus believed those things?
I would have to pull up the scriptures, but you got him mentioning certain things like the
The law,
stories.
yes.
But I'll take it a step
And you can see
further.
that he believed in Adam and Eve. Paul believed in Adam and Eve, and y'all are gonna like reinterpret that. Like this is why, like, in order to be a Christian, it's like you're gonna have to like gaslight people.
Have
And in
you
order
read
to be,
Misquoting Jesus? Because it's a book
And
fully
that's
dedicated to showing that we don't know what Jesus actually said.
exactly. You don't know what Jesus actually said, right? But you have these people in the Gospels saying what Jesus supposed that what they think that Jesus said. I would agree with that. But you, PRK, you're a different kind of Christian. You take a different approach to things. Not every Christian fully agrees with you. Like there's Christians that think there's no errors, and that there's no contradictions, and that everything is true. Like who do I listen to? You or them?
cool. You think I don't believe the Bible?
Even if Jesus did believe in these, I get what you're saying, but even if Jesus did believe in false things, does that mean that God wouldn't raise him from the dead?
Even if Jesus believed in false things.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this question, right, I would say it depends, right? Like, because you got like the history of like Yahweh once again, right? And I don't know, I don't know how to really. I would have to sit and think on that question, but
Yeah,
from
because
what we
nobody's
do
perfect,
have, you
right?
can.
Everybody's wrong about things, and in my view, right, Jesus is a man, like one of us, right? He's special because he has a special connection to God.
But
But we're
PRK,
all
how do you
wrong.
know that this God is real though? Right? You can't even know what this Jesus said. You're hanging on by a thread saying that they believe that they saw the resurrected Jesus. But when you like I said again, when you look at the archaeological evidence, it contradicts and it shows that this God is not even the God that they're talking about. He the This God had a whole evolution over time. So you telling me that this God who changed over time, that humans change, is the one that rose Jesus from the dead. Like, come on,
Who
like we gotta
who
stop
God
playing,
was
bro.
he? Who God was he before?
He was an ancient Near Eastern god, like from a whole different area. Like it speaks about like where Yahweh come from and etc. But like,
Where though? Like where exactly? Who
uh,
we have the closest thing we have is him being a storm god.
yeah, but
The problem
he
she's
developed
bringing
over.
up, the
Go ahead.
so the problem she's bringing up is that the Pentateuch, the original origin stories, the beginning of the religion, is going to be the motivator for all the things that occur in the future. Even the death and resurrection of Christ is motivated by the forgiveness of sin, which comes from the origin stories in the Pentateuch. Without the Pentateuch, all these motivated positions fall.
Yeah, not really though. Just because they believe something is false, right? How does that change the story of what actually happened? They
So
just
your
believe
God
it.
is just out here
Because you
letting them
don't have
write
an
false
origin
stories
of
about him.
sin.
I'm sorry?
You are presupposing the origin of sin from a fictional account.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I don't know. I gotta do some more research on that.
I think a lot of the meaning that we have comes from the resurrection itself. Like we derive a lot of meaning from that historical event. But you
I
know,
agree, but wouldn't you agree that the resurrection, the crucifixion and resurrection, are motivated by the Old Testament, specifically the Pentateuch?
but what do you? Why would you say they're motivated by the Old Testament?
Because the things that you achieve from Christ's death on the cross, the things that you get from the Sermon on the Mount, all these things, they are motivated by the stories told from the Pentateuch, the origin stories, the creation narrative, the fall from grace, the fall from Eden. These
Exactly.
are all the motivating reasons for the crucifixion. You lose the motivation for the crucifixion. Whether or not the crucifixion is important would be irrelevant.
Well, you lose the motivation for the crucifixion. Well, sure, I don't think anybody knows the God's like exact reasons for the crucifixion resurrection. I don't see how the Old Testament motivates it either. I know you gave a few examples there,
Sure,
but
yeah.
what specifically like about like that's not in the Old Testament, right? There's no idea that this person would be crucified and raised by God and be exalted to his right
Oh,
hand.
I'm not talking the prophecy of the crucifixion. I'm talking what is attained through the crucifixion falls to the wayside. You no longer have a reason or justification for the crucifixion. And if you don't have the reason or justification for the crucifixion is no longer important.
If there's no reason or justification for the crucifixion, it's no longer important. I don't know if I totally agree with that.
He's saying if there is no sin, right?
What
Because
makes it important if there's no reason for it?
if the whole
It acts as a sign for people to be redeemed.
Yeah, that's reason. The redemption. Redemption from what?
Well, I think to put it more simply, like it saves. You could say redemption from sin, right? But it saves people from being unalived.
And that would be due to the fall of man in Genesis, correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
Where else do you have the motivation for that then? Without
Well, I'm not saying
without
we have.
original sin and without the progression of sin
I'm
in
not
the
saying
first
we have a
world,
motivation. I'm just saying that
where does the
that's what
motivation
God.
come from?
That's the reason why God would have done what He did, leave us a sign, so that some people may be saved through believing in
Can
the
I say
sign.
something?
Yeah, why would you have that? Why would you have that information without the previous text motivating the crucifixion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Like, from understand. Like, I don't know what to say to that.
all right in Genesis they
Everything
have
you're being saved from comes from the Pentateuch.
Exactly. It does like
Saved from
the
death.
New
That's it.
Testament, right? It relies on the Old Testament. Like you got Jesus supposedly fulfilling certain prophecies, and they're drawing from the Old Testament. Like,
but
come
then
on,
and then
and
it,
then
Yeah, they're
hold on,
Jewish
Zach.
people. Of
Hold,
course, they're going to do that, right? They think
yeah,
this
but hold
person
on.
is the Messiah.
Yeah, but hold on, really quick, right? And then P or K, you were saying, right, like the you kind of like put the New Testament aside, but me personally, I don't think that Christianity would even be this big if it wasn't for like the Gospels, right? Because that's the history behind all of that, and you just kind of like tossed away the Old Testament to the side, right? When these texts really matter, especially when it comes to Christianity being Christianity today. Like they needed those texts, and then you're just going to toss those off and just like, hey, we don't know what Jesus said, but y- people rely on that, especially this religion. And then you like, what? Why should I? You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Um, I guess you're saying like Christianity wouldn't be as big as it is if they didn't draw from the Old Testament or something.
not just the Old Testament, but like the New Testament, like the Gospels. Like Christianity is what it is today because of those books, and you
I
kind of
would
like
say
just toss it aside.
Paul actually has a bigger influence on why Christianity is so big over the Gospels. But yeah, the Gospels were obviously pretty significant. But that's fine. It's not like I don't think there's no value in the Gospels. There are people who obviously wrote these books in response to the resurrection, and they do have value.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they wouldn't have value. All that's being said is the motivation for these stories in the New Testament is based on beliefs that require the original stories. They stem from the Old Testament narratives. Without the Old Testament narratives, the motivation lessens, it falls. You are being motivated by a fiction. If you're being motivated by a fiction, it doesn't matter if you believe it to be the case, you're believing from a fiction. You lose the
I don't.
importance.
Again, like I don't know. But all I'm concerned with is if the resurrection occurred, and I see big themes like being saved, and that's all I'm concerned with. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the things you're being saved from are motivated from the Old Testament.
I would say the resurrection did not happen.
Um,
They did not see the actual resurrected Jesus. Like it don't make any sense. I just feel like it's like I don't know. I don't want to say it because I don't really know you like that, but to me, and you can correct me, it just seems like desperate, just being desperate just to hold on to the faith. But if you want to do that, that's you. You can reinterpret and do all that. That's what you do. But like, if we're going to be for real and actually try to see what's actually going on and you look at the evidence behind it, it shows that you can come to the conclusion that they did not actually see the resurrected
Well,
Jesus.
if they weren't
It don't
dreaming,
make no sense.
if they weren't dreaming or hallucinating, then you're kind of you have a problem.
Me personally, I'm not too sure. Like all I have is Paul in his letter is just saying, "Oh, the disciples, Jesus appeared to them. He appeared to him, and also 500 people." That's all I have. I don't have anything else. And just a historian saying, "Oh, they believe that they saw the resurrected Jesus." And then
Right.
when it comes to archaeological evidence and historical evidence concerning everything else about the Old Testament and the history of Yahweh and etc., it lets me know that these are just myths. It's
What
not
evidence do
actually
you have that
true.
they came from Canaan?
Okay, let me pull up the book.
The book.
I mean, you're putting a lot of stock in these
You
people
got
having
one, the
hallucinations.
Bible Unearthed, and then another one by Mark S. Smith. Hold on.
Toka, I got an interesting question. Hypothetically, if you found out tomorrow that they weren't dreaming or hallucinating, you just knew that, would you say that then would you conclude that they were lying, or would you conclude that they actually saw Jesus risen? You're muted.
Oh, sorry. They saw Jesus, and it was guaranteed that he rose from the
They
dead.
they said Jesus appeared to them, and we could rule out that they were hallucinating or dreaming. Then what would your response be?
I don't know.
Essentially, the question is, if tomorrow we found out that the Bible was real, would you believe the Bible?
No, you could say that they were lying, or sure, you can answer that question too.
There's something I want to tell Proof too that I think you might find interesting, but I can tell him after you guys answer his question.
Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to figure something.
No, it's fine. You can go, sir. I don't think.
Did you know? There's female apostles in Paul's letters, right? That he mentions.
Yeah.
Did you know all of them are absent from the apostolos?
Oh, really? Wow.
So
that's not surprising.
Well, think about it for a second. Why would female apostles be added later to the story?
Right.
It seems like the kind of thing that Tertullian, etc., would be embarrassed to admit that there are female apostles.
Right.
But
that's a good point.
It would make sense why Marcion would want to remove them, right?
Well, correct.
Actually,
it's a good point.
To answer a question real quick, the debate's not happening tonight. I moved it to next Thursday. There's somebody who's debating, but yeah, I had to move it. It's a Christian versus Christian on who's the lost prophet in Isaiah 53.
But yeah, Pierre, even if you were to eliminate the option for hallucination or dream from this, that wouldn't lead you to only the position of lying or truth of the resurrection. There was also some fairly well-documented cases of people being body doubles and trying to take over the position of somebody who had passed in an attempt to garner power. And with people like Paul not having experience with Jesus, that could be an explanation for at least Paul. Now, when we get to the disciples themselves who would have known Jesus fairly well, we could come to a position of the story being exaggerated after the fact as well.
I don't think that works with Paul,
bro. There are more explanations that fall under the naturalistic position. So it's not like a dichotomy of, it's visions, lie, or an actual resurrection occurred.
I just don't take those other ones all too seriously. But yeah, that's true.
But also to answer your question from before, if I found out that they actually hung out with Jesus and it's confirmed that they hung out with Jesus, I mean then I would be like, Jesus rose from the dead. Christianity is true.
But yeah, that's just saying it's confirmed Jesus rose, so I believe Jesus rose. and that's a little silly.
Yeah. I mean, like, wait, Matthew, if you found out that Jesus rose from the dead, would you be like, oh my God, Christianity's actually true?
Well, yeah, it's just like affirming the consequence. It's just duh, no shit, right? I'm gonna hold to what's been verified as true.
No, okay, but yeah, we just got to confirm it then, I guess.
I don't know.
I don't think Jesus
The
rose from
thing,
the dead.
the thing about proving the Bible, bro, you
You
have
gotta be
to.
careful with that one, buddy.
Like, I don't know. I just need to confirm it or get better evidence, I guess.
It's not gonna happen.
The thing about proving a Bible, bro, you have to like prove so many things before you get to any conclusion. That's why it's so hard. Like even if we prove that the Gospels are reliable, now we have to prove that the thing is foundational. But it's foundational. We have to prove that's reliable. Then once that go, we gotta go all over the Bible to prove one thing.
I think you can discuss the historicity of the resurrection without accepting any other prayer comments about the Bible, though.
Yeah, the only thing
I
I
mean,
would say is you lose some motivation for the resurrection. It makes it harder to like motivate the resurrection being true.
I mean,
Well,
you
yeah, I
can't even
think
do.
in order to even get the needle moved at all in their favor, they have to present some kind of argument that a God exists beforehand, because otherwise they're not even going to get anywhere close. They need the kind of God to exist that would want to raise someone like Jesus from the dead. All right, so that's a huge issue that's a huge hurdle they have to get around to begin with. But they need to get that in their priors to even get the ball moving, I think.
I mean, if a person claims to be God and get resurrected, I mean that's proof for a God in itself, right?
I mean, like, how do we prove that God resurrected him? And it
I
wasn't
mean,
just modern day medicine.
where he claimed to be God, though.
Okay, so we prove the claim by making a claim.
No, I'm saying if the claim is backed up, and then if it's established that he resurrected, it's not a claim anymore.
I mean,
So
you
who
can
has the
maybe
ability
say,
to back up the claim that God exists?
Wait,
No,
hold on.
if it, what you mean?
Wait. If we find out that Jesus resurrected tomorrow, that doesn't necessarily mean like Jesus is God. He could be just like
a man, yeah,
big prophet or
the prophet that was raised by God. That's what
You
Paul
could
said.
even have a supernatural explanation for resurrection, but still have the entire God claim be false, right? You could have it be the case that Jesus was a lunatic, but he had access to supernatural and believed in all this God talk
It would
wholeheartedly.
just be far more expected, under my view, that a God would exist in the world where somebody was dead and buried in a tomb for like, let's not even say he was buried, let's just say he was dead for 3 days and then rose from the dead in a glorified
actually
body. Like, that's just more expected under the God hypothesis.
wait. What we just said just refuted our previous point. So that means if Jesus did rise from the dead, that wouldn't even be enough for us to become Christians. We would start like going
Yeah,
through.
you can have
Yo,
supernatural
someone has
without
music
God.
in the background, so I can't hear the rest of everyone.
So if Jesus rose, that wouldn't even be enough, because we would start evaluating like what are the possible reasons why this man rose from the dead.
Right, you could say aliens, right?
I mean, but the most simple
But the
answer is that
problem is that, you know, I just think it's, if we're comparing hypotheses and we have like a naturalist or a God hypothesis, I just feel like a supernatural resurrection where he's transformed into like a spirit body would be like far more expected under the God hypothesis. I don't know.
I think the most simple answer is that it has to be a guy. Because if you say a guy rose from the
I don't
dead,
really agree with that, though. Sorry, Perks.
but
Yeah,
so,
you would say that there's aliens or something that could do it. I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
but that's not the most simple answer.
No,
It's
I'm
just like
saying even under a supernatural position, even a position where spirits exist, magic exists, resurrection exists, that this is capable for somebody to tap into this and cause something to happen that's against what we would consider to be natural, that still wouldn't motivate the God belief. The God belief would fall within that system, but that's a more specific belief in supernatural than just a supernatural system that doesn't have mind or intent or agency.
Yeah, I also don't think. I think that both explanations have the same explanatory power and scope, right? And I also think the alien hypothesis actually is more parsimonious. So I think I would also think the alien hypothesis, like for raising Jesus from the dead, someone could argue it has more background knowledge. But I guess that would depend on your metaphysics. Like, if you believe that the kind of thing like these kind of aliens could exist, you might be more prone to believe that over like a god. But that would get into like what your metaphysical beliefs are, maybe. So I do think that the alien hypothesis will win on parsimony alone, because the other kind of theoretical virtues, I think, would be all else equals basically the same.
So you're
I would
replacing
actually
aliens.
argue the alien hypothesis is better only for the aspect of the aliens would see Jesus was doing good work, therefore bring him back so hopefully he can do more good work.
Yeah, but someone could just say God would do that too, so that doesn't get us anywhere.
But what proof would you have the aliens do it though?
Yeah, well, the proof is the evidence that points to the conclusion. The people that had the appearances, the people that the empty tomb, etc. All these facts you want on the table for God, that would be the same evidence for the aliens. What then would be discussed is what has more theoretical virtues, right? What has more explanatory power? What has more explanatory scope? What's more parsimonious, etc.
And any natural system is going to be more parsimonious than a system that includes a supernatural.
Well, sir, I got a question really quick. You know Paul's like third heaven thing? Like
Yeah.
what if like you don't think it would change anything, that experience changes anything? Like how do you explain that experience? Do you think that
Yeah, it's a vision.
yeah.
It's some kind of hallucination or vision he's having. That's why he says he doesn't know if it happened outside of his body or inside of his body. He's describing some kind of hallucination there.
Yeah. I mean that makes sense. Sure. I mean like what condition do you think he had with like mental illness?
I mean, there'd be no way to tell, especially back then.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it has to be a mental illness anyway.
Multiple of these like experiences.
Yeah, people have that kind of stuff going on now. I mean, look, all the people that think they're prophets. I mean, all those people are mentally ill.
Those are like delusions of grandeur and stuff. That's kind of different.
Yeah, a symptom of a temporary condition that was not a continuing mental illness, but just a current position, right? We see people having problems with stress-induced anxiety. We see people have issues with exhaustion. We see people who have issues with malnutrition. I'm not saying any one of these is the case. I'm just saying there are like positions where an acute condition would cause this to happen as well, not just a systemic one.
Could just be a really lucid dream too. I mean, there's all kinds of things it could be.
Wait, are you saying that the vision that the person had with the third heaven they actually experienced that?
What are you saying?
She's asking if you guys believe that Paul actually had an experience where he thought he was caught up to the third heaven.
Yeah, I think Paul's. I don't have any reason to think Paul's like lying about his experience.
Can I say something about that? I don't know. So not long ago I started to learn about like the ancient Israelite belief about what they believed about they believed in a three-tiered universe. God separated the waters from below from the waters above, and they believed that the sky was like a hard dome. Above the dome was waters, and above the waters was where God lived and where He dwelled at, right? But then you have Paul here. He's speaking about the third heaven, and you can kind of see very similar beliefs. Y'all could probably say, "Oh, that's where he thought," based off of their belief. But I would argue and say that he did not see God at all. Like it's like I'm just
I'm not convinced he actually had the experience myself, but when we're discussing like if he had the experience, what would be explanations for the experience? There's many explanations, but that doesn't
It's
even
just so strange that he's
actually
like
did happen.
having a like he thinks he's in heaven having a conversation with Jesus for I don't know how long. He said he was told things he wasn't permitted to tell. It seems to me that this experience is going on for a long time.
Well, you seem to have this idea that he's like the experience is like like a very clear auditory response, but
Yeah.
maybe it's a dream where like he's shown pictures, you know? It could be that kind of thing. Like there's so many ways you could kind of explain this. I mean, there's
Yeah.
just not
I mean,
enough details
the
that he
dream
even
thing
gives in
is
his
a
own
good
experience to know exactly what's being said.
Yeah. I do wish he was a little bit more specific on some things, you know?
Well, he didn't know that people would be. He thought all this was like going to be over in like 10 years, so he didn't know people would be arguing over 2,000 years later.
Yeah.
Wait, where's the evidence that
it's
he thought it
interesting
would be over in
because
10 years?
1 Thessalonians 4:15-17.
it's interesting, like, he didn't clarify these things for the people he was writing to for whatever reason. And I think it's because, like, their belief, like, their threshold for believing in this was, like, it seems to be far lower than ours. But yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't, like, clarify it or anything, yeah. He just said Jesus appeared to me and that's it, you know.
Bro, this is kind of crazy. Every example of a female apostle is not in the apostle list. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, that is crazy. Maybe bring that up to CBJ. I mean, he's just going to say some nonsense.
I wonder what he would say, actually. He's probably going to point that there are female bishops like later on, but
right.
Still, clearly, people like Tertullian are very misogynistic. I mean, they make that very clear that they don't like woman leadership. They even say women aren't permitted to teach, right? So why would they invent female apostles?
Right.
I could see why Marcion would remove stories about female apostles, but I can't quite see why they would invent female apostles. I do wonder what he would say about that. Yeah, but 1 Timothy wasn't written by Paul. That's the point. There seems to be an early movement of female apostles, and then later writers trying to suppress it. Or female leadership, I should say. At least in my view.
Actually, you know, whenever people ask me the question, like, what would it take for me to become a Christian? Like, that's really a question I haven't really thought out. Like, I don't know, like, things explained, Jesus rise from the dead, maybe justification against, like, the genocides in the Bible.
I mean, if you had, like, I don't think you would need that much more to become a Christian, to be honest, Ko. Like, if you had, let's say, we had letters from, like, each one of the disciples, or even people that were, you know, let's say we had letters from, like, every single one of the 500.
I mean, yeah, that'd be, like, super compelling.
Yeah.
Here's what I think would be interesting. If I had 4 separate examples, okay, just 4, of 4 people that claimed that they all saw the same thing at the same time, and that was the 40 days, 40 nights thing that's talked about in Acts, where they spent 40 days and 40 nights with this resurrected body, and they all refused to recant that belief upon torture. That would be interesting to me.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's what Christians try to claim. That's the kind of thing Christians try to claim we have, but that's nowhere near what we have. It's not even close.
Okay, let's talk about that. So, Jesus rose from the dead, and he spent like 40 days with these disciples. And who's writing it?
Luke.
Only in Acts.
Only in Acts, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's in the wrong location too. At least I think it is, because Matthew and Mark says that the appearances begin in Galilee, right, which is a 4-day walk from Jerusalem. But Luke and Acts have all the appearances in Jerusalem, right? And Luke and Acts are after Mark and Matthew.
You told me about that the other day.
Yeah, so Acts has the appearances in the wrong place, and it says that they were with Jesus for 40, or sorry, Jesus was with them for 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, that would be very, like, if we had, like, the disciples' accounts where they were like, we could verify, and like they were saying that they were with Jesus for 40 days and 40 nights. Would that be something for you, sir? Like, do you think that that would be enough to move the needle?
Say it again.
Like, if we had like the disciples' accounts, it's like Peter and Thomas and all of these people
Uh,
writing about their
oh
experiences
yeah, yeah.
for
Okay,
40
yeah.
days and
Sorry.
40 nights. Like
Yeah.
they wrote that, okay, yeah, we literally were here, we saw him for 40 days and 40
In,
nights.
in in conjunction with them being tortured and refusing to recant. You mean that's on the table too? Because that was the hypothetical I gave.
Yeah, like basically, the Romans would tie them to two horses and smack the horses and have the horses run in opposite directions, and they still, while going through all that, saying like, "No, we ate with him. We ate with him."
Can I say something real quick to the Shroud of Turin guy in the comments? I mean,
Yeah, the Shroud of Turin is the worst evidence for God.
look, even if I can't explain how that image was created, that doesn't mean a resurrection explains the image, because why would we expect the resurrection to create that image? Like, you have the same exact problem as I do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and also, why does the resurrection require the output of so much heat and energy? And also, talk about the carbon dating and the extra carbon that we found on the Shroud of Turin.
All right, Perk. What now? Did you hear my in the hypothetically? Oh my God, he's gone again.
No, that's
No, I'm back. I didn't hear you.
We can't get it together with this kid. The in the hypothetical you gave, were the disciples also like tortured and refused to recant? Is that like is that in conjunction with what you're saying?
Sure, yeah. We can do
So
that.
then I think that would be some facts I would have a very tough time explaining. Now, would those facts be enough to convince me of a resurrection? I don't think so. But I think I would not be arguing against one. I would be just pure agnostic on it. I wouldn't know what the hell was going on.
Yeah. Like, you would probably think that they're exaggerating things, stuff, right?
I don't know what I would think. That would be a very compelling case. I would really need time to carefully think about it. And I'd probably remain agnostic ultimately.
Right. Yeah, bro.
People might think people. I mean, a lot of people might disagree with that, but those would be my initial thoughts.
Yeah.
I'll be back later, though.
It would definitely move the needle for me, but it wouldn't flip the scale, I don't think.
I think the thing that would move the needle the most is all these people saying, we ate with him, we ate with him. They were, as they were being tortured, just straight up immortal. Like unbreakable, unflinching, unbruising, unpoisonable. Because that, to me, would instantly make it to where, oh shit, they are telling the truth, they have the power of God type shit.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, make indestructible babies. I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
or maybe like have the followers of Jesus actually do miracles. Doesn't the Bible say that like anyone who follows Jesus will have the ability to like drink poison and not pass away from it?
Something like that. I don't know. I have to remember what it is. It's probably out of context. How it's levied by critics. But yeah, I mean, I'm just not sold on this whole like hallucination thing, and I think that's really why. Like, I know there's more to it. I know that,
So I guess what would sell you on this whole hallucination thing?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, given what we have, like, that's a hard question to answer, because I would say what would sell me on the hallucination is, let's say Peter had some type of appearance of Jesus, and then he was the only one and nobody else had these appearances, but everybody just followed his lead. and believe that Jesus rose because Peter had this experience with Jesus.
Okay, so how do we verify that people actually had experience with Jesus?
Well, I think that it's stated that they did have experiences, and there are many good reasons to why scholars don't underestimate the honesty of these people making these claims. I don't have every single reason at hand, but I guarantee you, I can give you like probably 10 reasons why like Peter or James or Paul would not be lying about these things. So there's reasons to think that they're not lying, and they claimed it. There's reasons to think that they claimed it. We're not lying about it, and so that's why I think they had experiences for sure.
So I mean, I can give you 10 reasons on why they did lie. So
Sure.
how does this move the needle for you?
I mean, are they good reasons? Are they, you can say anything, right? But
Okay,
like,
so what do
I
you
don't think
count as a
there's
good
strong
reason?
motivations. I mean, I guess it's subjective, right? But I don't think there's going to be strong motivation to say that these people were lying. Like, what motivation would they have to lie about this?
I mean, like, once again, you must give me what is a strong motivation for you.
A strong motivation that they were lying would be if they, I don't know, if they got something from it, if they got like
Did
a
they not get
power.
followers?
Well, it was a very slow and small marginalized movement. If like their intent, if we uncovered that, if we found new evidence that their motivation was to deceive people, or I'm sure there's something that we can see that we could indicate that motivation that they have to deceive people. Like, if we found that, then I think that would be enough to say that they were lying. And by deceive people, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man. I just think that they claimed it, and I don't see any reason they would lie in the position they were in. I just think it's that simple.
Okay, I can see reasons they would lie for the positions that they got after they claimed it. So I guess I'm
For the
trying to
positions
find
that
a
they
symmetry
got.
breaker here.
I
I
mean,
mean, they
sure.
got
I don't
loyal
really have.
followers who will follow them to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, I guess I don't have one, but I mean, I guess I just trust them because given the time, place, situation, the background, and all of that stuff, like, it makes sense that they're being sincere. Makes
Okay,
sense.
so what
Makes the
about
most
the
sense.
time, place, situation, and background?
Yeah, so we know that they just saw their leader get crucified, right? And so if they were to say that he was risen from the dead, that would, I think, open themselves up to persecution very quickly, and they would know that it would do that. And
So
it
does
did
persecution
end up
equal
doing.
truth? I just need to get that.
It equals a good indicator that they are being sincere about what they're saying. If they see their leader get crucified and make up a lie that he's risen only to get persecuted and mocked for it, it seems to be the case that more than likely they are sincere about their belief.
So when we go to the Roman soldiers who said they saw Nero, I almost said re-risen, even though I know that's not the proper term. Rise again. There we go. When it comes to the Roman soldiers that said they saw Nero rise again, why would we not believe them over Jesus' followers
Yeah.
when they fit all your criteria as well?
Well, I think that we can believe that they probably thought they saw Nero. I mean, we even have extra evidence for that. We have Tacitus saying that they saw imposters of Nero. So, I mean, if they were willing to undergo persecution, and that maps on 1-to-1 when we look at the evidence, hypothetically, and they were willing to undergo persecution by maintaining that they saw Nero, and they didn't recant for it or whatever, then yeah, I would think that they believe that Nero actually rose, and it started from someplace, and the first person who maybe started it perhaps lied about it, or maybe he thought he saw Nero, whatever, right? So my point is that Like that, these, I trust that, even in the Nero case, that these people genuinely probably believe they saw Nero.
Interesting.
Same with these people; they genuinely
Can I say
believe
something?
they saw Jesus.
I actually like
PR.
every time we talk, like every time we talk about like Christianity or like religion, like the whole thing fascinates me. It's kind of like a detective story to figure out like if Jesus is actually God. I do enjoy it.
Like the moment we create a time machine, this shit gonna get wild as fuck.
Absolutely, like dude, if I created a time machine and I could go back in time, like
Oh,
fuck yeah,
first thing I'm doing is going back to Jesus' tomb.
on God, yeah, let's figure this shit out right now. Like I would try to have a conversation with Jesus. Like, hi, can I talk to you about the philosophical problem of evil? Imagine. And then Jesus just gives me like some kind of like riddle. He's just like, brother, blessed are those who believe yet not see. And I'm just like, Jesus, what the fuck? And then like all the other like disciples are like, oh, whoa, dude, whoa. It's like, do you know babies have cancer in 2025? Tell me the answer. Why?
Wait, would Jesus even know what the fuck cancer is?
I mean, yeah, like,
Well,
like
I guess
Jesus,
technically, in the breath of being all knowing,
yeah, Jesus is
Jesus
God.
would.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he would know everything of like all time.
That's if Jesus is God, but yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if Paul thought like the resurrection, like what was his view? Like I'm trying to fully figure this out, right? Like did he think it was like more of a spiritual body or a physical body? Because in like the New Testament, you got Jesus like when he resurrected, he's he has a physical body. But then if you just want to go by Paul's letters, then I don't know. I don't know if he even believed in a physical, fleshly, bodily resurrection. So would that possibly
I think he
yeah.
I think he might have believed in a bodily resurrection, given that he says that we will be raised just like how Jesus was raised. And in his understanding, from what we can ascertain, he believed that that the resurrection is bodily, the corporate resurrection where everybody at the end of the world would be raised. And he says we're going to be raised just like how Jesus was raised. And they thought it would be like a bodily resurrection. So perhaps like the disciples or some people told him that Jesus raised bodily, but Paul's experience was different than theirs.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look more into that.
Yeah. I don't know. There's not
Actually,
much
wait,
to
now
say
I want to see
about it.
how would Jesus do on the sticks.
Yeah, or dude, imagine, like I don't know. Yeah, that would be interesting. People always ask me like what my favorite trip would be, and I always say like a trip to Rome. I wouldn't mind it. Would you guys go to Rome? Walk the path of Jesus?
I'd be, if it's a matter of I have a guaranteed survival rating on this trip, immediately I'm going to Egypt.
Oh, yeah. Well, Egypt. Wait, Egyptians are Africans, so like.
Yes.
African Americans would be fine in Egypt. Wait.
Well, that's not always a guarantee. Wait, do you think you'd be unsafe in Rome?
Maybe. Actually, yeah, I could see me being unsafe in Rome.
I thought Italy was cool with black people.
I think Italy's cool with black people, but like Israel and Rome.
Rome is in Italy.
Wait, okay, I'm stupid as fuck.
Not.
Oh, because like,
wait, what?
Whenever you say Rome, I'm thinking about like giant cathedrals and like Catholic like buildings, and I'm like, that's not in Rome.
but that's not in Italy. But
When that's literally Italy.
because like Paris is in Italy, or no, or is it the other?
No, Paris is in France.
Oh my god. Okay, geographically I suck.
Coco, please.
Geographically I suck, bro. I suck geographically. We're gonna have to erase this live. So afterwards, we're scrapping the footage. But no, yeah, my knowledge is. Oh, I see it. But yeah, I'm playing. You play GTA 5, Black Lab,
Lab.
or Black Stallion? Oh yeah, you guys both have the same like.
Okay.
Start. Sorry.
Unfortunately, I don't really play GTA.
No, you're missing out, brother. Oh, I see.
I told you, you start PoE. You have a hell of a lot more fun.
PoE? What's that? Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. No, I need.
Oh fuck! I was getting chased.
I need to buy more games, but yeah, I'm streaming it to Twitch and YouTube. So right now they're hearing like all our conversations, and it's pretty cool, pretty fire. I'm multi-stream.
Now, I mainly play like Marvel Rivals and Destiny.
Bro, are you a sweat at Marvel Rivals?
I'm good at Marvel Rivals, but I don't believe in sweating.
Oh. Like no, sweat means you're like really good.
Yeah.
Because like yeah, there are people who are like, I won't.
That's not really what sweat means, but sweat means like try hard. It doesn't necessarily mean you're actually good.
Oh, because like people will say like, I'm not gonna play this game because there's a bunch of sweats.
Yeah, sweats just means toxic people who try too hard in a video game.
Yeah.
I mean, right now I'm up against Human Torch and Iron Man on Wanda. Like, I refuse to play their game.
Okay, I'll be right back. Parents are calling.
Why would you take away my strange?
I know.
Oh,
What's
I'm
up,
never gonna
Liz?
let you live down. Italy isn't in Rome.
But no, yeah, this is my journey on trying to become the next atheist debater and debate host, the greatest show ever put on the internet. Also, if anyone wants to come up and do a 1v1 conversation with me or any of the people on the panel, feel free to request. We're having conversations today. It is Slow Down Sundays. I've been going live back to back to back for the last couple of days because there hasn't been much work at my job, so I've kind of been at home just like posting lives and yeah, trying to do this social media thing. But I should probably stop playing video games, stop debating people, and get a life. No, I'm kidding. Maybe go back to college. I don't know. I'm totally joking.
Well, I would always say before you go to college, make sure you know what you want to do in college.
I literally recently have been having these thoughts, like, I don't know what I'm doing in life, so I might as well donate my body to the military and see what the fuck happens.
In
Like,
America or?
In America, yeah.
No.
Because I literally don't know what I'm doing with my life. I just work my job. It doesn't pay enough for me to get my own apartment. And, like, what the fuck else am I doing with my life? And so, like, I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, maybe the best option is if you donate yourself to the military. Sign that contract.
And that's the prostitution argument.
I mean, like... I mean, I'm not doing anything with my life, so, like, government, you could have me.
I mean, at least you
I
get
did not know Strange cancels Wanda. I'm mad.
at least you get paid, free shelter, and they might give you a Ford Firecat. You know those jokes where it's like, if you join the military, they'll give you a Firecat.
I don't know what a Firecat is.
It's like a really good wait, I don't think it's Ford. I think it's like some other car brand, but it's like a really good sports car.
Wait, are you talking about a Hellcat?
Yeah, Hellcat. I said Firecat. Oops.
God damn it, Coco.
My brain is half here. That's my excuse. But yeah, like if you join the military, they'll give you a Hellcat.
For me, I'm more of a Cadillac person.
I'm more of a Ford Mustang person. Actually, no, I'm a Honda Civic person.
What are you, a mom?
Wait, no, you can mod it and make it like a really cool street car. But also like, or a Toyota Camry.
What are you, a middle-aged mom?
Oh wait, what's your choice racing car? Or like sports car?
Like, if I'm building just pure speed, I have no idea.
You know, or I can just get a Toyota Camry, TR Track Racing Edition, or a Toyota Spider, or yeah, Toyota's like super reliable. So any sports car that Toyota makes, you can literally like grab. You won't have to change parts.
Oh wait, Coco, have you heard of a game called Dispatch yet?
A game called Dispatch?
Yeah.
No.
More or less, it's a... You know the Telltale games?
No.
To where you make choices all throughout the gameplay and all that?
Oh yeah, and like different paths and stuff?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you were to download it now and get ready for the next batch that's going to drop on, like, the 29th,
yeah,
you would be able to stream that in order to, I would almost say, get some easy profit.
Oh. Oh, you should DM it to me, and I'll look into it.
Okay.
I do need to generate funding for the Day of Debates social media thing that we're trying to do. So I'm going to start doing more brand deals. Mm-hmm. Imagine you like join my channel and we're talking about religion, and I'm like, really quick, just a short commercial break. You guys should try this pill that's supposed to help with weight loss. I tried it and I slimmed down from 165 pounds to 110 pounds. Buy yours today. Now continue. So did you?
I absolutely shit my spine out, but
it makes you lose like so much weight that you like shit your entire like spine out.
yes.
Like,
although that is one thing that I hate that we never really go over in school of what percentage of your body weight is unlosable. Because I mean, like, I would imagine your bones, your blood, your muscles, and your skin, you can't really lose that weight. And I highly doubt it's uniform across everybody.
Yep, everyone's bodies are different.
It primarily depends on height.
Very true. Yep. But dang, only 11 viewers. But no, we were popping earlier. We had like tons of people in here. It's probably because of Man. But Wisdom's live. Afro Atheist is live. It's Dean is live. Bible Guy 1996 is live. Tiny Smalls is live.
AR is live.
In all honesty, Coco, I would say if you don't want to be mean, the reason why all those lives are primarily popular is because those people are primarily mean to their guests. And so people go in for the, oh, I want to see him cook this, blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
And if you don't want to do that, I wouldn't suggest comparing yourself to them.
Yeah, I'm doing my own thing. I'm like being nice.
Okay, Miles Morales.
Yeah, I'm pulling a Miles Morales, and I actually look, I love a fight on TikTok. Like if I've had a bad day at work and I join a live and some Christian is being like an asshole to somebody, I'm like, yes, give me a reason to rip somebody's like fucking argument in half. But I also
Damn, you need a reason?
yeah. I mean, I try to find a reason, and not just like for no reason whatsoever decide to like call somebody brain dead. Wait.
Well, no, I don't believe in calling somebody brain dead. I just believe every argument either has a hole that the argumentor, whatever word is proper there, put in there for a reason, or they just don't see the obviously glaring hole, and you have to point it out to them.
Yeah. But I also like I like sitting down with people and like understanding where they're coming from and like no pressure of like winning or losing and like just having genuine conversations. I find those to be very interesting and awesome. So mm-hmm. But yep. We're just waiting for ops. We're just waiting for ops. We can even sit here in silence, honestly. Or well, we can do whatever. But slow down Sunday. Slow down Sunday. Trent, what up? Okay, we're just chilling right now. But like later, I'm gonna talk to you about the resurrection and see like why you believe in it or like what are your reasons. But yeah, I do need to do more study on the resurrection. People say that you shouldn't learn stuff on TikTok, but I shit you not, guys. Like a lot of this stuff that I say and I sound like I know what I'm talking about, I learned it on TikTok and then just read some articles on Google. I'm not even gonna front with you. I literally did like light reading on Google and like learned a lot of stuff on TikTok and just checked what people were saying on TikTok. I'm not even gonna front. Probably not the best way to go about it. Like you should be reading like a ton of stuff, but
Actually, wait, while we have a lull, I do want to ask. Technically, Jesus is God. God is all knowing. So if Jesus does come back, should we technically charge him with
treason?
Assisting in every crime?
I mean, to an extent. I'd probably be like
Because
Jesus.
he had knowledge of every crime and never informed an authority.
Yeah, I would say like Jesus. Like, did you have to make Hitler? Like, let's be so fucking for real. Jesus, did like when you were making everybody? Did you have to make like? Did you have to make Genghis Khan? You could just leave like one person out of the scene. You know, like Genghis Khan had to be a
Now, no, I will partially defend Genghis Khan because Genghis Khan is a person that only was as bad as he was because someone stole his wife.
Oh.
And so he had to keep being a bigger, badder warlord. Because I know the actual story of Genghis Khan is I was living by myself on a rice farm with my wife. A warring band took my wife. I said, oh, well, fuck you too. Got my own warring band. Took my wife back and two more women just so they understood. Everyone else saw this as a challenge, and I had to just keep fighting.
Oh. Yeah, so I guess like to survive with not as baddie, but no, like Genghis Khan was throughout Asia, just straight up raping people, bro. Like he was just having a time. Like
True.
I'm pretty sure a lot of us are descendants of Genghis Khan. Let's be completely for real.
If you are in Asia major, most likely.
Yeah. But that dude was having a freak out. Like, God couldn't just be like, hey, you know what, Hitler, man, you know, he doesn't have to exist, you know. The Jews would appreciate it. The Jews are like God's chosen people too, man. They go like, what? But I don't know. This is gonna get into like some weird jokes, but let's see. Next person. Oh, Matthew, you're a mod, right? Let's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If things go south. What's up, user? What you got for me? Yep. It's about that time. Anything else for me, user? All right. I enjoyed the silence anyway. Yeah, no, we just chilling, waiting for ops, you know. Also, sometimes lives they have a rise and they have a dip. There are certain times in the day where it's like popping as fuck, and then like it gets very quiet, and then later, like it starts popping again, and it's kind of like surfing. Sometimes there's high tide, and then sometimes there's like, oh shit, I think I found what I was looking for. But yeah, we're just waiting for it to get interesting. Looking for any ops. Oh, we got somebody. How do I turn my... Oh. What's up, Randall? Oh. Hey, Rand.
Hey Coco, man, I just saw a video you posted, man. You said, "Why would God send his son around and killing the devil?" Oh my
Yo,
God,
we can talk about that.
bruh, you don't get it, man.
Well, okay, wait, hold on. Wait, no. Think about this, right? Think about it. Just really think about this.
Yeah.
So, God created Adam and Eve, right? And then God created Satan or Lucifer. And Lucifer ended up tempting Adam and Eve to eat from the apple, and that starts the downfall of man, right? In order to solve that situation, God was like, I'm going to do this huge elaborate plan where like I give the Jews laws to set them apart from like every other tribe on earth, and then like eventually I'm going to send Jesus to unalive for people's sin. Like literally God could have just like from the beginning not created the serpent. Or he could have literally like looked at Satan who's influencing people to commit sin and just spoke that mother out of existence, right? But God is like, we need to do this elaborate like blood sacrifice, like Jesus needs to die and like blah 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 blah. And it's like, bro, cut out the years of people suffering and like years of the devil causing problems in the world and just like snap that like insane asylum out of existence. Like it literally would have saved like so much trouble. Like imagine the world where God created Adam and Eve and just stopped there.
Well, here's the thing. So, if you know the history of the devil and you know what happened in heaven, so apparently, if God would have, wiped the devil out of existence, then the angels that the devil was like, whispering words of distrust, right? They would believe the devil that, hey, God is misusing his power because if you don't like somebody, he just wipes them out of existence.
Well, yeah, but
And
like,
and mhm.
okay, so
Yeah, and
oh, good.
let me just finish this. Yeah. So, and God's nature is God said in the scriptures, if He makes someone, He's gonna make that person eternal, right? So the devil, the angels, they're all eternal beings, so they cannot be wiped out of existence as per God's standard. So, if God would have done that from the very beginning, the angels would actually believe the devil.
Oh, God. Wait, hold
So
on.
was God forced to make the angels?
But yeah, did God have to make
He's
the
a
angels?
creator, and a
creates. God wants to create a conscious being. The next day He can do it. Why not? It's
Wait,
just His
so
nature.
Can God?
so God decided to basically make angels that can't be wiped out of existence, and then they cause trouble, and now they're just like permanently stuck existing ontologically.
Well, humans cannot be wiped out of existence as well because we're eternal beings, like it or not.
Well, I mean, like it depends. For certain Christians, they believe in annihilationism, where like the soul just like ceases to exist and burns in.
Okay, bro, that's no scripture. We debunked this the last time with that goofy
Yeah,
ass
with
pastor.
Papa Red,
Uh,
but
Literally what Sheol is.
let's keep that back in both, man.
I don't know,
Because
man.
this
You
brother,
gotta look at the
this
historical
brother,
context.
he left the panel, bro. Because he could not prove his
Well,
words,
no, no,
man.
no, 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 no. Baba was just busy all the time. He has a child, a family, and he's a pastor, so he just leaves. It's not like him dodging the argument or something.
Nah, he dodged, man. Because you heard him. He said he doesn't know. You heard him, right? A pastor don't know the scriptures, bro. What type of pastor is that?
I mean,
Well, I will argue that just because you're a pastor doesn't mean you know the entire Bible on the back of your hand.
yeah, and like that's a big book, you know.
Answers, right? You should have answers, especially if you're chosen by the Lord. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So that's the point. But yeah,
But now that kind of gets into the question of how do we verify he was chosen by the Lord, type shit.
that's a good question, man. I don't believe he was chosen, bro.
But I personally don't believe any pastor is chosen by the Lord.
But yeah, I would say like God is a lot of character traits. Like God knows the future, the past, the present. God is all powerful. God can do anything that's like logically possible. I mean, if he like saw beforehand, hey, these angels are going to rebel, he could just not create the angels. He can create the ones that are going to like be loyal to him, and then he can not create the ones that are going to literally live forever, technically, and do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know.
So from that, from what you just said, it would seem like God is afraid of himself then, because hey,
No, God's not afraid, but God's trying to
he's
mitigate
afraid of what he can
as
do.
much as possible.
Afraid of what he can do. So he's saying, hey, I know if I create this being, this is what's going to happen. Why would I create it? So you guys gotta understand, God is sovereign.
That's just not being stupid.
Mm-hmm.
If I know I'm gonna make a mistake, why not just not
Hey,
make a
guys,
mistake?
guys,
For
whose
real.
accountability is it though? Is it God or the
God's.
devil?
It's
Well, I
God.
guess
If
it
he
comes down
creates the
to can
devil
we look at.
knowing what the devil's gonna do.
Here's the
Wait,
thing.
no, I have
He
a question.
knows
I have
the
a question. I
outcome
have a
of
question.
his
You're saying the
actions.
mustache man. That's not you saying the mustache man. His parents are to be taking. They should take the
They
accountability for his
didn't know
actions.
His
what
parents
was
aren't all
going to
knowing.
happen. God knows what's going to happen before he creates.
Wait, Matthew, hold on.
But
The
wait, I have a
parents,
question.
wait, guys, hold on. This mustache man situation, the parents are the creator, correct?
No, not necessarily. Well,
Creators,
yes.
they're not creators, they're parents, and they don't have all knowledge of what's going to happen.
Okay, so parents create kids, correct?
I mean,
No.
It's not synonymous because his parents are not all knowing nor all powerful.
It doesn't matter, but they are creators.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Wait, bro. They are creators, correct? So I'm
No,
asking,
they are parents.
hold on. Okay, yeah. Well. They did make the son. So, anyways, so the mustache man, right?
Not in the same way that.
Are you saying because the parents are the creators, therefore every action is dependent on the parents? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying because the creator claims to be all knowing, any action that happens is on him.
Yeah. So to be clear, the reason that it's not analogous is because God saw everything that was going to happen before it happened. He saw that like Hitler was going to like unalive all these Jews, and God said, "Sure," and created Hitler, and like every person that exists today, God allowed for it to happen, right? So like,
and instead of just making the Jews indestructible during 1940s Germany.
Black. If Hitler's parents never came together, would there be a Hitler?
Well, I mean, wait. Think about it, right? Like, if Hitler's parents came together, God could literally just have Hitler's
bro. That's not my question. Yeah, please answer. So, if Hitler's parents never came together, there'll be no Hitler, correct?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so who has the power here? Who has the power to create?
Wait, no, listen. God created all human beings. God can do anything that's logically possible.
Understand?
Technically,
But if you don't
wait,
come
hold on.
together,
Technically, Hitler's lineage is because God created whatever human being would create that lineage, right? If God wanted to, he has a handful, he has more than a handful of options. He could literally have Hitler's parents miscarriage, and all he has to do is say the word because he said, "Let there be light," and he created light. He could literally cause a miscarriage, or he could just make them like not attracted to each other and have them have other partners because we do have certain desires. For example, I'm born, I'm raised in America, and I just happen to be straight, right? I can't choose to be gay. That's just not what I desire. Other people are the same thing. They are attracted to the same sex. They can't choose to be straight. You could just create Hitler's parents with different desires to desire different partners. Or, I mean, like, you could just make a reality where Hitler's parents just never existed. And, like, the options just keep going as long as it's logically possible. God is all powerful and he could do it. But instead, God decided to create the reality where we have Hitler, where we have Genghis Khan, and where like millions of Jews get like atrocious things happen to them. Like, do you know that during like the Holocaust, they would take Jewish babies, throw them up in the air, and use them as target practice? So like, and like also they threw them in like fire chambers. None of that had to happen. God was like,
well,
that's the reality I decided to create.
well, that's why God is just at the end of the day. So, first
What
of
the
all,
fuck?
well, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Can I, Coco? Let me explain, man.
How is that just?
That's just, bro. That's just. Let me explain. Let me explain. So, God is love, okay, and love allows individuals to act freely, right? But it
Does
doesn't
love
mean,
send bears for
bro.
some
Can I
kids
finish?
making fun of a bald man?
Bro,
Oh
can I
God, like
finish?
be for real.
Let me finish. Yeah, yeah. So, yes, sometimes God does act, okay, because obviously it's getting too much, but that's his judgment. But the reason why he never really destroyed, those like persons like Hitler, is he wanted them to repent. Okay, he's giving mankind a choice to do as they seem fit.
Well,
So
yeah, but
my
like
argument
that's
to
like
you is,
wait, wait,
wait. My
that,
argument to you is,
go
you're
ahead.
saying that God should have caused a miscarriage, but you're not thinking about Hitler's parents. If they would have had a miscarriage, they would say God is evil for giving them a miscarriage. Correct?
I mean,
Who says God is evil for giving them a miscarriage?
Bro,
the
if
No,
assuming they know,
You
wait,
gave
black,
the
black,
argumentation that Hitler's parents would say God is evil for giving them a miscarriage.
black,
I want to
assuming.
know
Also, tell me
who
how many
says that
people have
on bat.
Wait,
miscarriages
black. He made a
anyway.
scenario. He made a scenario. So I'm assuming
actually,
that
I
Hitler's
kind of
parents
see his
know.
point. I kind of see his point.
They know that, hey, it's God that is doing this.
So think about
So
it.
they
Think
would
about it.
think God is
Wait,
evil.
hold on. Wait, not necessarily. That's not necessarily entailed. But hold on. So like when we look at evils today, right? We think like, why is God doing all this? He's evil. It could be the case in an alternative reality. God gives them a miscarriage, and they're probably thinking, I wonder why this happens. God is evil for this. And secretly, it could be that God is trying to create a world that's better than the alternative where Hitler is born. So, I mean, fair play, but also, like, yeah, like, I think if I was
That gives
I would have given them the miscarriage rather than, like, have Hitler be
So are
born.
you saying that anyone that will cause damage to the society, God should wipe them out of existence?
I mean, to be honest, literally, yeah. Like, if God,
Okay.
like, to be honest, I think it would probably even be better if God didn't create at all, right? Like, why do I live on this earth unconvinced that God exists, and then I'm alive only for God to throw me in infinite torture
So, so
and
what's your
suffering?
standard for wiping someone out of existence? Is it when the person's murder one person?
when they choose to hurt another person for no other reason than their own pleasure.
Okay, have you done that before?
No,
So you've never hurt anyone for your own pleasure. It could be
No,
emotionally.
no,
no.
actually, no. I'm not a
So
psychopath.
you guys are perfect. So you've never offended
I am
anyone,
not
correct?
perfect. I just never have hurt anybody for
Well,
my own
actually,
pleasure.
Black, you've never offended anyone, correct?
it depends what you
I
mean by
don't know
hurt.
who I've offended, but once again, that falls under I did
You
not
are
offend them for my
funny,
own pleasure.
Who cares
bro.
about being
You're
offended?
you're joking, man. Come on, why are you lying?
And also, if being offended is not painful. If
It is
I offended
painful.
someone, hold up. Being offended is not painful. If I offended someone and they did not choose to tell me,
oh, you've offended me and allowed me the ability to say sorry, that's a completely different situation than, oh, I was just joking, gabbing, making jokes, and one of them hurt your feelings. You said nothing. I'll never know I offended you.
Does it take away that you hurt them though?
I didn't hurt them for I didn't hurt them for a reason.
Okay, but I'm asking you,
I
does it
didn't
take?
intentionally
But
say I'm gonna do this shit to hurt you specifically.
but it doesn't take away that you hurt them, right? Even if they don't tell you.
Really interesting question.
If they don't tell me, I'll never know that I hurt them.
Okay, but it doesn't take away that you hurt them, right? That's the point. So you guys saying that, hey, if someone's murdered someone, God should wipe them out of existence, it makes no sense. Because you
that's not
too
what we said.
well, that's what Coco was referring. So therefore, you two would be wiped out of existence.
Wait, hold on. The argument is when God is trying to create a world, he has a infinite amount of like options, right? Given that he is all powerful and can do anything that's logically possible. He could wipe Hitler out of existence. He could have it that Hitler is never born. He could wipe out Hitler's entire heritage, or not even have that heritage be born. He could have his parents miscarry. He could have his parents have different desires and just mate with different partners. There's a variety of things that he could do, right? So like Hitler doesn't get born. But instead, we live in the world where God was like, yeah, Hitler is born and a bunch of Jews are getting like shot in the air or like burned in ovens because God, for some reason, thinks that this is necessary or he should allow this.
So, Coco, is God afraid of Hitler, of what he can do?
No.
Okay, so
I don't see a reason for him to be.
Okay, so why you think
that's a stupid argument?
No, it's not a stupid argument. See, here's the thing: God is
Nothing
sovereign.
being said is about fear. It's
Can I
about the
finish?
prevention of
I'm
evil.
I'm explaining something. Okay, so if God, you're saying because this person will do evil, therefore God should not create that person, correct?
Is God all good? Is God all good?
No. I want you to answer the question.
Is God all good? No,
That's
I
your
want you to
argument.
answer my question. Is God all good?
I asked you first, bro. Come on.
Is God all good? Your question doesn't make any fucking sense. Is God all good?
It's all good. He's all good. Yes.
All right, then that God should have no desire for evil to exist. So if God has the ability to prevent evil from existing, and all good God should and could prevent that evil from existing. If he doesn't prevent that evil from existing, that God is not all good.
Okay, so is someone being all good, is that forced on others?
It has nothing to do with fear.
Is it forced?
Yes, it is. Absolutely, the fuck it is. Because if that God, you asked me a fucking question, shut up.
He's answering it.
If that God is all good, that God does not want evil at all. Everybody that exists is that God's I'm still fucking talking. Shut up. If that God is the God of all things, the creator of all things, then all these people who are doing evil things are the responsibility of that God. So it's that God who's causing that evil to occur with foreknowledge that that evil will occur because the God knows what is going to happen within its creation prior to creation. Therefore, an all good God creating a system that results in evil is the fucking God's fault and is stupid.
Yeah, so like we're not talking about fear. We're not talking about like anything else, right? We're just saying that God has options. God's all powerful and can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. He chooses.
Matthew.
Exists.
Yeah, Matthew. So someone being good, should he force his nature on others? That's my question. Is that something good?
It's not about forcing its nature on others. It's that these others you are discussing are that God's creation. If those others you are discussing, I'm still fucking answering your question. Shut up. If those others that you are discussing create evil and are God's creation, then this evil is the result of God's creation and comes from God. So that is contradictory to an all good God. It has nothing to do with force.
Wrong. So if God, would force people to do good, then there will be robots, correct?
Well,
Did he make these people with prior knowledge of what would occur?
It doesn't matter. Just answer the question.
It does fucking matter.
Bro, can I finish?
That wasn't a question. You gave me a statement. I'm giving you a question.
Bro, hold on. So
I am asking you a question. Don't fucking run away from the question.
Why you keep cursing, bro? You don't gotta curse, bro. Chill,
because I'm a sailor. I cuss like a sailor. I don't give two shits. Right? Fuck. Who the fuck cares? Right?
All right,
so if you have a God, does this God have prior knowledge of what will occur within its creation
Why does
prior
that
to the
matter? Why does that
creation.
matter? Why does it matter?
Because if he has prior knowledge to what will occur within his creation before the creation and still chooses to have the creation happen, and evil is known to occur in that creation before he creates it, then he created with prior knowledge that his creation would cause evil. That means
And
this
why would
evil stems from the God, not the creation.
okay? Why would the evil exist? Could you tell me why would he exist?
Because people make
Because God made it that way.
yeah, like
So wait. You just buried yourself.
No, I didn't.
Wow,
Again, the question
but
I
wait.
asked you was, does God have prior knowledge of his creation before he actually instantiates the creation? I want you to answer me that damn question.
Said yes, man, and yeah, he
Then
does.
anything that happens in that creation happens because God chose it to happen.
Okay, so would you say for God to not make a world where there's evil, right? He has to make beings that would just do what he says, correct?
It does. No, you can have no. Keep laughing. I'll kick your ass off the panel instead. So if you're going to say that your God is all powerful and all knowing, then your God has the ability to instantiate a world where every being within that world has free will, but has no desire to cause anything to occur that is evil and just freely chooses between good things. You
that's
don't need
illogically
to
possible.
have evil things in order to have good things.
What
So
is
it's
free?
completely logical. I'm still fucking talking. I don't know if you realized I mute you because you keep fucking interrupting me. You can have a world where no evil occurs and everybody still has free will. That's a logically possible position. So if this God is all good, then that's the type of world that it should instantiate, right? But yet it's instantiating a world where people have the desire, the capability, and actualize evil events with the God having prior knowledge that would occur. Meaning all these events happened because God chose it to happen.
You said if this world is only good, right? So what is the option there? If it's only
I
good,
didn't say this world is only good.
you said it's all good, right?
No, the fuck I didn't. I
Bro,
said God is defined as all good.
okay, the world he makes will be
Get
all
the
good,
wax out of your ears and try to listen.
bro. The world he makes
This is
will be
not
all
hard.
good in this hypothetical, right?
This is very simple.
If the God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good, then its creation could only entail good.
So
Wait,
what's
hold
the
on, hold
option
on.
there?
Wait, hold on. Wait, Randall.
Coco, I'm asking you a question. What is the
Hold
option?
on. Wait, Randall. Well, let me ask you this, right? Randall, are you straight? Are you straight?
Am I straight? What you mean, man? We straight, bro.
We know, like, okay, so Randall, you're a man, right?
You talking about the LGBTQ
Wait, no,
HDMI
Do
PS5?
you get a
wait,
chubby
wait,
looking at
hold
another
on.
guy?
Just
Golly,
wait, hold on,
that's an
Randall.
abomination.
Randall, just answer my question. You're a
No,
man.
I'm straight, bro. I'm straight. I'm
Yeah,
straight.
okay,
Forever
yeah,
straight.
you're straight. Could you possibly, if you really wanted to, just walk up to a guy and like kiss the guy?
I mean, I do have the free will to do it, but I wouldn't do that because
Okay,
it's
so
just
the thing is, God created a world where you have natural desires to be straight and be attracted to women, and you still have the ability to go kiss a man if you wanted to, but you just choose to like be into women, right?
bro. What are you talking about, man?
Wait, hold on, because think about it. Wait, hold on. You're straight. You're attracted to women, right?
Yeah,
And you can go kiss a guy if you really wanted to, right?
I don't see the correlation, but yes.
Yeah, so you
You
have
have no desire to, though, right?
so you have a desire for women, and you can still make the choice to go kiss a guy, right?
Do you think the desire comes from God?
Hold on, just answer my question. Like, you have a
Nobody
desire for
said that,
women.
Randall.
Well,
You have
that's
a
what it's
desire.
inferring.
Wait,
But
hold on.
yeah, I do. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, just stick
yeah,
with the argument. Just answer my question, right?
Mhm.
God could
Yeah.
make a world where people have a desire to only do good things, just like we have desires in this world, and they just choose to do good things and don't choose to do bad things.
Coco, no, you didn't cook, bro. No, you didn't
Oh
cook.
my
Hold on.
God,
See,
that's so
wait. I'll tell you this. Wait.
crazy.
So, God does not plant desires in people. He doesn't do that.
Yes, he
Nobody
does.
said he did.
Okay, so you're saying he should plant the desire?
You don't even have to say he did. You
Wait,
can just
Matthew, are
make a
you saying?
world where it's not possible to have the desire to do something evil.
Yeah.
Okay, but then that wouldn't be free will. That's the problem, though.
Yes, it still would be.
Oh man.
You can have the free will to do anything from neutral to good. You just have no desire to do anything evil.
Yeah,
But
because
there is
you
no
don't have
evil
to eat
because
a
it's all
shit
good.
cake in order to taste cake.
Well, there's no evil because
You're
it's all
not
good. So
attracted
there's
to
no
men, but you still have free will, right?
bro.
You just said you're not attracted to men, but you
Can I,
still have free
Matthew?
will, right?
Can I create a desire for men?
Answer my
Well,
question. I asked you, you got some shitty feedback too. I asked you, you yourself said that you have no desire for men. Yet you also say that you have free will. So you can be lacking in a desire and still hold free will.
Oh,
Just
God.
like the world could be lacking in the desire to do evil and still have free will,
Oh, God.
right?
well, yes. So the desire, I can create that desire for myself.
No,
You
no, no,
don't create
no.
that desire.
Okay, because
No, you
Randall,
do
like,
actually.
literally, because
Prove to me you create that desire by getting a hard on for a guy.
No,
yeah,
no. I can use another example, not necessarily that, because
no,
that's
no,
disgusting.
use
No,
that.
that's the one I want. That's the one I want you to give me
No,
because you
no,
said you
I
have
can't.
no desire for it.
No, I don't. I don't
You
desire.
said you can create a desire you don't
That's a
have.
sin, bro. I'm a
You
Christian. I don't
don't have.
desire.
It's not a desire. It's not a sin to
Bro,
get a
it's a
hard
sin.
on.
It's a
It's
sin.
not a. It's not a sin to get a hard on, dude.
You
Bro,
can't control
it's a
that.
sin. So
There is no such thing as a sin of getting chub. That's not a sin.
bro, it's a
Yeah.
sin, bro. According to my
Nowhere in the
scripture,
Bible does it say you are sinful for getting chub.
You can't
for getting
control the
chopped.
blood that like rushes
A
into
chub
you. No, no,
Are you
no.
sure
would
about that?
a
What did
hard
Jesus say?
on an erection.
So if Jesus, when Jesus said, if you look after someone, you lost,
That's
right?
a
That.
resurrection, not an erection. I didn't say
Oh,
look
so
at.
how do
I
you
didn't say
lost?
look at them with lust.
How do you
I
lost
said
after someone?
have physical attraction that results in a biological change of your body due to attraction, not lust.
Okay, so you just standing close to someone, next thing you getting hard.
I'm saying have an attraction towards a man which causes you to get an erection.
I'm telling you
Make yourself have that desire.
I'm telling you that's a sin in my parents, so I won't do that.
Wait, but
See, I think you're just making excuses then.
No, it's not, bro. It's
There
just,
is not a single place in the Bible that says it's sinful to get an erection.
bro. Is that person your wife?
Jesus.
It doesn't say anything about getting an erection by looking at somebody in the Bible. The
Well,
word
it's
erection
lost.
isn't
It's
used in the
lost.
Bible.
That would be lost. So it does say that actually.
No, a
An
physical
erection
change to
is
your
not
body
lust.
is not lust.
So for you to have an erection, you're looking at someone, right? Or you're thinking about that
No,
person, correct?
that's not
You never
lust.
just pop
That's
a
just
That's
a
random.
not a great. So
biological. That's just a biological trigger to your body. There's
are
no
you
lust
hearing yourself?
involved.
Wait. Are you have to look at someone, or you're thinking about that person, correct?
I said it's not lust.
It's lost, bro, because the person
An
is not there.
erection is not lust.
You're having,
It's just a
It's just a
thing that your
biological
body
function
does.
of your body. You can't
bro.
control an
Can
erection.
we move on from this, man? I don't know why we're talking about this.
Because you said that you can choose and give yourself your own desires.
Well,
So I
yeah.
am telling you to
Yes, you can.
prove it by illustrating that desire, which would have an
Okay, I
actual
got you.
physiological evidence that it's occurring.
Yeah, Randall.
Okay, I got you. So those,
Randall,
wait,
really
Coco.
quick. Let me give a couple examples, right?
Yeah.
You can't choose your desires. Like if I told you to be gay, I don't think you can choose to be gay, right? Like you wouldn't authentically be into men. And also like the same thing with like you're born with like certain taste buds, and if I chose you to like an ice cream flavor that you don't like, you're literally built to like a certain ice cream flavor. So I think God creates you with biological aspects of you, and also like desires and different brain chemistries to like different things. That's why like when you ask if we were to line up like 20 men and ask them what they like, they would have like different preferences when it came to women. Or I mean, who knows, maybe some of them might even be gay, right? So like your preferences are just a product of like your brain chemistry, your biology, and like you can't really control that. People are going to be into what they're into because they're built that way, you know.
So Coco, do we have certain G individuals that change to being straight?
No.
No, yeah, we actually do. So
No,
so
we
what?
don't. We have people forced into saying that through
Oh
trauma
my
response.
God,
Conversion camps have been
come on,
proven.
man, come
Conversion
on.
camps. I'm not going to deal with homophobic or transphobic bullshit. Shut your fucking mouth.
Wait, what? How?
Shut your fucking mouth. I will not deal with homophobia. Shut up. There is no such thing as conversion from homosexuality to heterosexuality. People lie and say that they've converted from homosexuality to heterosexuality due to trauma responses from torture within conversion camps, which has been scientifically shown not to actually work.
Yeah, actually, Matthew, I have a bunch of questions in regards to that. Yeah, I think you're right, but yeah, there are people who like went to conversion camp and they're like, I'm straight again, but then like they low-key end up like having a secret affair with like a man later.
Or they like take a ride down the sewer slide because they are living a life that's a lie.
Yeah, so I don't even think it really works.
Or you get lavender marriages, which honestly I
That
would love
too.
one of those.
Yes, good example. There
Absolutely.
are lavender marriages.
I honestly, I would do a lavender marriage. I would totally do it.
No, I'm saying y'all live in a bubble. You got to come out of your little tiny space.
I live in a bubble.
Wait, no,
I live in a bubble.
No, wait.
You live in a bubble? What the fuck?
Please,
The
hold up.
big.
Please. Everyone hold up. Everyone hold up real fast. Please. I need to check this. I need to check this.
Do it.
Randall, Randall.
Stop
shush.
fighting the
Randall,
mute button,
shush.
Randall. Stop fighting with it.
When I'm talking, they just mute me, bro.
Wait, hold on. Let Black Stallion get it.
I don't need to be here, man.
You said some pretty fucking nasty
you don't need to be
things.
here.
Okay, so
think
Randall has
the
said we live in a bubble. I assume what he means by that is we are sheltered and do not know the outside world much. Now, I want to check to see, does Randall know what a lavender marriage is? Nobody tell him.
Go.
You're free to talk.
Sir, what did you say? Labrador marriage?
Do you know what a lavender marriage is?
Lavender marriage?
Lavender, like the scent or flower.
Marriage?
Yes.
Yes.
The contract between two people.
Quickly now. Don't go look it up
lavender
on
has a color,
Google.
too.
Nice taken.
Yeah, it's a color.
5, 4,
Yeah, is it
3.
something that has to do with the LGBT stuff?
No,
Explain it.
What
Show
exactly
that
does
you
it
don't live
have
in a
to
bubble.
do?
No,
Quickly now.
I've heard about it before, but
No, quickly now.
I don't pay
What is
attention.
it? What is it?
Bro, can I finish? Why y'all
You
like
have
this, bro?
no clue what it is. You're saying, oh, something
Wait,
that has
why
to do
would
with
I care
legitimate qua
about
people.
Why would I care about this that has to do with LGBT? Like, why would I care?
Why do you care about the Holocaust if you're not Jewish?
I don't give a
Homophobic,
damn. This is sinful, bro.
transphobic.
This is sinful. It's not transphobic.
Because
bro.
you are homophobic and
I'm not
transphobic.
homophobic, bro. I'm not homophobic.
Do
I
you
love- I
not
love
like
everyone, but
homosexuals?
I don't think he's homophobic. I think he's just.
I love.
Oh no, he is.
I think he's just Christian.
Can I finish?
No,
He said a man being attracted to a man is abomination.
Yes, the act is.
Oh, yeah, that's homophobia.
Bro, can I
That's
finish?
homophobia.
Host, can you?
Yeah, that's homophobia.
Can I talk?
No.
Wait, hold
I don't
on.
like homophobes. I don't like homophobes. I don't like them coming up on my friend's panel and corrupting it with their nasty taint. So that's gross.
So
Stop
if
that.
I don't agree with a lifestyle, I'm hateful, right?
Yes, if you
It's not
don't
a
agree with
fucking
the black lifestyle,
it's
you
the
are racist.
way of
If
some-
you don't,
it's not a lifestyle. It's the way someone was born.
You just call a person's identity abomination.
Wait, are we?
No, I'm saying the
if you
act.
don't agree with the lifestyle, you
No, you said a man being attracted to another
the
man
act,
is an
bro.
abomination.
Yeah, that because the act is abominable.
Attraction is just a feeling.
Yeah, thou shalt not lay with the same kind.
You said a man
Yeah,
being
that's gross,
attracted
and
to a
also
man
that's-
is an abomination. That's disgusting.
Also, that's a mistranslation.
I don't know why you're-
Also-
The actual Hebrew in that verse that you're quoting, the actual Hebrew translates into a man shall not a man shall not force another man as he does a woman. Basically, it says shut up. Basically, it says
Liar,
that a man shall not grape another man. That's exactly what it translates to in Hebrew.
Give me the scripture for that, liar. Give me the scripture for that. Give me the scripture for that, real quick.
it's a matter of.
Would you
have a
like me to get a
translation
rabbi
issue.
in here? I can
Give
bring
me
a
the
rabbi in
Oh,
here.
so you can't give me the scripture? You want your rabbi?
It is in scripture. It's just a matter of you have a fucked up translation.
You
Go
already
take a
know the
hike, man. Go
scripture. The
take a hike.
scripture is Leviticus.
Okay,
You
hold
already
on,
know
hold on.
where the scripture
It's
is.
the Wait, scripture is
Doesn't
is
matter.
homosexuality a
What's
sin in
being
the
this?
Bible?
What
Is
is
it a sin in the Bible?
no?
No.
It's
What is
not
Okay.
being
even mentioned.
discussed?
Okay,
What is
okay.
being
Let me take you
discussed
to the
is what the
scripture real quick.
Bible is actually. So yeah, you can give me any translation you want of the scripture. I could care fucking less. What she just said was that the Bible, when you look back at the actual like oldest text we have and the translations of those oldest texts we have, it actually becomes translated contextually to something that would say a man should not be taking the submissive role in sex with another man, meaning you shouldn't be a bottom.
Coco doesn't believe what
Now,
you're saying.
if you would like support for that position, we can bring in people like rabbis or biblical scholars who've looked into this and could discuss this context and why this is held by biblical scholars.
Matthew, tell me why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, real quick.
He didn't. He doesn't exist. By the way, but the Bible says it was because of inhospitability. If you'd like to know why the Bible says God did it, but God didn't actually do that. It never actually occurred. If you'd like to know why the Bible states it happens, it was because the people were not being hospitable, not due to any specific sexual act. It was due to the forced penetration, not due to the type of penetration.
We're talking about the Bible, right?
Again, if you would like to know why the Bible states that this was done, it was because the people in Sodom and Gomorrah were essaying angels, not because of male on male action. So again, you just don't understand the context of the book you're reading. I actually do because you seem to want to talk in the middle of my sentence instead of listening to the answer to the question you asked me. I'm not lying. And I don't appreciate being called a liar just because of your ignorance. Nowhere in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah does it say that this destruction was rained down because a man had attraction to another man or because a woman had attraction to another woman. It discusses how the people of Sodom and Gomorrah essayed the angels. It's about hospitability, not homosexuality.
Matthew, were the angels, did they take on the form of a man when they went to Sodom and Gomorrah?
Really funny.
It has
with
nothing
our
to do
satellite
with
technology.
Oh, can you answer the question, please?
Really
It's
quick, I want
irrelevant.
to address something that Black said down in the comments. It's really funny with our satellite technology to this day. The exact locations of Sodom and Gomorrah have not been definitively found. Several sites have been proposed as potential locations, but they have not been found and discovered to be actually Sodom and Gomorrah.
Hence why I started the conversation with it didn't actually happen, but the Bible states X, Y, and Z. Because actually the first thing that happened was a person's daughters were tossed to the crowd, right? And instead, the crowd ended up taking the angels.
So,
It had nothing to do with the gender of the people being tossed to the
I
crowd.
got you. Let me just summarize the story, okay? It's going to be quick, 30 seconds.
I know the story. I just
can
fucking
finish?
talked about the
Can I
story.
finish?
You don't
Can
need
I
to
finish?
summarize something we
Stop
already
interrupting,
know.
bro. Stop interrupting. You are wrong. So let me correct you real quick, okay? So according to the story, okay? I don't know why y'all muting me, bro.
It's the mods.
Because you keep saying that I'm lying, and you keep saying that I'm wrong when I'm not.
Okay, let me tell you why. You go and let me?
I don't have to have you summarize a story. I already know.
I will summarize. Let me make a statement. Okay, thank you. So the Bible said that Sodom and Gomorrah, they went after strange flesh. So whenever it says strange flesh, it's talking about things that are unnatural. So we're going after the same.
It doesn't say unnatural.
Bro,
you
stop,
are
stop,
leaning
stop,
on your
bro,
own
don't interrupt.
understanding.
Bro, don't interrupt. You said I.
Shut up. I am not going to sit here and let you say things that are wrong and then have you tell me to stop talking when I am correcting you for something ignorant you're saying. It doesn't say anything about being unnatural.
bro, let me
Matthew,
finish.
I have
Not
to add
once.
that being gay is natural because we see it in
Absolutely, it
animals
is.
all the time.
Oh,
So
I already know
even
this.
on the argument he tried to make, he's still wrong.
That's not according to the scriptures.
Also, angels
The
are
fact
unnatural, so he
that
would
gay
still be
lions
doing that for
exist
something unnatural.
immediately.
Yeah, that's not according to the scriptures. That's all I'm saying.
Then the scriptures are
If the
wrong.
I'm
scriptures
just
told
saying
you
the
to make
story
a
of
pound
the
cake with
Oh my
half a
God.
pound of shit, would you do it?
Bro, you guys take care, man.
just
I'm-
saying
The
the
scripture
story
told
of
you to make
the
a pound cake with half a pound of
the
shit, would you do it? Oh, we left.
Yeah, half a
we
pound.
might have gotten dropped. No, I'm gonna say just the story of the gay penguins who adopted a baby. That was fucking heartwarming.
Honestly, I did want him to get to, oh, those lions are only gay because of humans. And so I could go into, I want to see the two gay men that were brave enough to fuck in front of a lion.
For real, Jesus.
Battle ends in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Okay.
2,
Well, that was fun for our last year. But yeah, like I think the problem is people really weren't there. God could have created other worlds. Yeah. Not hard.
Or at the very least, like the moment someone is bad, they get sent to interdimensional jail.
Oh God.
They're just in a black void by themselves until they learn to be better.
Yeah, Buzz Lightyear that shit.
What?
Buzz Lightyear that shit.
I assume that's from the new movie.
Maybe I think like Intergalactic Space Jam.
I was more shooting off of the Phantom Zone from fucking Superman.
No, something like that, yeah. Okay. Well,
Something like that. That would just be the most. Go on.
Oh, nothing. Go ahead. I was talking to you. Too bad.
That would be the most obvious. You see Hitler up there giving his speech, Phantom Zone,
Yeah, just like purple lightning.
and we just see how fast he crumbles.
Yeah.
Donald Trump says, "I'm about to take away healthcare." Phantom Zone.
And it's like, well, thank God.
Cause like that would just be the ultimate. Oh, someone's about to assault anybody in any way. Phantom Zone. Like that would just be the immediate. Oh, I guess God is real. And it wouldn't even cause harm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but there's this game that was developed by Luis and now it's playing a game developed by it's like a 2 pretty interesting.
By the power of Luis.
But yeah, we're looking for apps. We're waiting for apps. You know, we are waiting for who is that? Oh yeah, I won. But yeah, waiting for ops. But how have you guys been? How have you guys been?
Pretty good. I'm in a good mood for once.
Oh yeah.
It's going pretty good.
I got a tattoo of a penguin in a devil costume because even when life is hell, you gotta keep it cool.
Oh God. Dude,
Did you actually do that? Because that's a fucking awesome tattoo.
Yeah.
Fuck yes! That's amazing. I love it so much.
Okay. No, yeah.
It's Adventure Time style too. I'm into that.
Yeah.
If I had money, I would get.
Well, if you come out to Vegas for the next couple of days, there's a store that'll give you a free little tattoo if you bring in enough candy.
I wish I had the ability to do that.
Are they catching donations for Halloween?
Interesting. Oh, what were you talking about? Oh, what that is.
Next tattoo I get's going to be far too large for that.
Interesting.
What do y'all think is a good first tattoo?
A quote.
Anything that brings you joy and will continue to bring you joy through the years.
I'm just like scared. Like I don't know what I want forever, but I really want a tattoo because I think they're dope.
I got a quote on my arm.
The way I did it was I chose what I wanted, and then I waited for 1 year. And if I still wanted it after a year, that means I'm probably going to want it for quite some time.
Oh, that's smart.
I got a long ass quote on my arm, on both of them. I'm not gonna lie to you, tattoos feel like they feel good. I know that sounds kind of like masochistic, but like a needle dragging across my arm didn't feel painful. It was like a really cool.
Well, it wasn't really dragging. It's a vibration kind of feel. It's
sticks you, right?
Yeah, it pokes you a crap ton of times.
Yeah, I thought there were moments where like it felt like ow, the needle's going really into my muscle, but like there were times where it was just like, you know, it was a really cool itch. It didn't really hurt at all. But it depends where you get it. There's a pain chart. If you go to Google and you type in tattoo pain chart, it tells you like where it hurts the most on your body. Obviously, it's going to be like your ears, your neck, your breast. That's where it's going to hurt like a lot, obviously. But
thin and sensitive skin.
Yeah,
Anything that doesn't have a lot of meat between you and the bone.
Yeah, I got a little bit of fat right here, you know. But yeah, like your wrist is gonna hurt a lot. Your finger is gonna hurt a lot. You know, your face is obviously gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, that would be wild. First tattoo to get a face tat.
First tattoo, 6'9". 6'9" tattoo.
6'7".
6.
Dude, there was a guy who got 6'7", like tattooed to his face, and he like freaked out about it like the next day. It was huge too, blacked out completely.
They told
it
me
was bad. It was horrible.
Like the tattoo artist that tattooed me told me a story about how there's a woman who like ordered a vag tattoo, and like the tattoo artist was like tattooing her, and like he sprayed on the tattoo artist, and all you could hear from the rest of the tattoo shop was just like screeching like Hail Mary screams. But like yeah, this tattoo artist was getting like sprayed by water, if you know what I mean.
That's insane.
But yeah, like it was bad. It was a bad experience. And she signed it. She like, you know, she wanted it.
I don't know, maybe it's like a weird fetish or something for them. Thinking about getting like a lyric or a quote or something, like a Tame Impala lyric or a Hozier lyric.
My tattoo, interestingly enough, is a quote from a famous atheist.
A quote from what?
A famous atheist.
Who?
It's a YouTuber called The Ramen Trains.
What does the quote say?
People who don't want you to think are never your friend.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. So, like, you know, if you're ever talking to Christians and they're like, just believe it, and, you know, you ask questions and they start to, like, bully you or make you feel bad for asking questions, they aren't really your friend. They want to, like, control you. I think, like...
Yeah, I talked to this Christian the other day, and it was like, I'm just like surprised that they call themselves a Christian with how much of a bully they were. It's actually insane.
Oh, dude.
This guy on TikTok.
Okay. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, speaking of bully Christians, there was one time on Joy's Live where she had just asked atheists, "How do you get your morality if you don't have God?" I just said, "Consent." Tell me why they kicked me and didn't even let me defend it.
So sorry, Track. I jumped in what you were saying.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just gonna say it was that Darth Dawkins guy. He's just awful.
Take a look at my videos on my page. I got like crap ton of them on Darth Dawkins, where I debate him all over the place. Yeah, I debate him all the time.
The legend of Darth Dawkins. Like, we know the horrors.
I fold him backwards every single time. It's hilarious.
Getting him like a long chair. But no, yeah, like I've been on this app for a while, and I think that something that you learn on this app. Yeah, there are people who say that that they're the most explosive fucking individuals. They treat people like they're not. And like, to be honest, like there are some Christians who really care about like converting. You know, all they want is to it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Someone threatened to sue me, but like they never did it, you know?
Wait, what?
There was a Christian that threatened to sue me because they slandered my brand and I made a video about them and they never sued me.
Dang, bro.
Yeah. They're Christian. We're like this, it's this narcissistic like female creator who she only talks about all the bad stuff I've done to her. And she doesn't talk about how like she literally started me. I was just chilling doing my own thing. I literally did nothing to her, and like she decided.
Is it Joy?
Yeah, Joy.
Yeah, dude. I went on Joy's Live the other day, and it was like atheists can't understand the Bible, but then like they asked me a bunch of questions about the Bible, and I like told them the exact right answers, and they were like, "Well, you still don't understand." Like,
yeah,
right,
they're literally bottom of the barrel. Like they're not really too smart. And like, and look, there's nothing wrong with not having answers or not being smart enough. Like, I'm not mad at them because like they don't know the answers. No, I'm mad at them because like the answers and they proceed to treat people like shit. Like, okay. A bit weird. You know, it's fine to like. I think all of us are stupid. Like we're all learning and growing. Compared to how much information is out there, all of us are stupid, right? Compared to each other, there's probably like levels to this shit. But like compared to like how much information is in the world, we're all stupid. But we're learning and we're trying to like learn everything. And we will. All of us here will pass away and still not even cover 2% all the knowledge that exists in the world. Guaranteed. If we if let's say that all of us sat down right now and we did nothing but study material till we passed away, I don't think we would even be able to touch 5% of all the information that's out there before we pass away. That's how much.
Yeah, not even close. Yeah.
Like, do you know how many
we're
books
essentially nothing.
Well, like, do you know how many books have been written about Jesus, about biblical scholars? How many, like, historians have come and passed? How many philosophers have existed in the past? How many, like, no, like, we're never going to be able to study it all. So I think it's always good to be open-minded, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
You're
pretty quiet, Coco.
Huh? Oh, I'm quiet?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get closer to my phone. But yeah, I would say like any Christian that says like God exists and I know He exists. No, the fuck they don't. They've just studied information to where they feel confident. But like there's so much information out there. Like we're never gonna know that God exists. We don't know. We're just coming up with worldviews and determining probabilities of what occurred and what didn't occur. But I love this game that we play.
Yeah, it's like, I think, who is it? Maybe David Hume, who said, like, we can never know if something is necessary because we would have to experience all possible worlds in order to really be able to say that we know something is necessary.
That's why I even say like I don't even think under like I don't see how under God creating all of us with all of His traits, I don't even see how we would have free will. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Because we don't.
Yeah, like we wouldn't. God knows everything that you're gonna do. God knows everything that you can do, and then He knows exactly what you are gonna do before He creates you. Then He creates you, and you do exactly what He saw that you were gonna do. And somehow we have like some kind of free will. I mean, considering that like our brains generate chemicals to make us like certain individuals or like a certain color. Like whenever you say your favorite color is green, there's chemicals in your brain that are released. You see the you see the color green. I do fuck heavy with like determinism. I think a lot of determinants. I mean, like just study our biology for determinism.
It is interesting to me because we do tend to feel like we have free will. So if you're saying that free will is impossible, then there would have to be some sort of evolutionary reason for us to believe that we have free will, right? Some advantage.
I think so. There might be
I just can't think of one.
There might be a survivability reason for
It would just show that the capability, or at least the sensation of like choice making or taking action intentionally is something that led to the survival of animals that allow for reproduction rather than some like autonomous system did. It's the same reason that you would lead to a position of like consciousness over non-consciousness through an evolutionary means.
Well, it's like I feel like, I mean, I in general I don't think we have free will, but it is compelling to me that it doesn't seem like we would just evolutionary like land on free will. Like it doesn't seem to give us any advantage to believe that we have free will if we don't.
I mean,
It doesn't have to necessarily give an advantage. It just has to be the very specific trait that happened to exist within the lineage that survived.
That's a fair point. I can see that. Yeah, makes sense.
I think that maybe an advantage could be like if we believe that we have the ability to like make changes with our actions, we're more likely to like make changes in regards to like our actions. I think like if we have this belief that like we can't make changes, everything is like determined, and we're some kind of like, and also given that we're like some kind of Neanderthal, right? We can't like choose to not let our emotions control like who we are, in terms like who we are. I think that like I think that like believing that we don't have any choices and having like a lesser intelligence would lead to us just being lazy, depressed, and like not doing anything. So I think like there is some kind of like survival, like hey, we need to know that like we have some kind of like illusion type with like free will. I think that does help in survival and like attitude, I guess. But that's me like taking a leap,
Yeah, I can see that.
Because like if we were like dumb cavemen and we thought like no matter what I do, my choices don't matter, then like why would we go hunt? Why would we go like take care of our family? Like all my choices are determined. Like, I'm not gonna take it. Yeah, like I don't have the maturity yet to like act outside of my emotions. I'm like, yeah, I kind of just sit around and be sad about this discovery.
Determined doesn't necessitate destined, so it's not like your conclusions of your system aren't actually leading to the actions you're taking. It's just that's far different than like chosen free will.
Wait, actually, I do have a question about that. I do have a question about that. Given, if you believe in hard determinism, do you believe that, like, if we were to look at the antecedents, so what causes someone to make a certain decision, we can predict what decisions people are going to make?
If you had complete access to all antecedents and all variables, as well as the processing required to like see what would occur from those antecedents faster than the antecedents actually result in an action, yeah, you'd be able to predict what would happen.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, okay, I was wondering that, but yeah, like, I think, like, if we had that access, then we can literally, like, we can like, map out, like,
See the future. You could map out the future.
Oh man, what is that anime called? There's an anime that's literally about this. Gosh, why am I forgetting the name? Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
It's like there's like this
Probably
computer
know it when
program.
you say it, but
It's like a computer program or something in the future where they can know if somebody's gonna commit a crime. And so
Minority Report?
No, it's not Minority.
No,
yeah, it's not. That's the movie that revolves around free crime. This is an anime revolving around a computer doing it rather than precognition.
This is really gonna bother me. Hold on.
Kodioto or something? No.
Psychopaths. That's what it is.
Psychopaths. Okay.
Yeah. It's an older one, but it's a really good one.
This game's like really easy. Yeah, like, but yeah, we're just waiting for ops. There's 13 people in here. Thank you all 13 for being in here. I really appreciate you. If you can, please tap your screens, like the live, share it with anyone who you think might be interested. I'm sort of making progress on Twitch, getting my name out there. I'm watching my Twitch, and like, I know this kind of sounds like pretty pathetic, but like one other person is watching my Twitch, but that's a step up from usual days. But yeah, we're sort of working on building an audience on Twitch. It's not the easiest thing. But yeah, numbers are low on Twitch, low on YouTube. But
I don't know how to help there.
yeah. YouTube and Twitch are really hard to gain an audience because it's not like TikTok where you can swipe onto new creators. So a lot of advertising. But yeah, we doing our thing. I can see on my computer presence.
I'm working on my gardening project. I have a gardening project where I'm actually gardening some gardening stuff.
Wait, are you?
Because it's totally, yeah, it's something that we can do here. Like, I can have 6 plants.
Oh.
Gardening supplies is always entertaining.
I thought you were talking
I
about.
have 4 little seeds.
I don't
have 4
partake
little
in
babies.
gardening. It's not my thing. More power to anybody who does.
Obviously my thing.
I'm making a farm in Minecraft right now.
I'm just mindlessly playing games.
I'm making a farm of gardening stuff.
I've been deep cleaning my house.
Oh, that sounds awful.
It's not too bad. It's a lot. It's a lot less awful when you're having conversations and you're keeping your mind occupied with other things. It's nice to have a house I can deep clean.
Oh God.
True.
You made the right choices, Matthew.
For real.
Good choices.
Just can't do the chemicals, man. Like, it's scary.
You don't got to do anything like crazy with the chemical side. You can keep it like super light on the chemical side. Do like heavy into like use of steam for deep cleaning rather than chemical deep cleaning.
Someone talked
Yeah, I
about.
always try to get like the all natural shit.
Oh, so someone down there is saying the Epicurean paradox. Remind me what that is. The Epicurean paradox. Oh, am I gonna have to? I could look it up. But like,
That's not one that pops into my head. I would look it up.
Epicurean. Oh, okay, yeah. Let me
What is it? What are they saying comes from the Epicurean paradox?
Oh, they just said Epicurean paradox. That's all I have to say.
Well, then they're not really saying much, are they?
Yeah, they're just throwing something that I think might be like some kind of proof for God that they're trying to suppose.
2x energy.
Look, it backs up the prompt in many ways. Okay. I know what he's talking about. It's
I'll know as soon as you say it. I just don't know by name.
the riddle of Epicurus. It's either that God is not powerful enough to stop evil, or God is not all good and allows evil.
Oh, it's just LPE.
Yeah.
LPOE. That's
yeah,
all. That's all it's talking about.
Yeah, but it's also the rule posited by Epicurus.
Yeah, it's just a foundation for the POE.
Yeah. I didn't really know what you said. Sorry, Duff. I didn't catch what you said. I thought you were being like a Christian. Yeah, no.
Oh, Duff is cool. Duff is friend.
Oh yeah, Duff is cool beings. You cool with me.
Duff is friend shaped.
You cool with
We like Duff here.
You cool with me.
Coco, you think we'll get more ops if we like argue about something?
I would say for right now, I'm not like too worried about it. But yeah, if you tap the screen, like the live, share it with anybody that you know, and probably get more ops and get on the For You page. But yeah, other than that, like, and then fulfilling the gift goal, that's it. But honestly, I'm just like, I'm not too worried about it. Today's like slow down Sunday. And just chill.
They just challenge you to like state a position and then I'll counter it.
Let's see, what am I wrong with? I'm building a worldview. I might accept that the world is eternal, and then also I might drop from American relativism. I adopted it because like Ian adopted it. I might be wrong, to be honest. Monkey Boy was telling me that it wasn't the best so I gotta.
She was born like that. Sorry, kiddo. Look at my little plant pots that I did. I made them out of red cups.
You are brave for putting that on TikTok.
It's just it's just dirt.
Anyway.
It's just dirt.
Oh, it's just dirt.
It's just dirt.
It's dirt.
I made
in a
them out of
cup.
red solo cups. Yeah, I made them out of little red solo cups.
Someone requested in it. Who requested? We need an up. We're waiting for ups. Not my blood's back. Yes, we're just chilling. Now would be the time to talk about anything.
Sorry.
Jay chillin'.
Why did I get defeated? Oh, shoot, maybe I don't know why. No, but yeah, just straight chilling. But
No, I don't really got anything. I have 11 people in my life. AR has 17 people in his life. Present has 16 people in his life. Bible Guy has 112 people in his life. Dean has 12.3k people in his life right now. Holy shit.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's because he's Dean.
Yeah, he's Dean. Bro, to get
I
those
don't.
to get all those
I feel like I don't really see Parker on anymore. Is he not?
I don't think I've seen him much either. Yeah.
Maybe he's taking a break.
I
But
think that's why
I
Dean has been
mean,
getting so much lately because Parker's not been on.
they both get a lot.
Yeah.
But now, yeah. It has been one of
I
those.
honestly can't watch either of them for more than like 5 minutes.
Oh, like
Nothing wrong with either of them. I just do not find any interest in the conversations that they have.
I think they're
You don't
pretty.
like politics?
You don't like politics?
No, it's the way that the politics gets discussed.
They
Oh
just
yeah,
shit on people.
the debates on
There,
TikTok are rough.
there's no actual decent debate going on with it. It's just pseudo debate. It's Dean and Parker telling people why they're wrong.
Yeah. Why do you
That's
think
it. It gets boring after a while.
I feel that? And then also, like, it's very sad that, like, some people. It's very sad that some people are voting in our country and, like, they just vote for Donald Trump and, like, they don't even know why they're voting for Donald Trump. Just lack of education.
I mean, I'm mutuals with both of them. I like both of them. I think they're great guys.
Wait, yo, Lucky, you're mutuals with them?
Yeah.
Dude, you know what?
Wait, Trump is the best president ever, though.
Wait, do you know what kind of connection?
I want to know how you define president at this point in time. Either that, or I want to know how you define best.
It's just because of my personal experience with him. That's all.
But
Just
yo,
like look around you. Look at the
Matthew.
trees. You could see.
No, it very easily could be a position of connection, but I don't use it as a position of connection. That's one of the reasons that we're mutuals. The only time that I ever have any like interest in it is when we're like having some sort of conversation or discussion. Say hi, cool, bye, right? If it was a position where I was mutuals with them for the intent of gaining some sort of like popularity or position, then I'd have no reason to be mutuals with, or they'd have no reason to be mutuals with me.
But I was about to say, like, Matthew, do you know how, like, awesome it is to have connections with powerful people? Like, networking.
Sure, yeah.
Hell yeah, bro. Like, hey, I'm friends with Parker, and, you know, the arrows and stuff. Bro, I wish I could be friends with those guys and get them on my live stream.
You just gotta move to places where there are more powerful people, like DC and stuff.
Oh, God, for real.
oh, by the way, at some point, Coco, I'd love to like have a powwow with you and any other mods, so we can kind of make sure we are doing all of the good things.
Oh, no, you're doing fine. I think, like, Plum, you're probably, like, my S tier mod. You do exactly everything you need to do. Just tell people to
Fuck yeah.
like the live, share the live, and you mute the fuck out of homophobic people. Just protect the live.
I don't tolerate bigotry.
I tend to be
That's
an
exactly my
style
job.
mod. I'm there when I need to be.
Yeah, just protect the live.
I'm usually pretty quiet, unless it's important. So like when I was going off on the transphobia the other night, for example, that I was very loud and I was pissing off some men down in the comments, which is fine.
Yeah. Who's our next pro? Oh, we might have someone. Okay. Let me grab this 1v1. What's up, Sean? What you got for me?
Oh, not much. How you doing? Hey, I'm an atheist.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, okay, go for it. What you got for
Yeah,
me?
so I actually believe the biblical God is a monster. However, in theory, a immoral God could exist. It's not like a logical impossibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I guess like whenever I say like evil is a good reason for God, I would just say like it contradicts some of his character, but it could be the case that like God exists as like an evil God. But like the Bible will say things like God for God so loved the world, he gave his only son so that those who believe in him shall have eternal paradise, showing that he like loves the entire world. Or like or like there's quotes that say that like he's all powerful or like he knows like the future or he's all good or God has a perfect sense of justice. And I can spot just things in our society or things in the Bible that show that like he's unjust. Like for example, the kids for example, like I would define justice as giving somebody exactly what they deserve. So
Yeah.
if you do more than what they deserve, it's cruelty. If you do less than what they deserve, it's mercy. And so I see things like bald kids, making fun of a bald man, and then God sending grizzly bears to rip them up as just absolute cruelty,
Yeah.
or God telling the Jews to go unalive the Amalekites and wipe out all the oxen, sheep, cattle, men, women, boys, girls, children, infants. I
Yep.
think that's like unjust. Even if the Amalekites were doing children sacrifices, the children weren't involved in that. The infants weren't involved in that. Or
So
just
you're, yeah,
we can
you're
even look
you're
at we can even look at Genesis, right? Adam and Eve ate
yeah.
from the fruit and they were kicked out of the garden, and Cain and Abel have to start outside of the garden in an already corrupt world. So they're starting by accepting their parents' punishment at the beginning of their lives, which I don't think is just. But yeah.
Yeah, so I got you. So you're sort of leaning into the internal contradictions of the Bible saying God is like perfectly just and then not doing just things.
Yeah, and yeah, there's other things I can use from inside the Bible, and then like in the real world, right? Like, God is all loving, or God cares about all of His creation, or God is just, and yet we have babies who are born with like leukemia, and they will literally pass away in the hospital, and it's like why would a just God like allow this to happen? Some Christians would say that's a punishment to the baby. And then I would say like, well, the baby didn't do anything, right? Do you believe babies are innocent? And then they'll say yes, the baby is innocent because it hasn't made any like moral decisions. So if this is a punishment, God is like punishing babies before they commit any crimes. That's not really just. Um and yeah, like there are plenty of things that just contradict his character or
His proclaimed character. Yeah. Okay, no, fair enough. I'm with you on that. I was more thinking on it on a more basic level. In theory, an evil God, I'm not saying it's not logically impossible for a monstrous God to actually exist, but you are correct that it does create internal contradictions with the Bible saying he's one way, but then he does another.
Yeah. And like I would say like yeah, I would agree with you. What if God exists and he's just like absolutely like a monster and like he's telling us that he's good? Some Christians like can't comprehend that. Like Christians will come up to me and be like, God is good. And I'll be like, how do you know? The Bible told me. Okay, well, what if God is having people write this stuff down in the Bible and he's trying to lie or deceive us? Would you be able to tell because you're a finite creature and God is not finite? God is infinitely wise and smart and beyond our understanding. And then they just look at me with like a hypnotized face and say, "No, God is good." And I'm like, "All right, okay."
Oh, Dream of Dawn said the bald are the protected class. Apparently not. Um,
Oh
oh,
yeah,
actually, no, no, no. Actually, apparently so, because the Bears acted on behalf of the. Okay, that's even funnier. Yeah, good
yeah,
job, Dream.
yeah.
Uh,
So basically, yeah, like the guy was bald and he was trying to travel
yeah,
into the city. Kids blocked his way, made fun of him for being bald. Then he said, "I curse you guys," and then the bears like ripped him apart. Some Christians will
ripping
try to
apart the kids.
Yeah,
It's pretty wild that somebody wrote that down and thought this is good religious text to teach a good lesson. Like
yeah,
that's wild to me, but it's like wildly different cultures at the time.
yeah. Like Christians, like yeah, it's astonishing what Christians like look at and they think that God is still good. Like Christians look at that story and they're like, "Wow, God is such a loving God, having bears rip up children for like making fun of somebody for being bald." Like
Yeah.
they like don't flinch at it, but it's not all Christians. There are good Christians, but and then also there's something else I was gonna say. But yeah, some Christians will even say like God didn't send those bears, and I'm like, okay, so a prophet curses kids, and then bears just happen to rip them up. That's a coincidence. But okay, if we go to a hospital and someone prays for their cancer to go away, and then the next day their cancer goes away, what would you call that? And some Christians would be like, no, that's a miracle. It came from God. And I'm like, wait a sec. If someone prays to God and their cancer goes away, that's a miracle. If someone curses somebody and something bad happens, God is not involved in that whatsoever. Like the logic doesn't make sense, right? Because both parties are asking for something, something happens, and in one case it's not God, in the other case it is God.
Yeah, so what I find is a lot of Christians will basically have a double stand, basically no standard for God. So they say like we can't judge him with our flawed human mind because God is all knowing. Well, both we and Christians have judged God. We just judged him to be bad. They judged him to be good with their flawed human minds. But once they made that determination, he's immune from any sort of actual honest critique because if God does something good, oh, look how merciful and look how good God is. But when he does things like literally, no matter how heinous, like and there's extremely heinous things beyond anything that's in the Bible that he's done, oh, you can't judge him because God is all knowing. So basically, it's a heads I win, tails you lose scenario where literally the God of the Bible can drown the entire planet, every puppy dog, kitten, baby, whatever on planet Earth, which far overshadows any atrocity that's ever happened in human history. And he's still maximally good or benevolent.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That is an amazing point, right? Yeah, Christians will say like, we have no right to judge God. God's understanding is beyond our understanding. We don't have the mind to either judge him or even like read scripture or stuff like that, right?
Yep.
But then again, like Christians make judgments on God. They say he's good, and you could basically
Right.
ask them, how do you know he's good, right? Because like his understanding is above yours, so it could be the case he's evil. And like, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah, and then also, well, God is the standard for what's good. So basically, God can be anything we would consider any matter. It almost takes away the meaning. Like it's definitionally good if it's God's word or anything God does or what have you. So then saying if that's the case, if that's the standard, then saying God is good is meaningless. You're just saying God is God. God is whoever God is, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think there's some valid arguments when it comes to the problem of evil. I need to I know most of the arguments and like I need to hash it out. I want to put it on paper and like create like a spider web of like everything problem of evil. And then I want to debate somebody and then probably stop using the problem of evil and like come to a conclusion on it, but still have it as like an issue, I guess.
Yeah, I think the problem of God doing evil is worse than the problem of evil itself because it has less explanatory power.
Yeah.
What were we saying, Track? We've been talking a lot.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, Coco. I think I heard you say those exact words like a year ago. I'm not
Oh no,
gonna
no,
lie.
you're totally right. Yeah, I'm always busy like editing.
Procrastinating, that's all good. I do it.
Yeah,
But
like
like specifically the problem of evil, he's like, I'm gonna like stop debating the problem of evil.
yeah, like I procrastinate like a motherfucker, but also like I've gotten like a lot of things done. Like I literally remember 2 years ago I started TikTok and I looked ghetto and like had 0 followers, and then now like I'm hosting debates, I'm debating people, I've collaborated with a lot of creators.
I'm like about to hit 11K followers. I'm constantly editing videos and drinking like sodas and like tossing soda cans in my room. Sleep, eat, work, edit, sleep, eat, work, edit. Like I don't really have time to read or like.
Oh, holy shit, you have beat me on followers. Also, Forrest, yay!
But yeah, no, like yeah, I say like a lot of stuff and like I do some of the stuff I say, but then like some of the stuff I'm like, nah, I'm too lazy. Sometimes I just wake up in bed and like I groan and I just like like swipe on TikTok all day, or not all day, but like for a couple hours. Then I get up and decide to do what I need to do. I just roam lives and stuff. But I'm gonna be honest with you, the TikTok debate landscape has sort of cascaded. Like it used to be exciting. I used to hop on TikTok and be like, oh my gosh, like I'm ready to debate people. People were filled with energy talking about God. But I think like it's kind of died down. Maybe I had a part in that because like so many people are enemies now, and I've sort of scorched a lot of Christians who are bad faith, you know. But I
Yeah,
don't know.
don't give yourself so much credit. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like there's other people, but yeah,
I
it's
mean,
kind of boring.
the Christians who have gotten scorched have probably gotten scorched for good reason.
I would say, I would say for good reason. I don't
Just
regret.
saying.
Yeah, like I don't regret.
There will always be more Christians to debate.
Absolutely. And actually, interestingly enough, there's new people coming. There's new people joining the app. I've seen so many new creators who are preaching the word of God now on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
You're
They
actually
keep coming in.
fortunate. Sorry, you're actually fortunate to be able to have these discussions on your own live where you can kind of control things. I have found a mix of a lot of the Christians, when I go into their live and I debate with them, they want it to be cordial, conversational. They actually listen, let me talk, etc. But there's a lot of others that'll just like start muting and shout me down and like use that as a crutch instead of actually trying to have a real conversation.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And like I've been in those lives. Like I don't want to say like I'm the veteran of like TikTok debates, but like I've seen it all. Like I've literally been in lives where like people take turns and people are yelling over each other. There are Christians who just mute you and like, they debate with you, but then the minute that you start like actually like cooking them and you have them in a corner
Yep.
and they can't answer your questions, they start muting, kicking, dropping, blocking.
Yep, exactly right. It's such a cowardly thing to do. Like, and I have no patience for it. Like
Um,
in the
go ahead.
course of a conversation, sometimes interruption is okay. Like, oh, let me stop you. What did you mean by this word? Or, for clarification, a little bit of talking over happens, but when it's done as a methodology instead of like for to help facilitate progress in the conversation, that's when it's like it's enraging.
Yeah. No, tell me about it. Like I'm not even that good of a debater, but there are people who are literally scared to debate me. And yeah, that's like that's this Christian creator called Present and this other Christian creator called He Is Risen. They like won't debate me. I've asked them, yeah, like let's debate. You can choose the host. You can even choose the judges. They won't debate me. And
Are
they
those
like
like pre-sup Philbros?
yeah, and they spread misinformation. They are so illiterate when it comes to science and philosophy, but they still talk about science and philosophy and say obvious like misinformation, like misinterpreting facts, and it's just really atrociously bad. I go into their live and like every 30 seconds they say like some incorrect fact or like misunderstanding of science and the literature. It's unfortunate. And Christians eat that stuff up. Like the people who are uneducated eat that stuff up. And it's like they don't believe in evolution. They say there's no evidence for evolution. And I'm like, okay, well, retroviruses, fossil records, similarities between species, they don't care about any of that. They overlook all of that.
I'm like, all
Yeah.
right.
Or a lot of them think evolution is supposed to be how life started. Like a lot of them don't even know what evolution is. What they don't even know what they're disagreeing with.
Yeah, like
I always
present.
get the like.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
good.
I was just gonna say I always get the like. I believe in microevolution, but not macroevolution. I'm like, that's the same damn thing. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, like little changes over generations of periods of time due to like genetic mutation. Also, like President He Has Risen are part of the crowd where like they literally ask the question, if evolution is true, why don't gorillas turn into humans? Like that's the level of lack of understanding of what evolution is.
Yeah. And it just shows they won't actually go to the science literature and read on it.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah, I
unfortunate. And
mean,
like, like me and my friends have tried to correct them and they just talk shit behind our backs. And like, one day I confronted them on it, and that's when we stopped being friends. I was like, hey, you talk all this shit and you say like you're an S tier debater. Maybe you should actually go debate the people that you talk shit about. Instead of sitting here and saying like atheists suck and they can't debate, maybe you should go debate like, a well-established atheist person. Debate atheist philosophers. Talk to J Mike. Talk to like someone serious instead of like TikTok like atheist people, and like they won't do it because they like slamming atheists like low levels. And so it is what it is. And yeah, and then I challenged them to a debate. They declined. They talk shit behind my friend's back. I confronted them about it. They won't debate anybody. They're uh they're the equivalent of the uncles that sit in the lawn chair and say, "I could have been an amazing NBA star," but they're not actually going to get on the court and like debate anybody and play anybody. You know, if
Yeah.
I
somebody,
just.
oh, good. I know you got it.
What you got, Trek?
Oh, oh. Sorry. I was just gonna say. I think presuppositionalism and transcendental arguments are just like the most annoying and like hysterical things on the planet, and just really bothers me. And that's like their what those guys live off of.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
I've no
ridiculous.
I always make them like because the different ones will give different answers. Okay, like what do you mean by contingent? Just explain it like a child. Okay, what do you mean by necessary? What's an example of a necessary thing that I could point to? What are some like it seems to trip them up. It's as if now I'm not going to say all of them because some of them may understand it fully, but a lot of them are going through the script without actually even having a fundamental understanding of what it means. If you understand it, you should be able to articulate it in a manner that everyone can actually understand. Like if you really understand it, you don't have to be over wordy and use esoteric language, etc. You should be able to just have a real conversation.
Absolutely. Also, what else was I gonna say? No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. A lot of people are like, well, there are people on TikTok who have like mad influence, right? Like, a lot of people see Darth Dawkins and they're like, he's the best thing ever. He's the best thing ever, and they're trying to be the next Darth Dawkins. And we've had like Darth Dawkins rise up, we've had PMARS rise up, and then PMARS took a racist turn. We've had. I mean, there's a lot of people who are.
I was having a good conversation with Paperboy, and and Paperboy is like he'll let you speak. He'll if you make a good point, he'll acknowledge it. He I really respect him. I think he's an intelligent guy, and like I don't agree with him, but we had a long, great conversation. Then Darth Dawkins came in and like no no Christian has ever said it's true because the Bible's true because it says it's true. No Christian ever said, and I'm like, I've actually heard it. It's rare, I'll grant you that. But no, well, no serious-minded Christian, and then no Christian ever used the God of the Gap. So I'm like, I have a YouTube one of Pierce Morgan using God of the Gaps to Neil deGrasse. He's not a Christian. What religion is he? I don't know, but he's not a Christian. Well, how do you know he's not a Christian if you don't know what religion he is? And then he just kept, and then he's like accusing me of lying and all kinds of things. And I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm not going to deal with toxic people.
Yeah. But no, like yeah, like I could even point you to good Christian creators. They're not all bad. I would say like the bad
Oh
ones
no, they're
are.
not at all bad. I agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
I
totally
mean,
agree. I just seek out the good
yeah.
ones that actually want to have genuine conversations. But go ahead.
Oh no, you're totally good. Yeah, like no, I would say like good Christian creators to go to if you want to learn something, if you want to like see stuff in the Bible, learn about history, exploring reality. But he's now working with Inspiring Philosophy, which good source. Go check him out. Bob by Blood is a whole pastor, and I like his view on Christianity. It's realistic. It's based in historical context, and like yeah, ask him any questions. He will be very friendly and answer your questions. There's Dan McClellan, a PhD in like religious study. He's a Mormon, but he will answer your questions and like maybe compare sources with other creators to
I
his
think I've seen
because
Dan McClellan's content. He's always ripping apart like biblical claims. Like I thought he was an atheist until someone told me he was Mormon, actually.
yeah, and then there's people like Ryan Mullins. He has multiple PhDs on theology and maybe philosophy, but he has repeatedly gotten PhDs on this subject. He's pretty busy, so like maybe go to like he's pretty busy and like you probably have to be a friend of his. But he posts videos from time to time. But those creators will work, right? Don't go to creators like I Wonder, Joy, He is Risen, Present, Justin W. Don't go to those creators. They block, they kick, they get mad, they're stubborn. Even when they're
Who,
wrong, they can't admit when they're wrong.
who are
They
those guys again? Who did you mention on that one?
so He is Risen, no spaces. It's like HEISRISEN.
Okay. I
Then
think I've seen
there's
he has risen or maybe interacted with him.
yeah, then there's Joy. Um, I could literally put a background of them up, but like I don't know if I would really want to do that. Um, yeah, person with the cross in the comments. Yep, they block Christians who don't agree with them. You know, they're really stubborn. They don't change their positions or admit when they're wrong. Ironically, they're Christians with pride. That's the ironic thing. They are Christians with pride. So but yeah, like Joy, He is Risen, Present, don't go to that group. They will give you misinformation on science, philosophy, and religion. I Wonder, don't go to him. He's only looking to debate atheists, scream at them, spread misinformation, and slander people. Don't go to a guy named Dom Dot. You don't want to go to him. He doesn't really hold any of his Christian friends accountable. He'll literally sit here and watch Christians bully you and be mean to you and do a bunch of atrocious things to you, and he won't say anything. And he's on Team Christian. There's a guy named One Way Out. He's really dumb. Like I could go in there with like no notes. I can make the most basic atheist arguments. I can make mistakes on purpose, and he wouldn't catch them. And yeah, he's very rude, arrogant, and he makes a ton of mistakes, uses a ton of fallacies. And
Oh,
yeah,
I have one for you. I feel like this guy, he's British and he's so kind and articulate. He asked me to start co-hosting his live. Um, his name is John Gon Cohen. I'll put his name in the chat. But he I ran across him because I've always been promoting the idea, like I've been championing it, and I'm feeling like I'm the only one that belief is not actually a choice. Like I can't choose to believe Superman actually exists in reality. and then like actually believe it, right?
Yeah.
Which is problematic for the classic Abrahamic theological doctrine of like belief is required to get into heaven. But anyway, he wrote a book called Unconvinced that's going to be coming out next year, talking about belief not being a choice and the implications of that. And he had, on his banner is always belief is not a choice. And I got up with him and I was like, I've been saying that for so long, and we just like were I was basically reciting like most of the things that are actually in his book. But there's really good conversations. Theists and atheists alike come up on there. Really good conversations. None of it's toxic. He doesn't tolerate any toxicity, and he's very nice to everybody. So I would recommend checking out his lives. He's up like about 4-ish days a week. So John Cohen.
Oh, but yeah, like I think I've even seen him around. He's
Talking
like,
about people.
huh?
Are we talking about people to avoid?
And people to check out. But yeah,
Yeah, there's his name
Avoid
in
the
the.
hell out of Deathless Light. He's
yeah, he
he's
will
got
literally,
issues.
he will literally like threaten you. Like, he will
Oh
threaten to
yeah,
send
oh yeah.
you.
He gets violent.
Yeah.
Like
Coco,
he's. Ugh.
Oh, what's up?
sorry, Coco. What? Because I've seen this guy all over the place. What do you think about J Rob? What like? Because I've seen him on your lives before too.
Yeah,
But
so
he's also
He
the
got
Zoe.
pissed at me the other day when I
I would
wasn't letting
say,
people be transphobic.
one thing I'll say about J Rob is, I actually have respect for J Rob because, um, J Rob is a Christian who, despite everything I've gone through on TikTok, J Rob has always been there for me. J Rob continues to show up to my lives. J Rob is a pretty cool dude. I think like his arguments can be weak at times, but I think that when it comes to debating about like content on the scripture, J-Rob does really good. J-Rob slams Muslims. J-Rob will slam like anybody who's probably preaching against like Trinity doctrine. So I think like J-Rob is really solid on like biblical knowledge, but if like if a atheist walked up to him and ran like a really good problem of evil or philosophical argument, they could probably get past J-Rob. They could probably explain why anecdotes don't work or are weak evidence and stuff like that. But like a lot of I have a lot of beefs on TikTok with a lot of Christian creators who I didn't fire the first shot. They fired the first shot and I just responded, and then they're mad that I treat them the way that they treat me. And like a lot of Christians kind of stopped being my friends because I was enemies with their friends and they're only interested in like being friends with the Christians. J-Rob is the kind of person who something goes down and he tries Christians. J-Rob is the kind of person who something goes down and he tries people don't like you. And I think he has good character. Arguments are okay. J-Rob's a pretty alright dude, friends with him for
That's
a year or two.
yeah. He seems uh, sort of passive, I guess, in the lives that I've seen. But I've also seen him like up with like on Joy's lives and stuff, so I just was concerned about that. But also, I don't know if you see your comments, but Tiny Science. I listen to Tiny Science occasionally too
Oh hell
on their
yeah.
lives.
Yeah, Tiny
Yeah,
Science,
pretty solid.
Tiny Science is literally the goat. Like if you want to learn about science or like good arguments against Christians, like yeah, Tiny Science is the guy to go to. Like there are atheist creators I could say, yeah, like hell yeah, like dude, I would take Tiny Science. I literally would take notes in your life. Like Tiny Science is someone you can trust, has read the
I'm just gonna
literature.
say, like, Tiny and I aren't on the best of terms right now, but I still think that he's a fucking brilliant debater.
Absolutely. Tiny
It's the
Science is like
highest
really
praise you're gonna get from me, Tiny.
Tiny Science is like really smart. Tiny Science is literally a creator that like if you take notes in his live, you are getting correct information. Like he knows about science, he knows about the Bible, he will argue very well. Hell yeah, I would 100%
He's
suggest
fucking brilliant.
to literally like take notes in Tiny Science's live. Other people
Is,
include like Daniel Green. Daniel Green is a really good life to sit in and take notes. Ian, Deconstruction Justin, you know, Dr. Blitz. Those are the big three right now. Take notes in their lives. You will learn good arguments and they will give you scholastic information, you
is
know.
Tiny Science credentialed in any scientific field? I'm not saying that as a challenge because I'm not. I'm relatively well read, but I try to stay away from areas if it gets too deep into areas I don't know. But is he credentialed? Because I know some of the atheist debaters are.
I'm not sure, but like, wait, who? Wait, Tiny Science, who are you talking about? Wait,
He's talking about
He's talking about himself. He is totally untrustworthy and weak. Don't talk about him like that. That's
oh,
pretty funny.
I'm not sure if Tiny Science has any degrees, but he's self-taught, and I think like you can tell when people are really,
Can
you
you put
know,
Autumn in the big screen, please?
check his work. You can Google
Yeah.
articles, and he's always on point.
I
Yeah.
would say I'm above average to the average American. That's not a very high standard though, but I'm above average when it comes to science. But I really am careful to say, you know, I am not credentialed in any field of science.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say like I try to like I read articles and I learn stuff on TikTok. If there's anything I'm unsure about, I do a Google search to check. And yeah, I think like, you know, everyone should have like articles bookmarked and like saved. So if someone asks you, where are you getting that from? You pull the article. I have
Agreed.
like the I have
Agreed.
like the Stanford Encyclopedia is on speed dial. Like if I need to go and learn something about philosophy, like I often reference the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which is
By the
online for to everybody, you know.
by the way, on philosophy, um, I'm not a Phil bro. I took one logic class. I got an A, an entry level logic class. But when you look up, there doesn't seem to be a consensus with a lot, maybe even most of the philosophical concepts. You know, so it's almost like for example, moral realism versus moral anti-realism. You can't cite, you know, there's not a consensus on it, so you can't like cite, oh well, here's a philosophical or here's this philosopher PhD whatever that agrees with moral realism, you know, for example, because there's also a bunch who do not. It's more, you can cite philosophy when it comes to here's what this philosophical term means, and a lot of it's just like knowing what the actual terminology means, but a lot of the concepts don't hold weight, except when it comes to logic. I think most things in logic, you know, like deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, the named fallacies, those are all valid to cite. You know what I'm saying? You just have to be careful when appealing to authority for philosophy.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Those you just kind of have to like talk through it, and like citing stuff is yeah, kind of pointless because I think like the other side can cite stuff as well. I
Right.
don't think there's like a definitive consensus. I mean, like I don't know, like I took like a philosophy survey like the other day, and it told me like what my philosophical views are, and
Right.
I think a moral, I think like I think like a majority of philosophers are like moral realist. They believe in like moral
Yes.
facts, and then
Yeah.
I think like
If I
like yeah.
remember correctly, it was like I might be off on my memory, but it was in this ballpark. It was like 62 to 38 are moral realists versus moral anti-realist. And I'm a moral anti-realist. I believe subjective morality is obviously subjective, and I'm sort of like, well, I guess it sort of makes sense that a lot of people disagree because moral opinions are so emotionally charged that it feels like it has to be a fact, as opposed to other moral assessments like aesthetics or whatever seem trivial in comparison. Does that make sense? So it
Yeah.
just feels objective, even though it really technically is, my opinion is subjective.
Are you like an emotivist? Like
Now I've heard that term. What does that mean again?
it's just basically the idea that morals are nothing but just like expressions of emotions.
I think at the end of the day, it is because it's well, I don't know. I'd have to deep dive if I would label myself that before I got to be careful if I adopt a label. But my take is we all make moral value judgments, and it starts with an ought. You ought to follow God's laws, or you ought to not harm people, and you should help people, their well-being. So that's like your preference as a moral compass, and then you can objectively assess whether actions help or hinder your subjective preference as a goal. Does that make sense? Like you can
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, have you listened to like Ian's? I know it's not his ideas per se, but like Ian's ideas about like moral realism and his argument for that because it's pretty compelling.
Okay, I haven't. By the way, what's interesting, everyone always thinks atheists are moral subjectivists. Some of them are not. Sam Harris, Tom Jump, for example. But anyways, no,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Ian.
Wait, hold on. Dude, do you know how much that like annoys me when Christians like say that? Like they don't study philosophy. They literally just like act as if there's not like a whole branch of like moral realism that's like secular. But anyway, yeah, like I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, there's no real there. I would say probably just anecdotally, it seems to me most atheists are moral subjectivists, but it's far from all. There's no like atheist position on morality.
Yeah. But yeah. Someone was watching me on Twitch for like hours now, and then they stopped watching me. But hopefully they liked my content.
When I get my desktop, I'll go back on Twitch. I'll check you out on there. I don't
Yeah.
spend any time on Twitch really.
I literally have I get no viewers on Twitch. Like the other day,
Okay. Oh, really?
yeah, like I like the other day I was going in between like the high score for viewers I get on Twitch is like 4 or 5, and I'm trying to build my audience there. But yeah, like I literally watch and I get 1, 2. Whoever's on Twitch came back. Thank you for watching. But yeah, no, it's cool. We're doing our thing. I get more viewers on TikTok. TikTok goes doing our 111 viewers sometimes. But nothing
Yeah,
too crazy.
by the
Did you
way, if you're
guys hear
trying
that?
go so good. What was that,
Co-
Rowdy?
All three of
Did you
us.
hear that, Coco?
What?
That well, when I watch you for a long time, I begin to twitch too.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's an effect I could have on people. There's this funny video I made recently where I listed side effects at the end of the video, and it was kind of funny, and I was like calling out bad creators and stuff. I hope everyone watched it.
Oh, I really liked the video you sent me, the promo video. I thought it
Yeah,
was really, really well done. I
that was
just
kind
think it was. I just think it was like you were taking shots at a lot of people. I'm not sure that's the way you want to go, but I mean, if you do, that's fine. I mean, I would just do it unapologetically, but that's maybe not the way I would go. But I thought the quality of it was excellent.
yeah.
Shot the way I would.
C suggested to me, like, hey, at the end of your video, you should like make it like an infomercial, but like fire shots at people. And I was like, fuck it, yeah. And so I just kind of like did that. And basically like my voice is sped up and I'm saying like side effects of watching this debate is you might shit yourself, pee yourself. You might be traumatized from seeing someone get whooped in this debate. And then you might stop watching creators that believe the earth is flat and evolution doesn't exist, such as, and then I just started naming creators and like dissing them. And it was flat and evolution doesn't exist, such as, and then I just started naming creators and like dissing them. And it was, but yeah, everyone should watch. It's on my second channel, or I can send it to everybody. I think it was pretty funny, but lighthearted jokes.
There's a kind of therapy where you write letters to people and you never send those letters. because it can be quite cathartic. So maybe those kinds of videos are like the kind of videos you make for yourself and like never release to people.
Maybe. And then like, I don't know. If those people like choose to be bold someday, then I just like drop all the videos, release diss tracks by Mr. Coco. But
yeah, like
yep,
dropping the Epstein list, like drop the list on them.
bro, like they should just drop those files already, man. Like they said they were going to, and then they like backed out of that.
Well, you knew they
I'm
would.
over it. I'm kind of over it, to be honest.
Yeah, like
You must
me too. But like, bro,
scars.
imagine if someone from the government was like, "Fuck it," leaks it, and like just everything lights on fire. Like,
yeah, yeah, pretty sad.
Coco, I gotta bounce, but I'll catch y'all later.
yep, we'll be around. We'll be around. But yeah, I'm bored of playing video games. I was streaming like GTA, I streamed Hogwarts, I streamed Fortnite. I streamed a game that like one of my friends on TikTok is producing. But yeah, we streamed just about everything. I'm just chilling in my bed and like going live.
Giving your eyes a rest.
Sorta, yeah. Sometimes
I guess that's not much of that's not as much a concern at your age.
Yeah. Actually, like I've always asked myself this question, like if somebody lost their mind, would you know that you've lost your mind?
It depends on what you mean by lost your mind.
Like if you just if you just mentally snapped and you were just like crazy and you were like outside peeing in public.
Sometimes okay, yeah. Well, sometimes yes, and sometimes no. And again, caveat: I'm not an expert, but so for example, paranoid schizophrenics will have hallucinations, and I only know this because some of them are content creators and talk about it and stuff. They'll actually know they're hallucinating or getting audible or visual or both, like hallucinations, and they'll actually know it. But then you have things like paranoid delusions, and I don't. By the way, back up. Paranoid schizophrenic. I don't know that they always know a thing is a hallucination, but definitely at least sometimes they do. By the way, back up. Paranoid schizophrenic. I don't know that they always know a thing is a hallucination, but definitely at least sometimes they do. Happening. I'm in the army, and like years ago, when I was an E6, I was had to watch these people were under 24-hour watch because they were like snorting bath salts, and it created
Yeah.
paranoia in them where they're like, Sergeant so and so, all these like like there's cameras in the exit sign, and there's this, and these people are following me, and I was like, I couldn't talk them out of the delusion. Like ordinarily you wouldn't even know it when you interact with them. They seem like normal, rational people, but they were like taking pictures of like, I saw this girl at the chow hall, and then I was at the gas station and she was there. She's like the FBI and she's following us, and just stuff like that. Like out of touch
By
with
the way,
reality.
Coco, real quick. By the way, Coco, check Discord.
Okay. Discordio. But no, I be chilling.
Yeah, check your DMs, Coco. I left a message for you too.
Oh. No.
The
Okay.
message is about yeah, it's controversial. I can't really talk about it here on the live.
Oh, okay. I'll address that later, but I'm chilling.
Okay.
I'm chilling.
Okay, thanks.
Oh.
I want a DM now. I'm curious.
Sean, I'm gonna send you a DM about something we can't talk about here on the live.
I got you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Plum, I'm also gonna send you a DM, Plum, about.
Oh, you're gonna
an issue
unblock
that,
me?
Probably not.
Oh my god.
Maybe just long enough to send you a DM. to mention a secret thing that can't be mentioned on the panel here.
All right.
I can't
But
check my DMs without leaving the live, can I?
anyway, we're looking for Christian opposition, and
I'll be right back.
we are trying to have some religious debates. But we'll be here till 11, folks. We'll be here till 11.
Well, Rod, you can DM me if you like.
Oh, okay.
Halloween haunts your
Look,
Discord.
I think the problem of evil is absolutely a valid reason for not believing the Christian God.
Let's go.
I think it's an excellent reason not to. The problem with Christianity is they made the mistake of only having one God that has.
I think the problem with Christianity is that it's men.
Can't disagree with that, to be honest.
I mean, like, you're not wrong with a lot.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily
Yeah,
wrong.
just so you know, Coco, when you modded me, you invited me being very loudly outspoken about feminist issues, just so you know.
God damn it.
God.
No.
God damn us feminists. We're awful.
Man. God. Fuck. Oh, shit.
Right.
Darn. Women having rights. Ugh. Fuck.
I know, it's fucking horrible.
Women being able to vote? Why? Oh my gosh. Shit.
That was the beginning of
How
the
dare we have a
My gosh. Shit.
That was the beginning of
How
the
dare we have a voice?
Yeah, but no, I'm sort of a feminist, you know. I think like women should do whatever they want. I think like people should be happy, like I do. Like I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Like, if you're just a regular person living in society and like we got bills to pay and we got shit to do, like I don't give a fuck. Like if women want to like be lesbians, vote, drive cars, do whatever the fuck they want, like do your thing. Like I don't understand the men who are like, no, women need to be in the kitchen and like serve us, and like they're not allowed to do anything in traditionalism.
I just figured out a good topic if you ever want to have me on Day of Debates. I don't really know how to do like a formal debate that much, but I can totally have formal on misogyny in the Bible.
Yeah. I just think like
I was watching
okay.
I was watching a live yesterday, Coco. It had some very conservative Muslims hosting, and they had a whole list of things that were prerequisites for a woman being marriage material. And it was unbelievable. Like women who laugh too much are not ready to get married.
Oh my God.
Women who leave
Ah,
the
shit,
house.
I laugh all the fucking time.
Women who leave the house without good reason are not marriage material.
Oh my God.
Women who who interact with other men without permission are not marriage material. Like there's a whole list of unbelievable, like restrictive, bass-ackwards prerequisites for being marriage material. It's just awful.
I just think that like I am too.
Now there are some women that would apply very well to. I'm not going to mention any names.
Yeah, I would say for me, like I just like there's a lot of issues I don't really like care too much about, right? Like if I'm dating somebody and like they're like, hey, like I'm gonna go to the club with friends, and there might be some guys there, but I'm gonna be safe. I'm not gonna do anything bad. Like I have bills to pay, I have shit to worry about. Like I don't sure, go have fun. Like, hey, I have shit to you trust me, be a good person. This idea that like women can't go out without you and like the whole red pill thing, like it's just so fucking like insecure, and it's too much energy. Like I don't care. I don't have the time I'm already like, my life is a fucking mess, bro. Like 95% of my energy goes to fixing my shit, right? Like I don't have any extra energy to like give to caring about other things sometimes. Like I don't even like, I'm in this society and I'm a random ancient gorilla trying to like figure out like what he's doing with his life. I don't have the time to be worried about any of that. I just need a partner who's loyal, who won't cheat on me, and have fun, go to raves, travel.
Absolutely. Somebody who's has a life of their own. They're busy, and they're not looking for the bigger, better deal all the time, right?
Worried about any of that. I just need a partner who's loyal, who won't cheat on me, and have fun, go to raves, travel.
Absolutely. Somebody who's has a life of their own. They're busy, and they're not looking for the bigger, better deal all the time, right? He's got, I think he's got 11. I think he's got 11 now messages from me. Serious stuff. I think he's got 11 now messages from me. Serious stuff.
What about?
Oh
no,
my phone overheated.
Actually,
I need to grab an ice pack.
Oh, wow.
But wait, what? What? We need to be worried about someone? What happened?
Said if the messages are like scandalous stuff, I'm like, is there anyone I need to be worried about?
Yeah. Well, really, the people you need to be worried about are Jay 2.0. You know who Jay is?
Not by name.
Also, someone keep an eye on Joe Biden.
Yeah, that guy
Atheism.
Jay 2.0, he's just awful. Not really.
Jailbreak your brain. You need to be careful about. And Villas. Jailbreak your brain. You need to be careful about. And Villas. Sketchy.
Stop talking shit.
Sketchy.
He's talking shit about all our viewers right now.
That is correct, sir. That is correct, sir. Jay is scandalous at best.
I was more worried about this Plum character here.
Oh, well, that goes without saying.
I'm your overlord. That's who the fuck I am.
She's got the funny symbol by her name, so we must.
But yeah, guys, I don't really understand like what are they called?
We must.
But yeah, guys, I don't really understand like what are they called?
Yeah,
well,
they're not guys who want to confront them.
Well, they're. I don't know. Yeah. So incel is a combination of two different words, right?
A combination of what?
Involuntary and celibacy.
Oh.
Yeah. So they're involuntarily celibate. Which is to say, if they were getting laid, so they're involuntarily celibate. Which is to say, if they were getting laid,
Not poor guys. They should try being desirable.
They should try being desirable.
Yeah, there's.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I'm like perfectly happy being single. Actually, I'm not.
Good. Honestly, good. That's a good thing to be, because like, I've been single by choice for 6 years almost now. I'm doing fine.
It's kind of tough not to want to be single with all these
For 6 years almost now. I'm doing fine.
It's kind of tough not to want to be single with all these
like have friends. I go on walks with like my guy friends and like
Nice.
yeah, like I mean, no, being in a relationship would be awesome, you know, like a woman and romantic things, but I'm really okay just being by myself actually. I think like if I died like in an apartment with a cat and a dog and like by myself single, I would have lived a good life.
Yeah.
A simple, simple good life.
I just want to say another person that you really want to watch out for is Furious News.
Oh man,
Furious News is just so sketchy. So is OMZ23. Not to mention Shiv Bishnoi, who is just out of control.
Has to be. Guaranteed, man.
No, I think this Rowdy Rod guy is a sketchy character. I think Rowdy Rod is a sketchy character, honestly.
Rowdy Rod is totally legit.
Rowdy Rod is really rowdy. No, I'm kidding.
He's got some issues. He's got some sensitivity issues.
Yeah, but no, you're awesome. We're all awesome.
He should totally unblock me.
Stop.
I think we are all
Rod
blocked.
He does have me blocked. He blocks everybody.
I think okay, it's fine. Chill, guys. Chill.
No, I'm literally I'm not sweating it at all. Like he blocks everybody.
Okay, we're like this is Switzerland. We're having a Switzerland moment. Let's be Switzerland.
If I wasn't being Switzerland, I would have yelled at him already.
You know what's really good? I think it's a good like one thing that I need to do more often is like I think it's very good to go on walks and like take a step back and realize that we are all like this is gonna sound crazy, but like and Shark says this all the time. I think we are all like wait, this might sound really bad, but Shark says it like so freely, but like we really are just advanced so freely, but like we really are just advanced apes lost in this world trying to eat food, fuck, and figure out if God exists. Legitimately.
Well, since I'm a little bit,
I would omit the figure out if God exists and change it to figure out why the fuck we're here.
On God.
Yeah. I would omit the figure out if God exists and change it to figure out why the fuck we're here.
On God.
Yeah. The opposable thumbs and like I was in the debate. Yeah, like other animals are capable of it too. It's just like why a lot of us think that we're alone in being advanced is because basically the other advanced animals on this planet don't speak English or any human languages, and they have their own languages, and we can't know unless we understand, right?
So like a cheetah is the fastest land animal on the entire planet. We happen to be the most. So like a cheetah is the fastest land animal on the entire planet. We happen to be the most.
Of intelligence, and a few of those categories of intelligence we don't score very high in.
Oh, okay. Like I'm referring to like being able to contemplate the universe and awareness of our own mortality.
Well,
Although
the
other animals
thing
have
is, like,
that.
we don't really know if dolphins look up at the sky and wonder what's out there. We don't really know if elephants have these complex thoughts about where they came from because we can't think like them.
No, no, I got you, but have they come up with like interval, calculus and sent probes into outer space? I believe we
So
are. I'm not going to say I know we are, but I'm curious. There
okay,
may be some cognitive areas where another exceeds us, and Rowdy, I'm curious to hear about that.
yeah. Well, you should be curious because well, among the most intelligent species on the earth, I am one of the most intelligent. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh God.
I'm gonna stop it right
And
there.
modest, and modest.
Extremely modest. No, the difficulty is like we have more complex brains. Like we have an imagination, we have fine motor skills, we have the ability to consider complex. Doing all this while we're unaliving our planet. So it's kind of like we're doing, advanced geometry while the house is burning down. So if you
Yeah,
look at the context of what it means to be an intelligent species, um, um, as well as the fact that we're waging war on each other, like, yeah, I just like, yeah, I just don't know.
because we were the most violent.
Yeah, that's possible. Like, I think Oblivion was saying that as many as like, I don't know, as many as 7 different hominid species existed at the same time and perhaps interacted. It blew my
Yeah,
mind when he told me that.
Well, yeah,
we
like
do know.
Neanderthals, we have genetic markers of like interbreeding with Neanderthals,
Yep,
but we weren't
that's what I was about to
actually the
say.
same species. Yeah, sorry, didn't
Yeah,
mean to
that
interrupt you.
no, it's okay. Yeah, that's what I was
Actually, no,
about to
I
say.
did mean to interrupt you because I'm an asshole like that. So
But
there.
but but now you feel guilty. I understand.
No,
But
I don't feel guilty. No regrets.
no, but
Sorry, no regrets.
no, but yeah. So for sure, at least 2. But I would love to have gotten to know other species of humans. That'd be so cool. But I often wonder, are we the only ones that survived? Not because we were the most intelligent, but because we were the most violent, and we killed the rest of them off. The rest of them off.
Well, I think I had listened to Oblivion and
The rest of them off.
well, I think I had listened to Oblivion and we were one or not, I don't
Yeah,
know, but there's definitely signs that we were one of the factors.
yeah. That makes me feel sad.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what the circumstances were. Definitely signs were.
Yeah, because being violent is a survival trait.
No.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not necessarily always in sum and total, but it definitely is a fact. Like honeybees, there's a certain species, not honeybees, species of bees that yeah, definitely is a fact. Like honeybees, there's a certain species, not honeybees, species of bees that is
To cooperate. So that's a
yes.
plus.
There's a yeah, so there's a duplicity to to us modern humans where we have the capacity for there's a duplicity. We have the altruism and kindness and sharing resources and everything, but also have the capacity for extreme violence on such a high scale. It's like
Mm-hmm.
we can go to share violence Pretty crazy.
Peppers.
But yeah, I'm watching my live stream on TikTok, on Twitch. Yeah, we're back to 2 viewers. There's me and one other person watching my stream, but it's a start. Eventually, we'll have like
Hello, person on Twitch.
Yeah. Hey,
eventually
you
we'll
two
have
people
10
on
people.
Twitch. Good. Welcome. So, is this being viewed on Twitch like simultaneously?
Yeah, so like everything you see here on TikTok, it's also on Twitch and also on YouTube right now.
Oh,
We're
no
live.
shit. Or no crud. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and like you won't see this on TikTok, but like if you go to YouTube or Twitch, like earlier you could see me playing like Fortnite with like this TikTok layout in the corner, or like GTA, and I was like tracking tracking my gameplay and playing games, and it was pretty interesting. Social media company that hosts debates and debates people and plays video games, and like I think like one thing I like about the journey is you innovate, and one thing I like about the journey is you innovate, and with everything you change, you see like you test for like results and stuff. See like change like the category that I was in to like I put the category as like debate, right?
Yeah.
But that's not really smart because like there was nobody streaming on the debate category, so I changed it to one of the most popular categories, which is just chatting, which is for people who are just casually having conversations, and some of the most popular creators are on there. And that's when I started to see like I'm getting 3 4 viewers, 5 viewers. So like I tweaked
Gotcha.
something, and like something changed, and I was like, oh, little tweaks until I get the hang of things. For people, everything changed, and I was like, oh, little tweaks until I get the hang of things.
I think what you really need is some cleavage.
Tweak
Gotcha.
some cleavage. I need
I
to
don't
get.
know if Coco has any cleavage.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty.
know.
It's
I'm
kind
just
of
messing with you.
skinny.
I'm pretty flat chested. But I need to get
It's kind of
tits.
skinny.
Once I get tits, I'll be the best debater ever.
I mean,
That's
that's a thing.
awful.
about theism. Right. It's been a while since I've actually looked. The universe has a cause. Right. This is something that we are still debating. Right. We don't know what caused energy.
Right.
If it was even caused. Right. If the universe even has a beginning, we're still debating on that. We
You
have
talking about the
numerous.
Kalam?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. That. Yep. Yeah.
Yep. There and
So
there's a
so
the, go-
premise one of the Kalam would just be everything that has a beginning has a cause.
well
That's premise one.
the other problem is we don't even know. There's a couple problems. We don't even know if the universe had a beginning, although a lot of people think
Yeah,
it's like
Frames
the
just
beginning.
said that.
Yeah, well, he said we don't know that everything has a cause. That
Yeah.
was the
It's not.
first premise. The
Yeah.
second
It's not.
premise is problematic too. Sorry to interrupt. What were you going to say?
No, no, that was me for interrupting. I do apologize. And hi, Rav. How you doing?
Hey,
Um.
Rav.
But it's
So, can you give us Frames? Can you give us the specifics of the debate and what points? Like, is it a debate that's coming up,
So he kept it. No, well, no, I'm not
or
like
is it
that.
ongoing?
So it's ongoing. It's mostly through chat. Um,
Okay,
so here's the thing. He's not touching my main point, and right, and that is no one knows that a god exists. Right?
right,
No,
right.
like it's physically impossible to know using empiricism, right? Which is a big
Sure.
theme, right? So it's and so he still won't like touch any of these like, oh well, I can just use deductive reasoning to prove God, and I'm like, okay, cool. Can you give me a logical syllogism using deductive reasoning to that is both sound and true, well just sound meaning true and valid. And he has yet to be able to do it. But he's been deflecting, and he's trying to debate me on what deductive reasoning is, and like different fields of study that just use deductive reasoning. He said that science uses deductive reasoning, which is just
No.
the case. Science uses both deductive and inductive, making it abductive. Um,
It uses deductive whenever they involve mathematics, but generally speaking, science uses inductive reasoning. Like a criminal trial, there was DNA at the scene. This is the blood splatter, which indicates this. Even there's a video of the crime. That's all inductive reasoning. Like
yeah,
inductive reasoning makes something likely true,
yeah.
as opposed to if someone provides, I've never seen it done, they think they have an actual deductive argument that is sound with the conclusion God exists, that person will have actually proven beyond a doubt, any doubt, mathematically proven that God exists.
Yeah.
Let me look at this argument. Oh wait,
So,
okay, wait.
are you
Okay.
arguing against God, Frames, or for God?
I'm arguing, well, not even against, but more likely just against the likelihood of us like knowing God exists. Like for
Oh,
me,
okay.
I'm an agnostic anti-theist.
Right, right.
But like, if there's a God, I don't know, you don't know, no one fucking knows. And if it
Mhm.
does exist, everybody's wrong. All these texts that exist are wrong because no one can know God.
Mhm.
Wait,
So
William Lane Craig
they
uses
have
the
the burden
Kalam?
of,
Are you kidding? He
yeah,
added
that's his thing.
premise five. He added the whole personal thing.
Yeah, he
Oh,
added 12.
interesting.
Yeah, he has 12 premises now, if I'm not mistaken, in total.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen William Lodge Craig, it's well known. I'm sure you guys have all seen it, but the Craig Sean Carroll debate.
I haven't seen that one. I don't
Oh,
think I have.
you gotta watch it. So William Lane Craig, bless his heart, tried to debate Dr. Sean Carroll, a renowned cosmologist, on his claim that the universe absolutely had a beginning, and Sean Carroll just cooked the ever living crap out of that guy.
I
Oh.
miss when debates were as simple as like Bill Nye and Kent Hovind.
There was a moment in the debate. So William Lane Craig tried to cite the. Now, keep in mind, Sean Carroll rubbed shoulders with all the renowned cosmologists. So the Borg-Booth Vilenkum theorem, proving that the universe had a beginning, and then Sean Carroll ate his lunch constantly on it. And then he said, if you still don't believe me, here's Alan Guth, one of the authors of the Borg-Booth Vilenkum theorem. Alan, what do you say? And here's Alan, a video of him holding up a sign that said, "No one knows if the universe had a beginning. I suspect it's almost certainly eternal, but nobody knows." And like, actually, one of the authors that William Lane Craig tried to cite saying the opposite. Like, you should watch the debate. It's like an hour long.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. Who is it again? It's William Lane Craig and Cheryl who?
Sean Carroll, Sean Carroll.
I mixed up.
I got a
but
question for the panel.
Go for it.
Second opinion on something.
Let me actually type one.
Go for it. What you got for us?
Yes. So I came across a phrase that I found to be just incoherent, and the phrase was ontologically designed. Does that sound incoherent to anybody else? I feel like
it sounds incoherent to me.
Like right away, because it just sounds like saying
they're designed. That's all they're saying.
Ontology. But the thing is, like, it's just it'd be like saying empirically designed to me. It's like,
can you say the phrase again? I was
ontologically designed.
Yeah, the person who said that is just trying to be pretentious. They literally don't have to take all the extra steps. They can literally just say it was designed.
Exactly.
Or like,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. So it's not just me, because I'm like,
what does ontologically mean again? It's been a minute.
So
existing in an empirical sense.
Well, ontology is the study of the state of being, or maybe someone can correct me on that or expound on it.
No,
but
you got it. You got it,
yeah,
Sean.
you got it.
It's metaphysics dealing with the nature of being.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's why it's just incoherent. It'd be like saying something is actually no, even better yet. It'd be like saying you're curiously sweating. Like what?
Like the nature, metaphysically, the nature of being designed is basically what they said. I feel like they're just saying, like literally, they're just saying designed.
All you need to do in that situation is call them an R word and then move on. I'm not kidding.
That's what I felt like, because the thing is, like, I'm usually I try to be very charitable when it comes to discussions, just in general, where there are disagreements, because I think the only reason to parse through disagreements is to converge on things. Like, I'm more interested not just in debates just for the sake of like intellectual masturbation, but in like dialectical discussion, converging on places and advancing from there.
No, I totally agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some good reasons, Frames, why we don't know if the universe had a beginning. And the fact is that we don't have any access to the information regarding the beginning of the universe, right?
Exactly.
So you probably
break down closer we get to the singularity.
Yeah. So you probably know this already, that the earliest inferences that we can make about the universe are from the Large Hadron Collider, right?
Yeah.
So what happens there is we observe how particles interact when they collide at certain energy and heat levels.
Yeah.
And when we reverse extrapolate expansion, we can line up the energy levels based on our calculations to infer what the early plasma cloud would look like, because the energy levels in the Large Hadron Collider would be equal to those that we've extrapolated in the early expansion.
So that accelerator, right? What you're talking about is the particle accelerator.
I can't hear you, dude. Are you?
Oh, my bad. That's a particle accelerator, right?
Yes. Yeah. So we know that we have no knowledge, no information before 10 to the minus 13 seconds after theoretical T0, right? So we can only state what the early plasma cloud probably looked like, and what expansion looked like after 380,000 years after theoretical T0, which was when the CMBR emerged. So we technically, like, it's not that we don't have any information regarding early expansion. We do. It's just that we actually don't have anything that we can infer from about the beginning of expansion.
Yeah.
Like, scientifically, we don't.
Yeah, and this is more like time is such an interesting concept for me. Like, I love like going into discussions about meta time. I don't necessarily believe in meta time, but I think it's an interesting hypothesis. I guess is the proper
So the fun part. So the fun part about not knowing the beginning of our universe is that we can't even say with any certainty what that state was like. Like we can't say necessarily that our laws of causality apply. We can't say that our laws of logic necessarily apply. Like, there's a lot of stuff that emerges out of expansion, including the four fundamental forces. So it's really quite a mystery as to, like, don't get me wrong, there's all kinds of theoretical physics that people try to make explanations about how the universe came about, but none of that is based on empirical data.
What Sean Carroll talks about at length in that debate is the fact that there are tons of cosmological models out there. Many of them posit an eternal time arrow into the past, including like one that he is the author of. He doesn't believe any of them are correct, but nobody knows right now. The tricky thing is, if you, I don't think scientists do a good job communicating this, because if you Google how old is the universe, you're going to get tons of things that say 13.8 billion years, from credible sources, by the way. But then if you Google, did the universe have a beginning, you're going to see a lot of contrary things. And I saved a lot of this data, like quotes from scientists from talking about this topic. I have one of an interview of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Someone asked him, what is wrong with saying before the Big Bang? He said, there's nothing wrong with it. We just don't have data. He said, so we put the big point of the Big Bang as like the quote starting point, in the same way the Christian calendar has a starting point, 2025 years ago. The Chinese calendar has a starting point, but it doesn't mean that's the beginning of everything that exists. That's just at the point where we can't get more data.
Yeah, so the key there, Sean, is that that 13.8 billion years is taken from theoretical T0. So we have no access to T0, but that sort of convergence point in our retrogressive math is where how we age the universe moving forward from that theoretical point.
Right, but scientists are still working on that, and many of them believe the universe is eternal. In fact, Alan Guth himself said, in his own words, he said it's almost certainly eternal, but that doesn't mean, that's one scientist's opinion, but there's no consensus on that.
Yeah. And that's the interesting part. I want to do just two things real quick. One is a question, the other one is more of a statement. So Rowdy, when we're talking about the four fundamental forces, what are those?
Yeah,
Weak
so
force,
we're talking
strong
about.
Oh, sorry.
No,
He
that's
asked you.
fine. You're doing. Go ahead, great.
Yeah,
You got
so
it.
that's weak force, strong force, gravity, and then electromagnetism, I believe.
Yeah, so the weak and strong nuclear forces and gravity and electromagnetism. Yep.
And what is nuclear? What are nuclear forces? What is that?
Those are the forces that keep particles together.
Okay.
I believe those would be particular to weak force and the strong force. No.
Is that what they would call what is it called? The Higgs boson particle?
No, the Higgs is a particular particle that exists as part of the Higgs field, right?
Isn't that the smallest
So
particle we have found?
it's not the smallest particle we found, I don't think, but it is the only universal field that we've been able to observe the effects of in a particle collider. So the other universal fields we have not observed the effects of in a particle collider, but we have been able to observe and identify the Higgs boson and the Higgs field.
Yeah,
Rowdy, you
thanks.
seem to know what you're talking about. Are you a physicist?
Oh, good Lord, no.
Okay.
No, I just hang out with, I've been really fortunate to be able to hang out with Robbie Science quite a bit.
Okay. And see, this,
and, you know,
So,
like
Roddy-
Mario and those guys, yep. Like, they're astrophysicists, and I ask them questions down to the nth degree to because I just find it fascinating.
Sure.
so I have a, I guess my other one is a statement and a question. Does anyone know Milo, like from Mini Minutemen on YouTube?
From wait, no, who?
Milo, his YouTube channel is called Mini Minutemen.
No, I don't think I know who that is.
He's a scientist. He's a science communicator who deals more with archaeology. Um, and I can't, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But he goes in and debunks a lot of things, especially when it comes to like people making claims about the ancient Egyptians, the pyramids, and all that happy stuff. And he goes in and debunks a lot of claims and assertions made by people like ancient aliens and stuff. Like he has a whole like YouTube playlist for that. But he's a generalist. Like most scientists that I've spoken to, like Dr. Blitz. I believe Dr. Blitz is a specialist, not a generalist. So how would you all go about defeating anti-intellectualism that is exponentially uh, like abysmal in the United States and other parts of the world, right? It's just ran rampant. My opinion is I think we need more generalists who are better at communicating science.
You know,
So
I think a big problem is, just go. Do you want to go, Rowdy?
no, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Sure. I think a big problem is where people are digesting or receiving and digesting information. It's pretty hard to message people when they're not seeing your sources. I don't want to get political, but the right wing has done a really good job of not just making their arguments to their target audience, excuse me, or to their target audience, but like don't trust those mainstream media other than Fox and the Sean Hannitys of the world because liberal bias. Don't trust the ivory tower universities about science because liberal bias. Don't trust academia. Don't trust anywhere you would normally go for a source that is reputable. Don't trust the CDC about germs because they're conspiring for liberalism. You know what I'm saying? And so it's hard to fight back against that because when you put your message out, Fox won't let you on. These other outlets won't let you on. You're not actually reaching the people who need to be reached.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, really quick. Wait, board agnostic, come up. Wait, I hope you're not mad at me for the other day. I was playing Fortnite with somebody, and like, I think I was like, I don't think I was rude, but like, we were like on a roll, and we like won 3 games in a row. I should have invited board agnostic to like play with us,
Ew,
but I wasn't
Fortnite.
paying attention.
Ew.
Hey Frank, do you realize who I am now?
Shit. No.
But I'm not playing Fortnite
Remember
right
we
now.
were in the comments of that one like Trump thing together?
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Now yeah, I remember you with your face. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
Forrest.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
Forrest comes up, and it's all about him right away.
Oh, here we go, Rowdy.
Have you seen his eyelashes?
Buddy.
I'm just fucking with you.
No, so essentially,
It's the eyelashes. They're magic.
So it
What
sounds
up,
like it's
y'all? What up, Forrest?
Magical.
Nah, Coco, bro, you're good. You're good. You guys were freaking on a win streak. Who am I? Who am I to fuck with that shit? I'm sorry I went in there.
Oh no, you're totally cool. I was like, man, I should have invited her to play with us, but
Nah,
like I
don't
wasn't
don't
paying
even trip
attention.
about it. You're good. You're good.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
a
You need to run it back with Forrest, you and me though. Okay,
We got
On
we
God,
let's
wait,
go.
wait,
Let's
we
go,
got
wait.
baby.
placed like 5 games in a row. That was crazy.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
think
yeah.
about it.
We
Think about
fucking
it.
got it.
Me, you, Forrest,
And
and
herbivore,
Herbivorous. Yeah,
bro,
like run
bro, number
Forrest,
one,
bro.
number one, right there. That's
On
it.
God,
Number one victory royale. Yeah, for
me and
real.
Herbivorous
So
kept going, and we won like 4 games in a row, and then the fifth game
Yeah,
we
we got it.
lost.
wait, do y'all
so
Good.
Okay, I'm
so
leaving. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
like
Good to see
see
y'all.
you, Bart.
Later, Forrest. Later,
So
Coco.
for
Later.
You're bored.
So, Frames, you were asking about how to combat anti-intellectualism. That is such a fucking huge question, dude. I
it
mean,
is because
like,
now you
where do you
gotta.
even,
Sorry.
where do you even, you almost need to narrow it down to a specific point that's being made in order to, choose a strategy because there's just so much.
Because then you got to decide who's the intellectual in this situation.
Yeah. So yeah, I think
You know,
John did a really good job of hammering down the main issue with anti-intellectualism is that essentially it's poisoning the well, right?
Right.
The question is, and this is where we start, and I think this would be the best starting
you're
point.
kind of muffled, by the way.
Oh, sorry. It's yeah. So basically, how do we unpoison the well, right? Because if that well is poisoned, it's gonna unalive us all at the very beginning. We're not gonna have a chance.
Shit, I don't. I mean, that's a good ass fucking question. I mean, I don't know.
I feel like some of them are unreachable. Have you ever argued with a flat earther? What?
Well, see, yeah, it's funny you asked this question too because I was about to ask because like I think I came across an anime debater. Like I came in and I mentioned the phrase ontologically designed. Uh, I'm pretty sure that came from like an anime debater guy, and it just seems like when it comes to these like anti-intellectuals, pseudo-intellectuals, whatever, a lot of what these people engage in is just intellectual masturbation.
Yeah.
And I
Well, I
don't think
mean,
that's going to go anywhere.
and they
So,
think that like
Irish
every
goodbye.
every scientist in the world is conspiring like against God.
No.
Like all the world scientists from China to all over Europe and in the US, like they're all like this is global conspiracy to like disprove God. And when somebody has kind of whacked out perception of reality like that, I don't know what to say. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like how do you deal with that? They've been so fed disinformation and like their information space has been put in this bubble to where that's been reinforced in them over and over and over. It's a tough nut to crack, man.
Yeah.
I
And
think,
I mentioned the poisoning of the well, but here's the biggest thing: is we have to convince them that the well has been poisoned in the first place.
yeah,
okay.
I think partly what we might do is to parse through kind of what the motivation for what they're doing or what they're saying, what that is. Because as I mentioned before, a lot of it's just, a bunch of arrogance, and what comes from that is a lot of vapid shit. Some people will just argue with you, just to fucking
Yeah.
argue with you, just for the sake of it.
Just to try to win instead of, hey, what if I'm wrong? And like
So,
I'm gonna
Yeah,
listen.
exactly.
so here is my take on that, Frames. You maybe the best you can do is get them to expose themselves as to how irrational their takes are. And the way you do that is you start out with the foundations of intellectualism and you ask them basic questions about intellectualism. So you ask them, how do you discern between what is real and what is imaginary?
Yeah.
So ask them, and say, if something is detectable and we can't demonstrate it, that would mean it's either anecdotal or it's an anecdotal consensus. Do you think that that is valid? Do you think it's credible to just say that something, I detected something, therefore it exists, personally? Or does there need to be empirical data, and expert consensus? And
So,
and then you could and then you can just sort of build the pyramid. And if they agree with you all along the way, then you're going to be able to trap them into saying and tell them that they're an intellectual if they're following these rational processes of, but undoubtedly along the way they're going to say something that's irrational to get them out of the way you're trying to funnel them.
yeah.
And so the thing is not to accuse them of anything, but get them to say that irrational take that's going to make it obvious to you and to them that they've left reason behind. And they're no longer dealing with, like, you can even ask them, what are the 3 laws of logic?
Yeah.
And then just, build on the things that are the foundation of intellectualism.
I can remember 2 laws of logic. That is going to be law of non-contradiction and law of identity and
Excluded middle.
excluded middle. Thank you. I always forget that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's largely just going to come down to trying to smoke out who the fuck this person is.
Yeah.
So you may not be able to break them, but I think you can chip away at them by revealing where they leave reason, where they depart from reasoning.
Yeah. 100%. I think Planet Peterson does it best. He asks a question, especially when he's debating evolution. He'll ask, all right, so if evolution is true, what would the evidence look like? Right? And it gets them to think and try to put it would he was like, what would that evidence look like? And that's literally like a great way to see if they can actually do this honestly or do this
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I should
And
start doing more of that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good, Sean. I was just going to say, even if you have like one particular scientific theory and you know it enough to know the evidence behind it, like evolution's a great one. But if you find that there's something that is a scientific theory that they don't believe in or they don't accept, then you can find out the different fields of science that support that theory and just ask them about the evidence. And what you're going to do is you're going to get them to reveal that they either have an irrational bias or they don't accept settled science and are therefore kind of paranoid and kind of conspiracy theorists. So I think the whole thing is to get them to play a bad hand, and by just asking them questions.
Yeah. And like I said, I think the best question to ask from the get-go is whatever scientific theory, what do you think the evidence would look like, right? And start from, and that builds it perfectly. So when I debate politics, I'll ask a question just to see what type of person I'm dealing with, right? And that question is, what is the difference between a libertarian and a liberal? And if they can give me an answer, great. But in the vast majority of cases, they will say, well, a liberal is some and just ad hominem.
Blue hair, soy drinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the chosen Jewish apologetics.
I got a similar question. Going back to, because I think I really did come across an anime debater. Like maybe I should be. I feel like maybe I should be less charitable when it comes to discussions. Like
What is an anime debater? I don't know what that is.
I can explain it to you. Okay, so on Discord, there are people who watch anime, and like whenever they debate, like there's like nothing that is off the table. They will say the N word, they will say slurs, they go
Oh
really
my
hard when it comes
God.
Oh
to
wow.
debating. Like, yeah. So anime debaters are like probably like the toxic, like really like debate is like life and death to them. They have to win the debate.
And they're
Um,
debating
And
anime,
then
by the
It's like
and they
justifying.
start reaching. The thing is, they start reaching for just like any old fucking terms. Like this guy. I don't know if you came across this guy. I think it's like his name is Genesis. He came up on because I was talking about how it's absurd to use people as just a means for gratification. Then he came up and he was like, "No, that's perfectly sound." And he starts throwing out these terms like I don't think he actually knew what they were, but he said, "Oh well, because of the telos, it's good, and you have a moral obligation to reproduce. Therefore, using people as gratification is good." And I just indexed this to natural law. I'm like, I don't. You're just throwing out a bunch of terms, and that's where
words.
he threw out another term. Exact. Like,
It's like justifying Aaron Yeager.
wait, what?
hmm,
You guys know what Aaron Yeager is or no?
Yeah,
I think
No.
I've heard.
Attack
That's like a
on
person, right?
Attack on
Yeah.
Titan.
It's this joke because there's a famous like show where a lot of these anime guys will like defend a character who like ends up unaliving 80% of the world, and they'll like
Um,
yell and scream.
Do these anime debaters, are they debating anime?
No.
yeah,
No,
they
it's just so
like
what it is. What it is just well, they are debating anime,
yeah.
but what they'll do is they'll try to debate anything. Like they pick up and they hear just a couple of terms from philosophy, and then from there they just think I don't know. It just seems like they think they're scholars in philosophy and debate in general, so they'll just try to debate anything.
Yeah, and you'll see like anime lives on TikTok where they're like power scaling characters and stuff like that. But yup.
Yeah,
Oh, so quick question: is the debate Thursday?
Yeah, I moved it to
Coming up?
Thursday because the other person that wanted to debate you was wanting to move it because she was busy or something.
Because everybody's drunk on Friday night.
Yeah, but we were gonna do it on Sunday. It was supposed to happen today.
I'm just
I was,
kidding.
I was, I was joining on a live, and she started joining up and like fighting with me. It's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
No, yeah, but
So
she
I was
wanted
like,
to move it, and
wait
she's
till the
like
debate.
getting prepared.
Yeah, give
But
her all
yeah,
the time she needs.
but I
okay.
agree with you, host. I think I should probably just once he said ontologically designed, I think from there just I feel like I should have just called it out. Like you lose all credibility.
Yeah, like there are
Just
people.
ask them. No, just
Okay.
ask them what they mean.
I did
Yeah.
ask. I did ask.
What I would
Okay.
ask is, okay, because I don't pretend to know every philosophical term, and when people are
Yes, you do,
when people
Sean. Come on, let's be honest.
I don't
You're pretending to know every philosophical term.
but when people are overly wordy, with the philosophical terms, I feel like it's a
Yeah.
mask. So I'm all
Exactly.
I don't mind
It is.
I don't mind
It is.
playing between something that is designed and what is something that is ontologically designed. What's the
So,
difference?
That
so
would have been, what I should have
so
asked.
it actually
Yeah.
like it actually really depends, right? So like there are people who read the literature and they're
Right.
wordy because like that's just like the literature, that's just the higher levels of like academia. But then
No,
there are people
understood.
but then there are people who are trying to like they're like a peacock. They're richer, like a peacock. They want you to see them as superior and they're trying to show off and like, stroke their
I
philosophical like D.
hands it. They should also know that
How to break it down.
most people don't. And if they can't, so if they understand it, hands it. They should also know
How
that
to break it down.
most people don't. And if they can't, so if they understand it, so if explain the concept shield, even if they're using it correctly and they're actually making an argument, if they're gonna be needlessly if they're gonna be needlessly wordy when they know they're talking to not a bunch of PhD Phil bros, To me, they're to protect them. Hey,
I
this
agree.
person, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think of
Yeah.
it just like a stage magician with like a hot assistant.
Yeah,
like like
yeah, that's a
like
good
all the
analogy.
fucking like all the words that they're using is the hot assistant. So they can so the stage magician can like fool the audience.
Yeah, I protect them.
Like all the words that they're using is the hot assistant. So they can so the stage magician can like fool the audience.
Yeah, psychology of the blah blah blah. It's like
I
shut the
swear.
fuck up. Just speak in normal parlance. If you
Yeah,
really understand it, you can do so.
yeah. I mean, when the words be like, the words are
What's with
obviously the
ow,
utilities to communicate. When it becomes
look at frames? I'm sorry. Oh Lord.
when it becomes necessary to use it, I mean, sure, you use the word, but
Yeah.
it just seemed like I think when I called him out, because I think what I first said was because he started to say or invoke telos. And he said, well, that's in, our nature to reproduce, therefore it's good. And I was like, oh, instantly. I was like, well, that's just an appeal to nature fallacy. Just right off the bat. Uh,
Yeah.
and then that's when he started to try to go into this grab bag of other terms. I think that's what he was trying to do was like, he didn't expect that I was going to call him out. So he tried to, I guess, what he thought was overwhelm me with like some other fucking terms that maybe a lot of people, laypersons, they wouldn't know.
Yeah. And
Um,
I forget what logos. There's logos, telos, and I feel like there's
eth-
another one, and I
yeah,
forget
yeah.
what they all mean. But
Logos,
you know what?
ethos, and pathos. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, but there's no reason to even use those freaking words. If you understand the concepts, you can just explain it. You get what I'm saying?
yeah. I don't think he actually jumping around. He went from telos to natural law theory to
By the
ontologically
way, am I
designed. I'm like,
am I
what the?
high right now, or did frames? Am I having a flashback? Look at like I hope I don't get drug tested tomorrow.
But yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just digress because I'm happy to discuss ideas at length, well, where I can. But somebody just comes up and they just start doing shit like that. I think I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I think I should probably call them out. I'm trying not to be rude to people, but I do think a lot of people are being disingenuous when they, you
Yeah,
know,
so for John Cohen, I co-host with him. He does a thing where people get all. He actually has a couple of reels making fun of Phil Bros, but when people come in with all of that, he kind of stops them and says, "All right," gives them a steel man. Is what you're saying this, and puts it in much more simple terms. Okay, we're going to start using that for and then kind of force them to speak in ordinary parlance so that the concepts can actually be evaluated and they can't hide with eso what's the word again
yeah, no,
with
esoteric terms, absolutely, yeah,
yeah they can't hide behind that you get what I'm saying, and they're actually held accountable for what concept they're trying to argue.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess I could bog it down too. I think what really threw me was I was expecting a genuine uh discussion. So I really couldn't tell. I was like, if this person was, maybe that's really where I got caught up. Is this person being genuine or what? But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, nah, I don't think they were being very sincere. I think they were just coming up to try to bullshit. And
Yeah, agreed.
yeah,
I'm always skeptical of people, but notwithstanding, there are people that are really into philosophy, and maybe some of them aren't cognitive, that like they're using terms that aren't like normal parlance that most people will understand. That could be, but
but it's
even
like,
even in those, go ahead.
no, it's all right. I'm just saying, like, especially when he said the ontologically designed part, I was like, did I miss something? Like, did I misunderstand? But I think that you guys gave me the answer. It was just a bunch of smoke and mirrors.
Yep. Yep. Also, yeah, like I would say, like, when I first came on TikTok, I was like this super innocent kid and like trying to get along with everybody and like, like be nice to everybody. Yeah, what you're gonna learn on TikTok is like people don't give a fuck about like how people feel, and a lot of people will stab you in the back for a cookie. Um, yeah, so like be nice to people who are nice to you, but also if someone's like using philosophical jargon and being an asshole, then like treat them like a Call of Duty lobby.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I can only
Yeah.
imagine what that's like. I've never played Call of Duty, but
Oh yeah, Call of Duty back in the day in the Xbox 360 days, white kids spam the N-word like it was vegetables.
Jesus. Well, you can get away with the N word. I'll stay away from that part of it.
Yeah, but
I feel like that's all what Twitter is now, or X as they call it now. It's just
like
a bunch of
Jesus frames.
yeah, like literally, like sometimes Christians are just like, sometimes you can be nice to Christians on this app and they're just like mean as hell to you, and then like there comes the point where like I flip a switch in my brain and I'm like, okay, I've been nice to this person, they're being an asshole to me, so now I'm going to start calling them names. And then I proceed to say like, hey, like stop being fucking brain dead and like pay attention. And then I'll like snap into my microphone and be like, hey, pay attention, boy, stop being a dog, get it together. Or like, I'll like tell people, hey, look, I know that you're face down, ass up, getting like back shots intellectually, but like you really need to pay attention now. But yeah, just like go ahead and like, yeah, treat it like a video game lobby and like do what you got to do.
Dude, he's got the costumes, man. That's a good mask. That's like high quality right
Coco.
there.
I fuck with that one.
Coco with the trash talking.
I mean, like, but also like, I literally, I can't take credit for that. I literally took it from Cartesian and like this other person, but like also Cartesian's just like really toxic to everybody. So.
Has he got another account called Van Man or something?
Yeah, it's like Van something. Yeah.
Oh, so nobody's come across
Van.
Genesis, I guess the guy calls himself on here.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if I have or not.
I wish I could remember all the names of the toxic live hosts that I've encountered, but I don't. I tend to not make it a point to try to remember a name. So,
Well, see, I started to because I guess I would say relatively new to the space.
me as well.
But I noticed that there are groups. I guess like there are these like tribes, I suppose. Like some people
frames
are in the
frames.
anime debating
This guy
tribe,
has a ton of them. I'm sorry, I get distracted. Go ahead.
and then
Frames again.
some of them are just like they only debate. You may be like trans woman or whatever,
Yeah.
or they'll debate abortion, or they'll just debate, atheism or something like that. But then there are those fringe fucking groups. But then there are those fringe fucking groups. A bunch of other people came in glazing the dude like, oh, you can debate anything. It's like, yeah, I'm just messing with this guy. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah. So like when it comes to TikTok, like this is not official, but like given the algorithm, like TikTok is split into different sections, right? So like there's gonna be, think of a subject and then add talk to the end of it. So there are people who just make like dog content videos. That's gonna be dog talk, right? And then us, we're talking about like debate and religion. We're on like religious talk or like debate talk. And so like, if you like a bunch of videos about Jesus, you're probably never going to see a dog video on your FYP page, but you're going to see a shit ton of like Jesus, atheists, debates, religion videos, right? So you're stuck on like religion talk.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And so, yeah, and like there's different branches, like it's religious talk, and then there's different branches of religious talk. There are people who just get abortion content. There are people who just get Jesus versus atheist content. There are people who just get Muslim content. And yeah, people click up and people have their groups of individuals that they communicate with. I think I don't know. You're like I like I want to give you advice, but also like I'm literally like who am I? I'm not God. I'm literally a messed up human trying his best. You know, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But I think your best bet is to like protect your mental health and like be true to yourself and like literally surround yourself with people who respect your boundaries and love you the same way that you love them.
Mm.
And yeah, like a lot of what you're gonna find on this app is like people like you and like pretend to be your friend, and then when you really need them, they're not really around. And like some people turn on you, backstab you, don't really give a fuck about you. And like the goal shouldn't be to like be friends with everybody, but the goal is sort of to like have your circle of people you can trust and go to and like rely on. I think I made that
Interesting.
I think I made
So
that
it's
mistake.
Yeah.
You know, like when I first started, I was like, everyone's gonna like me and I'm gonna be super popular. And like started, I was like, everyone's gonna like me and I'm gonna be super popular. And like,
Invested in TikTok in general. I just hear some discussions I like, and I like to connect where where possible. But other than that, I don't make it a point to do so. I like to reflect on things too and get other ideas. So that's why my I got a mixed bag of stuff. It'll go from anything from relationships to I don't know, like video games. Fortunately,
so it
yeah,
sounds like
video games. Fortunately,
yeah,
to me that these TikTok, because I'm relatively new to it. Actually I'm very new. Kind of forms social cliques,
video
and it's a lot like high school where sometimes there's backbiting and rumors and all kinds of other. Does that
yeah.
sound about
oh
right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like if you've
yes.
been here and you've been debating people and you've been paying attention to yeah, like some people can be clicky and high schooly, and like other people don't really care and they're just trying to make money off of TikTok, or some people are just trying to hang out. So I think like it's really important to like, you know, find a group of friends, pick your loyal, you know, authentic people, but don't be friends with everybody, and be careful who you share information with, and yada yada yada.
Got you.
Yeah, I came across a closet racist not that long ago. I would go up on his panel, and there would be like some discussion and some debates and whatnot. And it's usually just like relationship oriented stuff.
Yeah.
And somebody came up, like I said the word ad hom, or the phrase ad hom. I'm like, all right, because the host was arguing with a chick, and then she just kept, attacking him personally. So I was like, all right, enough with the ad homs. And this dude comes up, and he's like, oh yeah, you're not using that word right. You don't know what it means. And then he started to say something like, "Oh yeah, I'll bet you're black," da da da, and then it just went on from there. So I came back to the host later
Whoa.
on. Yeah, yeah. So the dude I got dropped and from the panel. I was a mod, so I couldn't drop him. Otherwise, I would. But they took my mod powers. So then I came back to the host later on. I was like, "Yo, how does it reflect on you that somebody like that comes into, you're on your panel and starts saying the stuff that this dude was saying? How does that reflect on you?" Um, and oh, actually, no, that's not even the first question I asked. Comes into saying, "How's that?" First question I asked him, I was like, "What was up with that behavior?" And then that's when he started to just go off and like he eventually started saying some racist things, not overtly racist, but stereotypes. Like he's trying to mock me. He's like, "Oh, would that be more better if I did this? Would that be more better?" I'm trying to. I'm like, bro, I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's some real closet racists. They're a group of white people on the app who are just like, I guess, they're racist, but they pretend to be black. It's just like, there's some real closet racists. They're a group of white people on the app who are just like, I guess, they're racist, but they pretend to be black.
uh, like Culture came along, and I don't mean to inject politics.
No, you're
I
good.
didn't realize how freaking bad racism still is in this country.
Yeah, for
Like
real.
I was like completely blind to it because I didn't like experience it myself, you know, as a white dude. Um, like holy crap, I had no idea. I'm sorry for being blind to it, dude, but like,
Nah, I was blind to it as well. Well, I feel like sort of. I didn't think it was like but here's the thing. Sometimes I don't even think that it's people who are genuinely racist. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say, some ridiculous shit and not be, I guess, racist on some level. But I think what happens sometimes is people want to take a dig and they want to take the meanest dig that they can, and so
yeah,
they default to race. I mean,
yeah,
I suppose it's something that I could do, not maybe not particular to race, but maybe some I guess immutable characteristic. Maybe I could say something, but I don't know. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt here and there, but I think there's some
Yeah.
of that mixed into it.
Yep, I would say, yeah, TikTok is the wild forest of like social interaction. I mean, like plenty of stuff has happened. I've been in the debate space for like 2 years. There are creators who literally tried to use the Bible to justify like schmenophilia, or like, schmenophilia, but replace the sh with p.
Yeah, yeah.
Big creators too, creators with like 1 million followers that said that, schmenophilia is okay. The Bible, yeah,
Yeah.
and like yeah, it was really
Yeah,
too
yeah,
tough.
that shit's super annoying. Just like these people were like, "Oh, we men want a submissive woman. Submissiveness in a woman is like the most valuable thing, or whatever." And then they'll
Yeah.
refer to the Bible, but then it's full of stuff like, at least as far as the New Testament is concerned, that people they themselves don't follow.
Yeah,
It's like,
like
what the
literally,
fuck you
like
just
yeah,
it's like,
like who are like, I want to be Christ-like, and I'm trying to convert you to like, yeah, like I mean, like there are Christians on here who are supposed to act a certain way, and they're trying to be Christ-like, right? But they're like the most like vicious, meanest people. Don't really give a fuck about you. Don't reciprocate the same energy that you give them. From all different branches of like Christianity, like Eastern Orthodoxy, Protestantism, Catholicism. And yeah, like on one hand, it's like, oh yeah, like we love God and like we're trying to be Christ like. On the other hand, they're like muting, dropping atheists, insulting them, talking behind their backs, slandering them, misrepresenting their positions, doing all sorts of positions, doing all sorts of wacky tacky stuff. And then you confront them about it and like they don't care. Like you're gonna be like in your room with anxiety. And I'm kind of referencing myself here. But like, yeah, sometimes I'm in my room with anxiety, worrying about like whether the social media thing is gonna work out, and like other people are like partying and they don't really give a fuck. Like life moves on. Like if I get banned or if like I have anxiety or if they mistreat me, they just like do it. They don't care about apologizing, and then they expect to be your friend like the next day. So there are some peeps on the internet, but that's kind of society. Society's sick, and we're all kind of like not mentally well. We're struggling, and we're trying to find peace in one way or another.
yep, yep.
Sorry to be all like depressing, but like
No,
that's literally
it's all
like
good.
that's literally life. Like it's like tough. It's like I think like as we go through life, it's tough pills to swallow. It's like bruises you have to like get while you're riding the bike of life.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna run. I appreciate you guys, and
yeah, I'm gonna hop off as
nice to
well.
meet everyone. A lot of cool peeps
Likewise.
in here. All right, I'll talk
Yeah.
to you guys later.
I'll see you around. Come back anytime. I'm
I
always here.
appreciate it. Will do.
Yeah, thank you guys for your feedback.
Yep. Logic Pro. You got anything for me? I might hop off and check out other lives.
Yo, man, what's up? I'm always down to talk about whatever. I always want to orange pill you, though. Do you know what orange pilling is?
Talking about Bitcoin and finance. Other
Orange pill you.
days. I bought like a finance book off a TikTok shop to like learn how to save money, and like I know about Roth IRAs and 401ks, and I used to dabble in like
feeling is.
Stuff like stocks I'm really interested in, like RTFs and different things, and yeah, like no, I'm into that stuff. It's just I'm super busy. I'm into that stuff. It's just I'm super busy and like we're worried about like a bunch of things. But no,
I
one
know
of these days.
there's only. I'm kind of the same.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm either like my schedule's recently been like trying to go live frequently, editing videos, posting, organizing events, sleeping, watching YouTube to like sort of clear my mind or like rest, and then back to work. And I'm even starting to think about like cutting less of the free time I have or cutting more of the free time I have to be more productive on like TikTok and stuff. But yeah,
I guess the reason.
I'm like cutting less of the free time I have or cutting more of the free time I have to be more productive on like TikTok and stuff. But yeah,
I guess the reason I'm when it comes, it's freed me from looking at money in a oppressive way and a very like motivating way. So whenever I hear people that are like kind of down on money, it's like a green flag because I'm like I want to give you what I want to give you what I've went through. I was there and I know what it's like, and so I want to kind of like give you what I went through, but it's all in good time.
yeah. Has Bitcoin gone up in value?
Well, like even that question, it's an important question, but you can make money on the way down too. Like you can make money when the price of any stock goes down, But it came down from the all-time high, but it's been stagnant around between, but down too. Like you can make money when the price of any stock goes down, But it came down from the all-time high, but it's been stagnant around between one kind of you can make money on the way down or the way up. Doesn't really matter. It's more just about having a base value. Like if you measure things mentally in terms of dollars, it's going to affect you negatively.
Yeah, like start making some money.
The biggest thing is the mental change, though. Like for me, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the money comes with it, but it's freed. Like I used to hate the system. I used to hate money. I used to think greed and profit is what drove the market. I used to think, I was basically anytime something was overpriced, I was a victim of it. I also thought I was a victim of my own, like I'm in Canada, right? So my own currency's inflation or like a greedy store owner's prices, all those kinds of mentalities were dropped the moment I learned kind of about what Bitcoin is and more about, I guess, what money of my owners about what Bitcoin is and more about, I guess, what money is, like what the fiat system, like if someone asked you what the dollar is, what is it? Like do you have, I don't know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but diving into that question, kind of like answering all really interesting stuff.
Okay. Well, with that, I think I'm gonna go check out some other lives, see what they're